Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Welcome along. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. Sorry I was late. I was just having a little chat to some team members outside. You have to do that because when you come in the early hours of the morning, there's a number of people working on all the radio stations. And here I've got 2 radio stations right next to me. And we like to have a little chat. And then all of a sudden you think, wait a minute, aren't I supposed to be on the air? I knew there was something I was supposed to be doing. But nevertheless, it's nice to have your company. Welcome to another freezing cold day in London town. Welcome to, am I feeling a bit better? I am, actually. But I don't want to be fooled by it because I didn't take one of my normal tablets. I've only got one tablet left and I didn't want to use it up. So I broke with tradition. If you remember, I've got Cocodamol, which is a very, very strong painkiller, which comes on prescription. And I had that when I was suffering with really bad pains. And I took one last night and it kind of worked. I didn't go to the toilet as often as I would have done, and when I came back from the bathroom I was asleep within seconds again, so I thought that was quite good. I didn't wake up feeling all muzzy, so I'm determined not to get into that habit. I've got to speak to the hospital today. Yeah, woo woo woo. A lot earlier than I thought. It was 6 o'clock. Now they brought it forward to 4 o'clock, so presumably people drop out of appointments and stuff like that, so they've squeezed me in, which is lovely. But it's nice to have your company. Hope you're well. Thank you very much indeed for all the texts in it. We get loads of texts and emails even before we start the programme, which is fantastic. But I tell you what we're finding more and more. It's pictures in the newspapers of people that the police would like to talk to eliminate them from their inquiries in Bristol. I say that to err on the side of caution because they've got pictures of people taken presumably from the police officers' cams at the front of their uniforms. And so there's about 8 or 10 of them in the paper today. They seem to be split men and women, but it'll be nice to eliminate them, won't it, from the inquiries? Or not, as the case may be. Priti Patel makes no apology for fixing the broken asylum system. I've got a Royal Mail text scam, which people are falling for. Be careful. The school dinner lady, she won £1 million, and people are going, oh, you won £1 million, you're going to retire. And she went, no, why would I want to retire? They're going to buy a new place, which where they are, in their neck of the woods, she could probably spend 300,000, and that would buy them a big place. Down here, nothing. One bedroom flats are going for nearly 450,000, if you're lucky. So she's going to do that. And then she said, no, I love my work. She works in a school. She's going to carry on. She loves working with the kids. And I thought, yeah, years ago, if somebody said you'd won £1 million, you remember Viv Nichols, the woman who won the pools? And she won £155,000. And you might think, 155,000. Well, in those days, that was the equivalent to about 3 million. This was, back in the 50s. Everybody did the football pools. There wasn't anything else. When she was asked by the press, it was turned into a stage show, what are you going to do? And she went, I'm going to spend. I think she ended up with about 3 or 4 different husbands. A couple of them died tragically. She had houses. And then she ended up with no money again. Because in those days, they didn't have any advice to offer people if you win money. So in other words, if you're, Mr. and Mrs. Average, and you buy a lottery ticket, and then you win a huge amount of money, they offer you advice on how to look after it. But of course, most people don't want to do that. 4 million today. Just give us the money and we're going to go and spend it. And you think, no, you want to make it not necessarily work for you, but you want to make sure it's going to last you for the rest of your life, don't you? So, if you have 3 or 4 million, and Viv Nichols did have a stage show as well. I read the book all about her. She was portrayed by Barbara Dixon on stage in the musical Spend. And she literally kicked off her heels. She'd never stayed in a London hotel. They put them up in the Hilton. And they said, and she didn't have any idea. 155,000. In those days, in 1955, she could have bought 646 horses, nearly 3,000 cows. She could have bought wheat, wages. People in those days were earning about 1,000 a year, 2,000 a year. That would be and she came from a mining town. She came from a town where nobody had anything. It did look like Coronation Street. But what was interesting was everything was tragic in her life. She lost husbands. One died in a car crash. One died young. She was a good time girl. and she wanted to enjoy it, what she'd got. But that's what happens nowadays. Remember, there was that stupid dustbin collector bloke who lost all his money. I couldn't have been happier. He was a right pain in the rear end. Thank you very much indeed. You don't mind somebody winning money. I don't have a problem with that. But he upset all his neighbours. He decided to have, banger car racing. He was a bit thick. And so he's lost it all. Whereas, in fact, he could have lived for the rest of his life on it, but he wasn't intelligent enough to do it. So that was good. But at the end of the day, winning money is nice. And to win £1 million nowadays is nothing. £1 million. If I won £1 million, or quite a number of people around here won £1 million, it wouldn't change your life beyond a shadow of a doubt. What would I do? I could buy another property. Okay, which could cost me 600,000, so I only got 400,000 left. I could change the car and maybe eventually go on a holiday, and that'd be it. What's the point? It's not going to change anything in my life. I would leave it in there. I've got somewhere to live. Thank you very much indeed. I would probably just stick it in the bank and invest it. Mind you, get interest rates are dismal, aren't they? Look at us doing finance first thing in the morning. Nobody does finance. Turn on the radio at 4:10 and somebody's talking about finance. You go, what do you know about finance? Well, actually, I know a lot. Because I used to be bad. I used to be like lots and lots of people. And I used to spend all my money. So at the end of each month, years and years and years ago, 35, 40 years ago, when my money came in at the end of each month, I was that much overdrawn. So it all went in, covered it, and then I was back where I started again. So I never ended up, until somebody said, right, this is what we're doing. We're going to pay off your Visa card. Okay, because I could never get it down. I know it seems ridiculous. From 3,300 quid. I couldn't get it down because I was paying the minimum each month. And so what I did was we paid off the whole lot. And that saved me a lot of money each month. And I then decided from that moment onwards that every time we got the Visa bill in, we paid it off in total. No hanging around with it. We're not paying minimum amounts, not doing anything else. I had my my investments, my savings, and my bits and pieces, and I've been quite good. And in fact, actually, last time, even surprised me, they've gone up. They've gone up. Look at that. How many things go up nowadays? Not many. Not many things. Also, we found some nasty old man who labelled his neighbours the Tart and the Peeping Tom. He's been convicted. He's a 79-year-old former Tory councillor, and he's going to carry on calling them that. He's a bit stupid, he's a bit thick, and he's been convicted. Oh, Harry gets his first job, but we're not sure if he's working 5 days a week, 6 days a week, or if it's 1 day a year. We don't know. It's just, because he's never had a job before. People will be telling him what to do. Can't wait to see that one working. 7% of dogs are overweight. And Glenn Matlock, he used to be in the Sex Pistols. It's an ancient group from years and years ago. You won't have heard of them. They were rather silly, and none of them amounted to anything at all. But anyway, he discovered that his gold disc from the Sex Pistols were not actually the Sex Pistols at all, which of course they never are. So when they used to get the groups in, they go, and you've got a gold disc. They would give them a gold disc in a frame. But the record that was sprayed gold was never theirs. And he knew it wasn't the Sex Pistols, whatever it was, Great Rock and Roll Swindle or something, because he counted the tracks on it. And it turned out to be Tubular Bells, a far more successful album than anything Glenn Matlock was ever involved with. Who has Dawn Neeson got in her sights today? We'll tell you a little bit later on. And brace yourselves. Come closer. An Emmerdale character is going to be killed off. Dum, dum, dum. It is only pretend, though, so you don't have to worry too much about it. Although I did that once, and some poor old soul wrote in and went, "You've just completely ruined the programme for me. I was waiting to see what was happening." It was like on the dancing thing. We knew the results on the Sunday evening because they did it on the Sunday. And then people were complaining, saying, it's supposed to be embargo. No, they can't do anything about it. Unfortunately, if they're going to kill somebody off in a soap, it's released to the papers. I repeat it. The fact that you didn't hear it first time round is your problem. Nobody else's. Also, we've got the woman who owned that dog that killed the seal, the Freddie Mercury seal. And she turns out to be a QC or something, or her husband's a QC, something like that. Shame she didn't go to the police to start with, wasn't it, really? I've got the law on what can happen to her for not keeping her dog under control. They had no end of a job separating her dog from the seal, which was so badly injured by this stupid woman's dog, and everybody was annoyed. Even Pip Schofield and Holly Willoughby were saying worst story they'd ever heard. That poor seal on a beach, well, on the side of the Thames, not knowing and not expecting anything, and a dog clamps its jaws into its flippers. Really annoying. Good Lord above, honestly, you look like you're about to go and sing fishermen's shanties. Are you going fishing later or something? Or ooh-ar? Fishermen don't go ooh-ar. That's pirates. Pirates go ooh-ar. And even then, I'm not totally convinced pirates go ooh-ar. Pirates? We're going to hang you from the main brace, I think. Arr, pirates go. I went to a fancy dress competition years ago when I was a little boy in Hong Kong, and I went as a pirate. My mum made me my dad cut me out a sword, my mother covered it in tin foil, and I went as a pirate, and I had a dishcloth round my head. It was a toss-up between Lawrence of Arabia or a pirate, but I thought I was a pirate, and I had a patch over one eye, which meant I kept walking into walls and everything else like that, which was lovely. But anyway, I hope you're all well this morning. The Groovy Gang are, so not necessarily punching above their weight, but they are around. So I had a nice meeting with my boss yesterday, which was lovely. Went very well indeed. You're off the show. And it was lovely. It was lovely. We had a very, very nice chat. I brought him up to date with how I was. And because I've got the hospital today, I'm going to phone him afterwards to let him know what they say, which is good. What was the other one? Do you know 6 in 10 children describe their parents as their best friends after lockdown? Can you believe that? Children never get on with their parents, unless it's girls. Boys don't get on with their parents at all. There's a Bond girl, you won't have heard of her because I hadn't, helping remind women in the paper today to buy a new handbag. And the good news is it's only £4,000. I mean, who in their right mind, unless you've got only half a brain cell, buys a handbag? And I've seen them at bigger prices. Hasn't Victoria Beckham got one at over £100,000 or something? How ridiculous. How ridiculous. Still can't flog her clothes, but never mind. At least she's having an effort. Travel sick PM hints at tougher rules on holiday, because you're not going to go. Not going to go. You know, and if you don't, you're in big trouble. Plus, ignoring a use-by date is a huge risk. See, I'm very good. It's only got to be on that day. I'll throw it out. I don't have... Other people go, oh, no, that'll be all right, Steve. I'm not risking it. I'm not risking it. The chef who said he'd been kidnapped to skive off, involving a huge manhunt, they've sent him to prison so he can... now he can really be kidnapped. A little bit stupid. And the POW jungle survivor dies at the age of 100. Plus 2 blokes turn up at an airport. And somebody goes, there's something odd about them. What are they doing? They were wearing toupees. But what was unusual about the toupee? They'd cut the toupee so that when you lifted it up, they'd hidden gold in there. Gold, I think it was gold coins and leaf, worth about £200,000. So they've both been arrested, which is good. I did have yesterday, I had some ice cold water in the fridge, and I had a cold Ribena. And I forgot to bring my Ribena in, so I'll have to buy a little bottle today and bring it in here, because I haven't got hot Ribena this morning. I've just got cold water, cup of tea, cup of cha, and the fact that it's... What day of the week is it? Wednesday. It's Wednesday, and you're very welcome. So we take your texts and emails, 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Why are pirates called pirates, Corey? Why are pirates called... Because they are. Because they are. Not because they ooh-ah. That would be ooh-ah just a little bit. Ooh-ah a little bit more. Ooh-ah just a little bit. Whoever sang that one. Anyway, are your tiny hands still frozen, Steve? They are actually in here. They are. Paul says, with all this financial advice, I think LBC should make you their Chief Impact Officer. Woo! I do know. You have to, I mean, you only do that when you're my age. I bet the 2 boys, they don't save. They don't save. It's very difficult to save when you don't earn a huge amount of money, but of course they're blessed with working with me. They might save a little bit, but, I try and save. Well, I don't. I'm lying. Somebody does it for me. I have a friend of mine. She looks after my accounts, and she says, I've done. In fact, the first thing she will say to me tomorrow morning is, I've done your transfers. So the money goes into the account, and then she says some in tax account, some in savings account, some in household account, some to help people who are poorer than I am. So that's a very small account, and then there's the getting fruit for the cheeky boys on the team. We are the cheeky boys.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Mikey Carroll was the idiot that blew 8 million. I know, what an idiot. Martin says, have you ever been on Desert Island Discs? Of course not. It's for celebrities and famous people who've done goodness in the world. And so I've definitely... Would you want to be on it? No. Definitely not. Thank you very much indeed. I wouldn't know what to pick. Everybody takes the Bible, don't they? Although, to be honest with you, you'd be sitting there till hell froze over before you'd read everything in the Bible. So I don't know what I'd want, actually, on a desert island. A cooker would be quite nice. Nobody's ever taken a cooker, as far as I know. Because if you're going to have, if there's coconut palms and things like that, you could have coconut. And so you'd have something to drink for part of the year. Sorry? How am I powering the cooker? It'd be a solar-powered cooker. Yeah, or just a little hot plate with a saucepan so I could cook fish that I caught from the sea, which, of course, I wouldn't want to do. And there might be perhaps you could have corn on the cob available. Something like that. I don't know, actually. I hadn't really thought about it properly before. I'm hoping I could ask for a small KFC outlet, so you could just sort of pop behind the palm tree and they go, KFC today, Steve? You go, do you know, I could, thank you very much indeed. I'll have a party barrel. And then you'd be so fat and bloated, you'd just have to lie down in the sand, wouldn't you? And just do nothing at all for the rest of the day. So you'd end up being burnt to a crisp, which I was some years ago on holiday when I went to America. I went to Vegas, forgetting, of course, as one does, that you're in the middle of the desert. I know it looks lovely and luscious and it's green grass and water fountains and everything else, but you're in the middle of the desert and the sun is very hot and I got burnt to a bloody crisp. I really did. So much so that by the time we got back to the airport, they had to get me a wheelchair to get me onto the aeroplane because I couldn't walk. I was so burnt. My legs were red raw. Because you know what I was doing? I was going into the pool, swimming like a gazelle with a concrete block attached to it, and swimming, and then swimming back in, getting out of the water and lying down on my towel, which, of course, is the foolish thing to do. Because the water droplets on me, each one acts as a magnifying glass. So I got burnt. What I should have done is dried myself off. But I didn't. So I was in a terrible... By the time we got back to this country, I blistered like there was no tomorrow. I did learn my lesson. I don't sunbathe at all now. I don't go on holiday. I don't lie on beaches. I don't dig trenches in the sand. I don't make sand castles. I don't do anything like that at all. I just sort of... I'm more than happy to sit... Barbara Windsor and Scott used to go to Dubai, and I think Scott loved sunbathing, but Barbara used to sit under an umbrella and read. Isn't that nice? I think that's so sweet. She's still here as far as I'm concerned. Still here. I don't think, because you keep seeing images on the television, they'll show you an old EastEnders, and there she is again, and it's as if it was yesterday. As if it was yesterday. Steve, warm your Ribena up in a microwave for 2 minutes if the station has one. Are you serious? We must have about 30 microwaves in this building. Yeah, I've got 3 on this floor alone. 3 on this floor. So, yes, definitely. Loads of things. Christina in Sutton Coldfield, happy birthday. Listening to you for many years, says Helinka. And it was she that recommended your show to me. That's nice, isn't it? Sutton. Do you know, every time I think of Sutton Coldfield, I know this is going to sound really stupid and naive, I just think of coal mining. I don't know why. Sutton Coldfield. I don't know if that's what it is. Steve, the vaccine's done you a power of good, as you're as mad as a March hare this morning. I'm happy every morning. Happy every morning, always. So Harry got a visa to work there. That was easy. Harry, yes. Harry used to be Prince Harry, Duke of whatever, Might as well say part of Robin Hood's setup, mightn't you, really? Yeah, he has a job, but we don't know how many days he's doing. We really don't. It's my birthday today, Steve. I'm a long-time listener. Couldn't get through my early morning doggy walks without you. I'm 54 years young. Joe in Bexley, you're 54 years old, okay? You're very, very old at 54. I mean, that is... give up now. Give up now. Have you seen this advert on the television? I've been watching it for ages, and I thought about it, and I thought, no. And it's a case of... It's a cartoon of 2 elderly men going, I don't like funerals. And one goes, well, why don't you sign up to this company? They'll come and collect you after you've died, and then they bring your ashes back. So you don't have to have a funeral service or anything else, and you prepaid for it. So in other words, normally when you pass on, sorry to say this first thing in the morning, but when you pass on, then the doctor comes round, issues a certificate, then the funeral home will come and collect you, then they make arrangements for the funeral, the rest of it. On this company, you just literally, after you've died, somebody will then phone them, and they will come round and collect you, take you to a private cremation place. You'll be cremated, and then they'll bring your ashes back to the house. So it's if you're one of these people who doesn't want a funeral, I want the whole caboodle. I want the wailing, the gnashing of teeth, the people throwing themselves on the ground going, Steve, Steve. I want the whole bit. That's in my dreams. In reality, of course, it'll just be about 10 of us standing there going, thank God he's gone. And I'm going to make Corey be one of the carriers of the box. Because he's going to be so short at the front, I'll be leaning to one side. I'm so terrible. What's actually gone on? He slipped to the front of the box. It's all very embarrassing. So we don't know what to do with him now. My auntie Joan had a humanist funeral, which is in one of those baskets, which I'm not sure about that, actually. I thought about it, then I thought, maybe not. But yesterday was lovely. I can't stop eating at the moment. I had smoked salmon and egg mayonnaise. I had cereal, getting big into cereal. You know why? Ice cold milk. In fact, I nearly ran out of milk yesterday. And then I put some more cold water in the fridge, which is lovely. And then I had a couple of pears. And it was all nice. Today I might have an ice lolly. I'm going to get some water first thing this morning. And then I might go and get an ice lolly. I know it seems a bit odd, actually, but you can get a Ribena ice lolly. I've often wanted to stand there. Have you ever done it? It's a bit naughty. In the park on a Sunday in the summer when the brass band's playing, stand in front of them and lick an ice lolly. Very shortly, the band will dry up completely. You cannot blow an instrument when your mouth has gone so dry because somebody's standing there licking an ice lolly. It's a very cruel thing to do, but, what else could you do? 84850. Oh, I've seen the picture of the captain of the container ship who's blocked the Suez Canal. Have you seen that picture? It's amazing, isn't it, honestly? Useless person, I mean, honestly. Can't even get a ship through the Suez Canal. Well, of course it's narrow. It's the Suez Canal. The clue is in the word there. But yeah, I mean, he's obviously had a drink or something, and he's tried to do it, and so it's got itself wedged in, which is good. Stop the Ribena. Get on the Umbongo. I've never had one of those. Is that the one they drink in the Congo? Umbongo. I like that one. I'll be your bear, or whatever it is. Something like that. Can't remember what that one is, actually. Steve. 84850. And somebody said, it's a lot of people celebrating birthdays today. Steve and the Groovy Gang. My wife and I always disagree, Steve, about buying lottery tickets. She thinks it's a waste of time. I bought some yesterday. That's Rob and Sally in Hatfield in Doncaster. Wow. Lovely. And Matthew says it's in fits of laughter about the pirate outfit with the eye patch. I know, it was hilarious. I've got pictures of me. Perhaps one of these days I might actually post them. 0428, Corey. 0428, thank you. And there's somebody who'll never be writing again. I love it, actually. Oh, gone already. How fast? They're getting so good here. I just go, that one, go. And they manage to go immediately. Then they've got nobody to write to, which means you have to sit there and stare out the window and wait till maybe somebody comes around to help you. Which will be the police, I should imagine. Also, so Harry got a visa to work there. Well, I don't know how that works, actually. Do you need a visa to work in it? Yes, of course you do. Well, I'm sure they'd have fast-tracked him, wouldn't they? Do you not think so? I would have thought so. That's the way it works. So we go through the papers. We take all your texts and emails. We do take all your texts and emails. We read all of them out. Very few programmes do what we do in the morning. We read all your texts and emails. And if you're one of those sort of people who sort of is a troll, then we just delete you completely, and so you can never write again. You'll need to go and get another telephone, which is great. We love making you spend money. We're very happy making trolls spend money because you get some people and they write to all sorts of people. Generally, I mean, some of them write the most disgusting things to people who've lost children and stuff like that. You wouldn't believe. You know, I've always said to any celebrity that gets trolled by somebody, take it to the police, get them arrested, embarrass them. We found an old man who is so rude to his neighbours. He's a pathetically stupid waste of time. He's 79. Can't go on for much longer. He calls them a tart. They put up a CCTV camera. It's gone for years because he's a nasty piece of work. And so he's been found guilty of harassment. And he said, I'm going to carry on doing it. He's that thick. We'll tell you who he is and what he does.
At Virgin Active, there's something for everybody. Whether you like to work up a sweat in a strength and conditioning class, or tone your limbs in Pilates and then head to the spa. We can help you find your thing. From swimming to boxing to gentle jacuzzi bubbling. Whatever gets you moving, it all counts at Virgin Active. Join now and get your first month free. T's and C's apply. Offer ends October 31st.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to be. I think we've actually done the wrong name here. I think you've put in, and I'm PH. Sorry, we're having to fill forms in. It's form filling. I think you'll have to print it again. We'll start again, I think, which will make it a lot easier. Sorry, it's form filling day. Why? It's Wednesday. Wednesday's form filling day. Well, it would be if the producer could spell, but unfortunately his spelling is just totally useless. Steve, please don't mention the water has finally stopped raining and the sun is out. Oh, right. Well, that's good news, Shane, isn't it? You don't want any more rain over there in Australia. Thank you very much indeed. Ghastly. And Kevin says, sometimes listening to it's like listening to Derek Acora in his spirit guide. Well, I think Derek Acora is a spirit guide, isn't he, really? He's left us. He's left us. He was, goodness. Kiora was the drink. I'll be your dog. Yes, you're right, Kiora. They used to bounce along, didn't they? Bounce along. Steve. Harry will have a conditional green card for 2 years, which will allow him to work and gives him time to decide if he wants to live there permanently. I don't think he will. Although, to be honest with you, I couldn't care less. Doesn't actually make any difference to me. It's not good. If that's what they want to do, it's fine. But let's take away the silly title, shall we? He's not the Duke of Sussex. He's not Prince Harry anymore. He's left the royal family, so he's just an ordinary person. I'd like to see the details on the house. Are they renting it? Are they buying it? Have they bought it? I don't know. But and how many days a week is he working for this new company? That'll be quite nice, won't it? So everybody else talking about the captain of this poor container ship. Honestly, poor soul. Honestly, you'd think he'd sort of manage it. Right. Yes, I think what we can do on the name thing. I think I'll have to. Yeah, you're going to bring it in, aren't you? Makes it a lot easier. Honestly, I love form filling. Yeah, administration on the programme. Can you believe it?
I'm here, and here.
Oh, that's right. Oh, right. 2 things in again. It's lovely, isn't it, really? I love filling in all these bits and pieces because I've got no idea, actually. Fancy putting me down as a bit. It says, do not enter initials or shortened names. Shortened names would be Steve, wouldn't it? I was christened Stephen with a per H. You put me with a V. I've never been with a V at all. And then I love on this form here. It also, I can't tell you what this form is, but it's very funny. It says, have you ever had a student loan? I don't think so. But interesting. We'll fill that in today, which is good news. So here is Harry, front page of the Sun. Here's the new job description. And we've got no idea what it is. It's his first job since leaving the royal family. Chief Impact Officer. With what qualifications? We have no idea. But I'm sure it's absolutely wonderful. Also, Priti Patel has said the illegals will go within 24 hours. Can't wait to see that one working, love. Been trying that one for ages and ages. And Westminster Jabby. Told you a friend of mine went to Westminster Abbey to get his jab. And I didn't. But I don't mind. Although I think that's quite a nice thing to have, isn't it, really? Brooklyn Beckham dressing up as his mother. No surprise there. And here's the Queen. What did I see the other day? Oh, it was an old thing on YouTube of the Queen. They did a big horse event at Windsor Castle. She loves horses. And she was laughing and smiling and clapping and everything. Oh, well, that's good. I like to see her smiling and clapping. Also, a woman has been cleared of drink driving after saying she downed 4 vodkas before the police got to breathalyse her. That's a good one, isn't it? I've never heard of that one before. She was under the limit when she was driving, but afterwards she was over the limit but she'd had the drinks afterwards. Okay, so that's how it works. Kia ora is Maori. Is it? I don't know. I've never had it. Oh, actually, I tell a lie. We did, and I tell you where we had it. We had it at the cinema. You could get a kia ora at the cinema, couldn't you? It was in sort of like a plastic type thing. You shoved the thing, and it was just like an orange squash. That's what it was. That's all I remember. It was lovely. Very nice. 84850 Stephen at LBC. Steve, if they air the rest of the Harry and Meghan interview, I didn't think there was any more to air. There's the outtakes, which I think could be of interest to people. But as one of the columnists said yesterday, they better make sure they get their stories right, because sometimes their stories were way apart. But there again, I'm sure it's all in a day's work for them. Ryan Giggs and his former girlfriend Kate Greville reportedly fighting over custody of their puppy. They all do it, don't they? We had this with Ant McPartlin and his ex, and it's common nowadays. People argue over the dog. I want the dog. Well, you're not having it. I bought the dog. And that's just the way it goes for it. Letters written by Princess Margaret and Anthony Eden have been recently declassified. In one, Margaret admits to having doubts about her relationship with Peter Townsend, and in another, Anthony Eden tells Commonwealth leaders Her Majesty would not wish to stand in the way of her sister's happiness, because apparently she didn't love him enough. So when he died, she didn't go to the funeral. And yet we all thought that was the love of her life. But obviously not. So one suspects, really, for 6 decades, the Queen has borne the brunt of oft-repeated claims that she blocked her sister's marriage to the man she loved. But not true. So anybody suspects it, anybody expecting her to comment on the Duchess of Sussex claims over who made who cry at a bridesmaid fitting will have a long wait. We won't find out for ages and ages. I like that. We'll find out what Dawn Neesom's got to say on a few items. And the pensioner, who's been found guilty of harassing his neighbours after calling them Tart and Peeping Tom during a 13-year war of words. 13 years, this stupid old man, Brendan Murphy, hounded Christopher and Margaret Boyd after he accused them of spreading gossip about his late wife, Iris. Murphy would shout at Mr. Boyd at his home in Greater Manchester, "How's your tart today?" What a silly old man he is. What a fool. Perhaps when he goes outside of the house today, people will point and boo him. Boo! Boo you! He's going to be sentenced next month, but he's been found guilty. So that's it. Honestly, 79, and obviously even more stupid than you can ever imagine. Steve, I've been waiting for my census form to arrive. Apparently Scotland has postponed till 2022. Oh, right. I did mine, ages ago now. Ages ago, which was good. And don't forget the Kemps on ITV tonight, the highlight of my week's box entertainment, says Matthew. They're not on the television again, are they? How many more programmes? I think Roman wants his dad to go on I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here. Why? I can't imagine. Why would you want that on your parents? It's not as cold, that water, as it should have been. Don't know whether you got it from the front of the fridge or the back of the fridge. If it was at the front of the fridge, it's definitely... they're definitely not as cold. Almost lukewarm. Did somebody... Oh, did they? Oh, golly, honestly, people are so stupid, aren't they? Somebody left the fridge open. We've also... Well, you shouldn't... Honestly, I love the way he tells me something. You shouldn't say anything. Like it's my fault all of a sudden. Says you who can't even spell the presenter's name. That's not very helpful, is it? Nigel probably couldn't spell your name either. What do we got here? Dramatization. That's quite good. There's a good story, but I can't do it at the moment because it's one of those, And a gold hunter is to make a mint by selling a huge nugget known as the Prince of Wales. Kerry Thackwell found the treasure whilst prospecting with his dad. It could be worth about £25,000. It's been stored in a bank safe. Imagine finding something like that. I'd love that. That would make me very, very happy. Very, very happy to find a nugget. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Somebody says, I know you're into magic. Was wondering how you first got into it. Just like anybody else. Just like anybody else. You see somebody on the television and then you see an advert. And I think I got a magic set for Christmas when I was about 13 or 14 or something like that. And then you discover magic shops. I used to write to Davenport's. And you'd send off your money and back would come a package. That was always the exciting thing. I still do the same thing today. I'm very good. I'm very good at things today. What else we got? Oh, I love the way it was just on this form. Are you male or female? I'm putting down female to confuse them. I always think that's quite interesting, isn't it? Also, the faces of the people involved in the riots in Bristol are now appearing in the newspapers. A good mixed bag. And it's just so the police can eliminate them from their inquiries. So it would be in their best system. Of course, it must be very embarrassing to find yourself in the papers, and it's not for something good. In the same way, the woman whose dog mauled Freddie Mercury the seal, so that he had to be put down, she's pictured in the papers today. So far, she's had no comment at all. making her not a very nice person. You know, dog lovers should look after their dogs and keep them under control. In fact, even the vet on This Morning said the other day, you're supposed to train your dog. This dog is obviously a danger to everybody. As I say, God help us if that had been a child playing in the water just at the side of the Thames. God help us. But there again, this woman lives in a £5 million house. I wonder what she cares. Steve, the bloke sounds like my neighbour. He always complains about my Christmas lights. Oh, people complain about everything. See, you wouldn't find me complaining. I never complain, about those sort of things. What's happened to Robbie Williams and Ada? Nothing. I don't think. I think he's... what was he doing at the moment? I think they're just on holiday. They've just come back from a holiday. I think there were pictures in the papers of them, enjoying themselves. So next time round might not be as good, actually.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Welcome to Wednesday, the 24th of March. And Steve, regarding dogs being overweight, it's all due to the scraps on tap during lockdown. Maggie says the dog that killed the poor seal must be put down. Well, I think the owner should be prosecuted. But that's just me. Because I'm thinking the dog doesn't know, does it? You never get bad dogs. I know you do. But it's bad owners. Fancy having a dog that would go and attack something. That's what worries me. The fact that it could have killed somebody else down there. In which case, it would be a completely different scenario. So in the papers today, Jack Whitehall will be back to host the Brit Awards. That's right. I've never seen the Brit Awards. I must be the only person who's never watched it, really. Never my sort of thing. And a mum was left trapped in her own home when an Amazon delivery driver wedged a package against the front door. I mean, not really the brightest delivery driver. So she had to climb out of her window. Because it's a fairly big package. It's a fairly long one, but it meant that she couldn't pull the handle down. It was wedged underneath the handle. And a barrister specialising in rape and abuse cases, and all the cases we've talked about over the past few weeks, has been suspended for making lewd remarks to a female trainee. Robert Kearney quizzed her about her sex and underwear and sniffed her neck whilst in a lift. A London bar hearing ruled that married Kearney, who's also represented Premier League football stars, was guilty of inappropriate behaviour of a sexual nature. He was fined £1,000 for inappropriate drunken comments to a gay pupil barrister. Now been suspended for 6 years. He's obviously a bit stupid. What is the matter with these people? And this is somebody who's a barrister. Somebody said he's appealing. Well, obviously not. But a senior barrister who knows him well said he's a disgrace. It's shocking that he's not been struck off. How can you do things like that? I just don't understand it. Honestly, you begin to wonder whether or not sometimes you read stories and you can't believe them. Can't believe them, can you? Steve, got to do my first baptism last Sunday. Was great. Says Jake, my favourite Methodist minister. He's over in Minneapolis, as you know. Still feeling terrible. Pain's quite awful. Hardly getting any sleep. Planning on going to the Mayo Clinic after Easter. Hope I can get through Holy Week. Yeah, you must get some painkillers. Do you have Cocodamol over there? That's what I'm on at the moment. Well, I took one last night. I'm just sort of going to make sure that I can get through the day without taking any more. I don't want anything like that. So we wish you well, Jake. First baptism. First rule, don't drop child in font. That would be the best thing there. And every child screams, don't they? Very rarely you've got to put cold water on to do the sign of the cross. And, well, at least I'm assuming that's how it still works. But, no, I mean, it's awful. Listen, I feel your pain. I've been there. Believe you me, I know exactly what you're going through. So we wish you well. Saying a special prayer for you today. Okay? Steve, I've got to clear up the stories about the twirlies, says Dave. The London bus drivers used to call the OAPs with their bus pass the twirlies, as they used to stand at the bus stop before 9:30 when they could travel for free. They asked the driver, am I too early? Say too early quickly and you get twirly. Oh, right. This goes back to the story of this woman in Richmond. She gets on at 8 o'clock in the morning on the R70 and goes, can I use the Freedom Pass? And they let her on. She's never even shown the Freedom Pass. Never even shown it. We all have to pay. Why shouldn't she pay? We've all got to do it. A Banksy painting of a boy playing with a superhero nurse has raised around 16 million for the NHS. The hammer price was 14.4 million. Can you imagine? 14.4 million. And that's it's so clever, isn't it, really? Well, she'd come and right on my building. I'd have it protected immediately or the building demolished so we could then sell it. Do you know that most workers take just 2 breaks, totalling 24 minutes a day, with half feeling guilty? My boys don't take any breaks. They don't take any breaks. They're bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. Well, a sort of. Here's a picture of well-known fake Katie Price with a walking frame covered in sort of jewellery. It's funny, actually, because only 10 minutes prior to this, she was lifting a bed. So it's obviously, whenever the photographer's there, it's a posed picture. And she was returned. They call her an ex-model. She hasn't modelled for donkey's years. Good God in heaven. She was returning to her Sussex home. This is the mucky mansion. She doesn't own anything because she's bankrupt. So she's, again, badly dressed, badly acted, badly naff. Very naff. Eating between the sheets is the biggest bedroom bugbear between couples. Who eats in bed? Come on, who eats in bed? You don't, do you really? Jake eats in bed. I can't think of anything worse. Eating in bed. Sorry, another thing of water. That is terrible, eating in bed. I've never eaten in bed. I couldn't bear the mess and the crumbs and everything else. That would be... You got a mini Hoover. Well, we've all got different names for it, I realise, but to actually call it a little mini Hoover, I think, is taking it a little bit too far. So what sort of things do you eat in bed? Do you eat toast or something like that? Oh, God, that's crumbs everywhere. Oh, that's terrible. That is awful. Yeah, you've got to cut that out. Also, chocolate, or failing that, then you fall asleep and you've forgotten you haven't eaten all the chocolate. When you wake up, it's all melted over the bed. That's a bit bad as well. Why do people eat in bed? I can understand it if you're sort of, mummy and daddy, and it's, Easter and the kids bring you up a cup of tea on a tray. I don't mind something like that, but not just sitting in bed eating. I mean, I'm very good at not doing things like that. I just think it's naff. We've got a poem for you this morning. It's nothing to do with eating in bed. Nothing at all. We've also got The Gold Hunter. The fiancée of Love Island's Olivia Attwood has been banned from driving. Racked up 14 points for speeding. Oh, pop it. Poor old Bradley Dick. Dak is his name. And he's got 12 points. That's racking him up, isn't it? You're a bit thick. Apparently he got 3 points on the latest offence near Worcester in June. Not the brightest penny in the box, are you, love? You're a bit like Katie Price. She's been banned so many times, I've lost track of it. Why she's not in prison, I've got no idea. Also, we've got a chef who faked a kidnap to get out of working, and a university's life-size statue of Greta Thunberg has been blasted by residents who say she's got nothing to do with their city. This is... where is this? Anyway, I mean, it's a life-size statue. It's cost £24,000. Artist Christine Charlesworth says the university wanted a sculpture of Greta because it's a very green university. Residents complained it was a waste of money. I agree. Why not give it to Kevin, who sells the Big Issue? Winchester University said the statue was funded by the university as part of a £50 million West Downs Centre. Of Greta Thunberg? What's she got to do with Winchester? Honestly, they do waste money, don't they, at these places? They love doing it. But, at least give it to somebody who's deserving. It's as good as that. Steve, my flat is on the 2nd floor, says Shane. The Amazon driver wouldn't come up, so I had to go downstairs. He was only young. Oh, no, you make them come upstairs. Although, actually, I opened the front door this morning to discover a big box of fruit. Just left outside the front door. Lovely. Steve, have you seen the latest thing? Alcoholic water in cans. Alcoholic water. Never heard of that. Oh, it's called hard seltzer. Have you heard of it? Oh, right, the producer's heard of it. Can't spell my name, but heard of it. Oh, you've had some? Of course you would have done, wouldn't you? Probably got a fridge full of it or something in your place. Why have you had some? Why would you be... You can't taste the alcohol. How do you know it's got alcohol, then? Yeah, it could be a fib, couldn't it? So you drank it. You can't taste the alcohol, but they told you it's alcohol. Brilliant, honestly. Matthew says, talking to dogs, I thought about buying one, but decided against it as it would put my beloved cats out of joint. It certainly would. Can't just start introducing animals left, right and centre, can you? Got to be careful with things like that. The chef, I'll tell you about the chef a little bit later on, actually. And What was the other one? Oh, NHS. Apparently the NHS are constantly paying out for people who've lost their testicles. And apparently £4.2 million they paid out so far for removing people's testicles that don't need to be removed. Just made me laugh. I was sort of thinking, actually, could you afford to give one up for $1 million or something like that? The answer is probably yes. Probably yes. Police are bracing themselves for a summer of disorder. And Nagaman Chetty. Now, this, I mean, I really thought this was silly. Nagaman Chetty and Charlie State. Do you remember the story about they did an interview with somebody who's got a little flag, and they made a comment about it, which I thought was light-hearted. Somebody complained. So the BBC have reprimanded them. You know, you're very naughty. You mustn't do stories about things like that. And you think to yourself, I'm sorry, have we gone completely round the bend in this country? It was a little light-hearted thing. That's not a very big flag, is it? Kind of thing I'd say all the time. I wouldn't even think anything about it. But they've been reprimanded. You're very naughty children. That's like telling Philip Schofield off for doing double entendres, you know, on This Morning, and making Holly Willoughby laugh about, you know, sort of jokes about, you know, bits and pieces. You know, nobody would tell him off about it. Everybody knows what the word, you know, it's a joke. It's a bit of fun. It's a bit of light-hearted banter. You know, it's like when I say to the producer, you're desperately unattractive. It's a joke. It's a joke. It's not true. If it were true, I'd say you're seriously unattractive, you know. So it's a joke. And the BBC reprimanded. What do they do? Write them a letter. Dear you two, you've got us into a lot of trouble. I'm surprised they've not been fired or hung from the yard arm or something. It's a joke. Don't people have a sense of humour anymore? No. You call me fat and I'm not. Yes, you are. Yes, you are, because you make such a big deal about it when you start losing the weight. Back to Gemma Collins again. Still going on about losing 3 stone. The latest thing is she's shown you pictures of her very lonely house. Doesn't look like she's ever cooked in that kitchen, that's a fact. Oh, look, music. You know what that means, don't you? News, which is good. I'm feeling in a very perky mood this morning. Very perky, very sort of woo-woo-woo-woo kind of thing. So we'll be back with more woo-woo-woo-woo after the news at 5, which is next.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. This is where the world comes out to play, if you've got the energy. If you've got the energy this morning. And why not, for goodness sake. 84850, steve at lbc.co.uk. Wayne the trolley dolly says you really sound like your old self. It's like you've never been away. Yeah, inside, dying slowly but surely, actually. 84850, Patrick from Guildford. Right, 0502, there you go. There's another. It's amazing how quickly we lose these people, honestly. I can't cope with wokes. I don't do wokes, actually. And we don't do snowflakes. And Patrick, unfortunately, was a snowflake and a woke, which is lovely, isn't it? You do get some unbelievable... I mean, having discovered that poor old pensioner at 79 abusing his neighbours for 13 years, you begin to wonder whether or not people get better with age. He just got more stupid. Just more stupid. Jill in Brighouse says, I dunk my biscuits in my tea. You're barred. You're barred. We don't do anybody who dunks. I've told you before, you can be banned. You can be banned for a number of reasons on this programme. 1, for being incredibly stupid, and 2, for dunking biscuits. I've said to you before, we do not dunk biscuits, and I don't or wear shorts, or drink during the week, or eat in bed, or, my God, there's a bigger list than I thought there was, actually, or... sandals and socks. Sandals and socks is the biggest no-no ever, unless you're in the forces and you're based in Cyprus. Okay, that's the only reason you could ever do, because I've got loads of pictures of my father wearing sandals with socks and shoes and everything else, because that's what the uniform was. But no, we have to sort of lose you if you're particularly stupid, like Patrick was particularly stupid. So we lose him because we're saving himself from himself. There's no point in being a troll, you know, if we can't sort them out very quickly. And it saves us going to the police, actually, because that's much easier, isn't it? And I recommend to any of my celebrity friends, anybody ever trolls you about something, like Rachel Riley, the first thing you do, you go to the police. You get them arrested and you charge them. Okay? It's as simple as that. That's the way it works, and we sort it out. Steve, says Harry, I saw a shepherd dog today. Have you ever seen one? Champagne shepherd dog? What don't know what that is. I love that advert on the television for the bloke who'd been to Specsavers. Sorry, he hadn't been to Specsavers, and he cut his sheepdog. I love sheepdogs. I think they're great, actually. But I don't know what a champagne shepherd dog is. I'm sure it must be something. Oh, right. Oh, I see what you mean. Champagne Oh, right. Oh. Quite a nice colour, aren't they? They look gorgeous as puppies. Little German... Look at them. They're like the sort of thing you keep your pyjamas in. When I was younger, I had a dog on the bed. Not a real dog, obviously. And it had a zip on its tummy, and then you put your pyjamas in there. In the days when we wore pyjamas. Who wears pyjamas nowadays? Nobody. Only old 79-year-olds who abuse their neighbours wear pyjamas, probably. What a horrible man he is. And Steve, great to hear you sounding so well. What'll be the first thing you do when the lockdown measures are eased, says Kevin. Well, I haven't noticed any lockdown measures. I know that you can't go to pubs. I know that you can't go to restaurants. I know you can't go to gymnasiums and places like that. You can't go to swimming pools. So what will be the first thing? I don't know. My life just carries on as normal. It doesn't. It doesn't change. It really doesn't change. You know, it's just sort of one of those sort of things. Life goes on as normal. Apparently, sandals with socks are called scandals. No, they're just called ugly. Ugly. You just don't wear things like that. They look awful. And especially if you've got really bad legs. And some people have bad legs. And I mean, when you get to a certain age, your legs are not particularly good, are they? And so you get some people, and they've got those baggy shorts, those horrible sandals and socks. I love it. I love it. Here we go. It's today's poem by Vernon Waring. It's called The Bold Type / Trolls. Our minds can barely comprehend the courage that they find. A letter to the editor. They always speak their minds. Their thumbs are brave and daring as they take on all their foes. Their views provoke, incite and prod. They like to think they keep us on our toes. We marvel at their candour, this keeper of the flame. Direct, uncompromising. Anonymous is always their name. I know. They always sort of hide behind things, don't they? Trolls always hide behind different names. You know why? Because they're cowards. Because they're cowards. So they write under something. And some of them have written, so you cannot almost believe what they write to parents about. There was that woman. Do you remember there was the woman who wrote to the McCanns? Thousands of emails. You know, and they spent, she was a good Christian woman. The hell she was. She certainly was not. Take my word for it. And she wrote so much stuff on them. It was almost abusing and blaming them. And then Sky sent a report around. They doorstepped her. And she got doorstepped. And she took her own life. Because she couldn't cope with the shame. Like the woman from the Royal Bank of Scotland who threw a cat in a wheelie bin. Do you remember that one? And then there was the old man in the village. They kept finding poison pen letters on people's cars. And it turned out to be this old man who was fairly high up in the church in the village. He was writing them and going around at night, sticking them in through people's doors and stuff like that. These people need sorting out. We need to build an island somewhere in the middle of nothing and just shove them on it and leave them there and go, you're staying there for a long while. Ghastly. Ghastly. What else we got? Westminster Jabby. And Harry could earn a 7-figure salary in his new role promoting a mental health app. But with what qualifications? I don't know what the qualifications are. But they call him the Duke of Sussex. No, he's not. No, he's not. He's not Prince Harry either. He's just Harry Windsor. OK? Just Harry Windsor. He's opted out of that. But, of course, better that they could. I mean, the Americans couldn't really give a stuff about stuff like that. Most of them never travel outside the country anyway, so they won't know who he is. They certainly don't know who she is. Mind you, did you see what Jeremy Clarkson said of her? She was a little-known cable TV star. Was Suits on cable or was it shown on proper television? I don't know. I've never seen the thing. I don't know anybody who's ever watched it. But that was about her claim to fame, wasn't it, really? So I don't know if it was a cable programme. I didn't think it was. I thought it was sort of, you know, big boy stuff. Well, that's what I thought, mind you. What do I know? Goodness sake, honestly, I get things wrong all the time. But if I've never seen something, I have no interest in it. Don't want to see it. Kate Garraway is told how filming her husband's coronavirus health stopped her from falling apart. She's ever so nice. Seriously, I can tell you that, verbatim. She's just very nice. What she's had to put up with and how she's coped with it, I've got no idea. I think if she didn't have the job she's got to do, she wouldn't be coping. But luckily, having a job and having something that occupies her, like the kids, keeps her going. So well done to her. Well done to her. So in the Daily Star today, they're always a bit naughty when it comes to Harry and Meghan. So they always print a picture of Harry with his eyes blocked out, as if they're trying to disguise him. And it says, a publicity-shy man has bagged a leading job in one of the world's highest-profile industries so he can make as much impact on Earth as possible. He does mental health coaching. I mean, is he qualified to do mental health coaching? I don't know how this works nowadays. It's very interesting. But the London-born toff landed the role with no corporate experience after last year being introduced to the boss by a mutual pal. Oh, dear. Oh, it's somebody who wants to... They're social climbing. Social climbing. So there you go. Plus. Is chess sexy? Anybody ever played chess? You played chess, have you? Of course you would have done. You would have done. Yeah. Are you sort of the Gary Kasparov of the Steve Allen programme? I love it. I've had more chess sets over the years. Magnetic chess, wooden chess, hand-carved chess, ivory chess in the early days, and lots of other different chess sets. And I never, ever once learnt how to play chess. Never interested me in the slightest. I always thought it was for people... Do you pardon? Do you pardon? Pawn to e3. Pawn to e... Oh, rook. Yeah, oh, king, castle. Yeah, no. But I did go to... And I tell people the same story. I only know the same story. There's a publisher, they used to be called Batsford Books. And what did they specialise in? Chess. Do you know that you could buy one book on one move in chess? Seriously, I thought there would be a book that told you how to play chess, but there'd be one book showing how to do this one move. That's why you get the Grand Masters. Didn't they do it as a Columbo once? There was a chess player there who was supposedly deaf, but he turned out not to be deaf. He was cheating. I love Columbo. I love Columbo. One of my favourite people. So who's been in the Tower of London? Guy Fawkes, Anne Boleyn, not for very long, Sir Walter Raleigh, and the Cray twins. And they were famous inmates. It's on Channel 5 tonight, called The Tower of London, the Royal Prison. You should watch it. It's good. The Cray twins were there. Poor souls, honestly. Not the brightest. And photos of 10 people police are hunting over the Bristol riots. Easily identified, and I'm sure that people who claim to be their friends will be dobbing them in, even as I speak, as the Chief Inspector down there says, Chief Superintendent Caroline Belafonte said, we'll be knocking on doors sooner than these people imagine. We've got pictures of you causing trouble. What are you going to do about it? Well, let's hope that if these people are caught and convicted, whoever it turns out to be, that the law clamps down on them big time. Big time. I think we'd all be wanting that one. They were setting fire to people who work for the NHS's cars. I think you make them pay for it. I think we make you pay for it. Here's the dinner lady, Karen Dakin. Matched 5 numbers in the bonus ball and then celebrated. She said, usual Saturday evening, relaxing. But as I watched the draw results, I knew they were my numbers. They're going to go on their first ever holiday and buy a house. Good for them. That's what the money's there for. If I won something like that, I'd make sure that the boys... got mentioned, and and sort of got make sure they got sort of fish and chips for a month or something that they didn't have to pay for, or sort of send them on holiday to Clacton or something like that. Dawn Neeson today is talking about Orlando Bloom, giving the most astonishing interview at the weekend, which is so bonkersly woke. It made our Royal Ginger Whinger look a full-on Nazi uniform wearing P-word using nut job. Await, she says. Any case, Pirates of the Caribbean star Orlando likes to earn his breakfast of brain fuel with a hike, carve out a space to dream in his day, and he likes to go paddle boarding naked. And both Dawn Neeson and myself have seen the pictures. He was naked on a paddleboard. I mean, who does things like that? Not round here, thank you very much indeed.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Neeson reminds us, and I remind you as well. First of all, 2 things. She didn't remind you about this. I'm doing it. Fill in the census form. Could be £1,000 fine, is it? So you don't want to do that one. And also clocks go forward this weekend, which means you've got an hour less to do all the riveting stuff you've been doing for the past 3 months. Who'd have thought, she says, Going for yet another walk could be any less exciting. Terrible, isn't it, really? Isn't it terrible? Trying to come up with something. So, yeah, clocks go forward, which means on Sunday morning I'll have to... So I'll come in and I'll be starting at 4 o'clock. Because the clocks go forward at, was it 2 or 1 or something like that? I can't remember what they do, actually. So whoever's doing overnight, which will be Clive Bull, gets a shorter programme, which is good, for an hour. And I'll be starting, and I'll have to make sure I do it properly. I'll be doing it all wrong, actually. So, yeah, so 28th of March ends at 0200 hours. Begins at 0100. Sorry, I do beg your pardon. That's daylight saving. So that's good, isn't it? Is it? No, probably not. I don't know. I mean, the one in the car changes by itself. I often wondered how it did it, but it does it automatically. Clock in the kitchen. And the phone does it automatically. The only ones I've got are the ones that wake me up in the morning. Does the clock go from 0100 to... No, it's going forward. So when it gets to 0100, it'll speed up and go to 2. Yeah, it's not going backwards, it's going forwards. Okay? Spring back, fall forwards. No? Fall forward, spring... Oh, I don't know. Spring forward, fall back, whatever. Yeah. But no, so at 1 o'clock in the morning, all our clocks here will then speed up until it gets to 2. And you can watch them all doing it. The one in the kitchen does exactly the same for me. The only thing you'll have to change, remember your wristwatch. And, television clocks change. Computer clocks change by themselves. Oven. Yeah, oven. Yeah, who cares? Leave it the same. Who cares what time it is? So you'll manage it. God knows, honestly. Poor old Dawn, she's now started something. And astonishing, she says, how many Labour MPs and left-wing commentators seem to have found it difficult to condemn the appalling mindless vandalism of the events in Bristol. I mean, she says, it's not tricky, is it? The right to protest is a good thing. To peacefully protest about. Setting fire to a police van with men and women inside is not. Absolutely nothing justifies that. She's absolutely right. If anybody had died down there, you'd be looking at murder charges. It's as simple as that. Also, they set fire to NHS workers' cars. That's how thick these people are. So, can't wait to see who you are, lovies. Okay, which is good. Why did they change the clock, Steve, says Jez. I don't know. I don't know. They just do. I mean, there is an argument for sort of not bothering to do it. James says, why do TV stations keep trashy TV shows on like Steph's Packed Lunch that had the worst figures when the bill had its highest when it was axed? I know. I never understood why they axed the bill. Oh, the bill was great. The bill was great. Who was your character? Smithy. You like Smithy. You identified with him, did you? Thought you would. I liked it. Graham Cole's a friend of mine who's in the bill. Lovely family. Lovely family. And it's a case of really, also the Steph's Packed Lunch thing, biggest pile of dross you've ever seen on the television. And it drags out every time you go and watch another programme, then you flip back through the channels, the blooming thing's still on. What's the point? It's getting no audience. It's a bit like that woman on the BBC. Isn't it? What's her face? Who doesn't get any audience either. No, Steph McGovern's on the other channel. Steph McGovern. The woman, Victoria Derbyshire. They should have axed that ages ago. There are more people working on that programme than watching the blooming thing. What's the point? Wasting your money, ladies and gentlemen. Your money. Steve, apart from anything else, it's usually too cold in this country to go naked paddleboarding, says Andrew in Chelsea. I don't know where you would go naked paddleboarding. I don't think any of our lot will be doing it anytime soon, thank goodness. We don't want that, do we? One Emmerdale character will die. Jimmy King will lose control. That's not a spoiler alert. It's a case of, it could be him. We don't know. But it's a combination of live stunts and green screen technology. I mean, they do need something to bring... I mean, who would you kill off in Emmerdale? You probably don't watch Emmerdale, do you? It's not your sort of thing. Too busy buying those alcoholic waters which you can find in the supermarket. That's like... really, I thought that's like emptying a bottle of vodka into a paddling pool and then drinking the pool. Producer Laura Shaw told the Daily Star it's a dramatic conclusion to the build-up of the wedding between Paul Ashdale, Rhys Dinsdale, and Mandy Dingle, Lisa Riley. For months I've not been waiting at all for this. I really don't care. It's a highly charged nail biting. The best thing I ever heard years ago, do you remember they had a plane crash in Emmerdale? Prompting some bright little wag to go, when you're driving your car and you get to a junction, look right, look left, look above you. Because that was where the plane was coming down. And they got rid of loads of people. Loads of people. Somebody says, we love you, Steve Allen. I know, but don't say it too loudly. Get yourself into trouble. So here it is. Nagaman Chetty and Charlie State have been told off like naughty little school children for joking about an MP's union flag. They were reminded of their responsibilities over remarks made by the size of Robert Jenrick's banner last week. God, aren't you so grateful you don't have to work for the BBC? The only station that wastes your money, and you're not allowed to have any opinions at all, not even allowed to bring any sort of personality into it, as we've seen by most of their presenters. Thank you very much indeed. Only the BBC could keep Victoria Derbyshire's show dragging on. So many more things that you could be doing. I want a cockapoo, I've decided. I think they're really pretty. They're so pretty. They don't like being left alone for long, so you'd have to basically take it with you everywhere. They're still cute, though, aren't they? A bit like my producers. They're a little bit sort of cute in their own funny little way. Say yes to the dress. Another total pile of rubbish on the cable TV, says David. I get that on my television. Say yes to the dress. That's where some silly little show-offs send somebody out to go and dress them. It's the saddest thing, with girls on there who can barely speak like two words together. They sort of struggle with the English language. What do they let them on television for? Fancy allowing somebody to go on there and look really, really dumb. It's like, they were having an argument. They've suspended 3 people from Towie. They broke the lockdown laws. One of them, I believe, was little Harry Durbridge. Another one who's a complete waste of space. And he's been having arguments with Bobby Norris. Been having arguments because they used to go out together, and now they're not. And Bobby, who's the least talented member of the entire programme, close friend of Chloe Sims, who apparently is not very pleasant, they say. But the whole programme's had its day. It's had its day. And then people complain, trolls, why didn't you mention Kirk's death in it? And so they've had to come back with, say, the family didn't want us to. OK? Now mind your own business, troll. Stupid people, honestly. Kirk Norcross. There was another one. Didn't even own the thing at the end. He owed money all over the place. It was a bit of an embarrassment, really. I like Heartbeat. Don't you like Heartbeat? That's a good programme. They're really good. So they've got some really good characters. I like the more modern one as opposed to the older ones. And The Royal, I like that, but I'm a big fan of Wendy Craig. So you won't find any arguments for me on the Royal. I like The Royal. I think it's a nice. I don't watch it all the time, but I do kind of pick up with Heartbeat. I think Heartbeat's really good. It's got some really good character actors in there, and the coppers and everything. Jodie Whittaker bursting out laughing, confronted with apparently a delectable sight on the Doctor Who set, a bloke in skimpy red swimming trunks. Oh, I don't know, honestly. Why would you wear skimpy swimming trunks? Well, actually, probably one member of my team would wear skimpy swimming trunks. Yeah, you would wear skimpy swimming trunks. Just know, don't you? Certainly wouldn't be Corey. I don't think the girlfriend would allow him to go out looking like that. She wouldn't. I mean, she lets him go out looking like this. But we don't mind, actually. We sort of put up with him. He's okay. He's okay. He does. Listen, he's very useful to me. It's like having your own personal secretary. That's the way I describe him. Priti Patel will today unveil a fresh crackdown on people smugglers. Yeah. 8,500 people crossed from the continent in small boats. She's saying 24 hours, we'll get rid of them. Can't wait to see you doing this one, darling. Can't wait to see you. We had loads of sort of promises and doesn't actually get any further at all. Jimmy King, blinded by the sun before losing control of his van. This is in Emmerdale. So one character, it'll be somebody you've never heard of. You watched. I can guarantee it. It's never somebody before, is it? It's also, the kind of thing you think, I wonder who they're actually going to get rid of. We've all got favourites who we'd like. I mean, I can't believe that Marlon is still in Emmerdale. He must be the only person who cooks, who's got the cleanest white outfit. There's never any mess. I've never seen him cook anything in his life. You know why? He can't cook. It's like Coronation Street. Oh, was that a current one the other day? Did Fizz's other half, she wants to get married. So I don't know if that's old or new. I'm losing track. Anyway, he's been trying it on with some girl who'd moved in with them or something. And Fizz doesn't know what to. They've been going out for 5 years. and it's the bloke who works. I think he works in the garage, but I'm not sure. But I don't know if that's current or not. Yeah. In what? I'm asking you. Yes. In Towie, Kirk Norcross. Was that the one who died, or is that the son, or are they both called Kirk? I'll just have to check, because I can't remember. Was it Kirk Senior, Kirk Junior? I don't know. Which was the one who died? Actually, we're finding out. Thank God. Do you know, Mick Norcross was the one who died. Kirk is still going. But he opted out of Towie ages ago. He decided this wasn't going to help his career. So you're right, it was Mick. It was Mick. Who was the one who'd had an affair with Chloe Sims? But there again, so many people have had affairs with Chloe Sims. Steve, are they ever going to open John Lewis in Sloane Square? There was a rumour the other day that we heard that they were going to close that one because it's quite a big store and close the one in Kingston. But I stress it is only a rumour. But I didn't know it had been closed, actually. But then I suppose they're all closed at the moment, aren't they? All closed. 84850, steve@lbc.co.uk. And Bill says, I bet secretly looking forward to the return of Love Island. I'm looking forward to Love Island being like Tracy Island. It sinks beneath the waves and takes them all with it. That would make me very happy.
At Honda, we've been engineering cars for over 75 years, actually. We know that excellence takes time. So you can rely on the Honda engineering in the all-new ENY1 with a range of up to 250 miles on a single charge and up to 5 years warranty, servicing and roadside assistance. Our first electric SUV, the ENY1. Oh, a hole-in-one.
Yes.
Honda, the power of dreams. Range based on test conditions and may vary.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
How many people ignore sell-by dates on food? I don't. I really don't. But apparently people are risking food poisoning by ignoring the use-by dates. Almost 8 in 10 use the sniff test and 4 in 10 view expiry dates as a guide. Half fail to understand the food is not safe to eat, and 3/4 have knowingly eaten food past the use-by date. I won't touch it. I get really, funny about things like that. I've been known to throw away packets of bacon, which haven't even been touched, or steaks. Mind you, I've not bought steak for ages. Isn't that funny? I used to buy steak all the time. I haven't eaten steak for ages now. I might have scampi today. I've changed my mind, actually, on the scampi front. I've got to get water. I do like getting my water because I don't drink out of the tap. I know it's perfectly safe and it's marvellous and wonderful and, it's good, but I just don't... I don't like doing it. I'd rather drink bottled water. I feel a bit safer with bottled water. So I've always got water in the fridge. So today there will be another sort of 6 bottles of water in there because I just like cold water. I know people say you're not supposed to have it. It's supposed to be lukewarm, but better for me. I like the idea. I like animal stories, as you know, big animal lover. And this is a missing cat who's been reunited, called Jess. Jess, believe it or not, has been missing for 14 years. 14 years. And has now been returned to the owner, Jess is now 17, called Lee Bateman, after living nearby in the grounds of the Ride House Group, which is assisted living, on the Isle of Wight, where the residents called him Tibby. He even appeared on its website. His microchip was scanned after he started to show his age. And Lee says, I can't believe he's back. Well, I'm with you on that one. 14 years. The cat goes missing, and then somebody goes, we've got your cat here. But we've renamed him Tibbles. But the cat was having a crisis, wasn't it, really? Ridiculous. Boulders brass, the 2 men caught in the act of trying to smuggle gold and cash under their wigs. This was at an airport in India. £280,000. No doubt they'll be heading for court. You're in big trouble, aren't you? Not very clever. Not very clever at all. And Brexit has led to a shortage of flower pickers in the UK. Taylor's Bulbs usually harvest around 2.5 million daffodils after using 30 Romanian pickers who live here permanently and extra staff brought in. But this year, there's only going to be about a third of that. There's a shortage of flower pickers. Well, there's loads of people who haven't got jobs. Can't they go and be flower pickers? Can't they? Why not? I would have thought that would have been good. Here are the rioters. Police plea overnight of violence in Bristol. Lots of very easily identified pictures. I wonder how many really snobby little people. Let's wait and find out, shall we? Also, a Second World War veteran who survived working on the notorious Burma Railway. which if you don't know about, you should really check out. It was called The Death Railway. He's died. This is Robert Bob Hucklesbury, who endured torture and beatings at the hands of brutal prison guards. He was captured in the fall of Singapore in 1942. At first, he was held at the infamous Changi POW camp, where hundreds of British soldiers died from ill treatment. Later marched through the jungle to Burma and spent 3 years constructing the train line between Thailand and Burma. The conditions were so horrific that 12,000 Allied POWs who worked on it died of starvation and disease. That's what became known as the Death Railway. The men's plight was highlighted in the film Bridge on the River Kwai. If you've not seen it, you should see it. I urge you as a matter of human interest. And so Bob has died. He was 100 years old. They had 2 children, 2 grandchildren and 3 great-grandchildren. Recounting his return to Britain, he was liberated in 1945, bless him. He was just skin and bones. He spent many weeks convalescing in Burma and India before catching a boat home. He said, "I'll never forget it. The people of Southampton could never know what that welcome meant." In later life, he worked as a baker and in a council planning department. Then he got married to Ada, and they remained together until her death in 2003. Gosh, 100 years old. If those people told you their stories, you'd be horrified at the way they were treated. When you think 12,000 Allied POWs died. So if ever I go somewhere, I told you I went to, I can't remember, it was an aircraft museum, and they had lots of the old aircraft from the wars, including one of those bombers, which has got the glass thing underneath, which is where somebody used to lie with a machine gun. It might have been ducted, I can't remember, but there was an old man sitting there, and he used to fly in that plane, in that glass bit underneath. I can't remember what they were called, these bombers, but he'd written a little book, like a pamphlet, and he was selling it. So I bought it. I bought it because you can't ever repay these people for what they did. And there he is sitting there with a plane, or if that, not the actual one, but something very similar that he flew in. And you just had to buy one. Even if you never read the bloody thing, you had to buy it because that's what he survived on, people hearing his story of what it was like there. I keep watching every so often just to remind myself of what people went through. Battle of Britain, which has got so many British actors in it. Ian McShane, everybody. Sir Laurence Olivier. And the music is stunning. And for those people who like, if you want to sort of keep refreshing people's minds, when they say people go into dementia, you have to have things that remind me of things of how they were. Get some war films. The Bridge over the River Kwai. Get Battle of Britain, get all of this. Some really good films which will jog their memories, and you'll see them come to life because they'll remember what it was like, and that will be bringing back another part of their brain. It's definitely worth it. Have you ever met Tony Blackburn? Tony Blackburn? Why would I meet Tony Blackburn? Honestly, how outrageous. Of course I've met Tony Blackburn. He's been on In Conversation. Steve, another one here. There were no sell-by dates in the 60s. No, there weren't. So there weren't. If you took a piece of cheese out of the fridge and it had a bit of, mould on it, you just cut it off and carried on eating the cheese. Steve, I only drink bottled water. Even for my coffee and tea I can't stand tap water. I can smell like the chlorine in the tap. Costs a fortune. But says Ali, it's, I can taste the difference in water. Oh, me too. I can taste the differences. It tastes different warm as opposed to ice cold. And so I buy the 6 packs or 10 packs, or the other week I couldn't get that. So I had to buy some big bottles, which were 50p each. And I don't mind spending that because I don't smoke. And as you know, I don't drink. So you can imagine how much money I'm saving at the moment. I'm being Mr. Goody Two-Shoes. Goody Two-Shoes. So no sell-by dates. No, we didn't worry about it. If you had an apple and there was a bad bit in it, nowadays you'd throw it away. In those days, you just cut it out. Then you ate it. And we never got ill. It was a Lancaster bomber, says John in Bayswater. You're absolutely right. It was a Lancaster bomber. It was this man. I can picture his face now. Whether he's still alive, I have no idea. But it was his little booklet that he sold to show you what he did. And he sat there on his chair and he was more than happy to chat away to people. And I thought to myself, things like that just absolutely reduced me to tears. Absolutely. Coming from a forces family, I kind of sort of grew up on Air Force bases. I forget how many we lived on, actually. Probably about 3 in total. Well, there was sort of one in Yorkshire. There was RAF Coningsby. There was one in Hong Kong. And there was another one as well. And we didn't know any different living on bases. We had no idea. We just sort of, there'd be a school bus. We went to the NAFI to get our food. There weren't supermarkets. Shows how long ago it was. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. I think it was definitely Lancaster bombers. Somebody said if it was American. No, it wasn't. It was British, David. But it was this bit underneath. And so when they were brought down, you just feel for people. You just think to yourself that I've always said to you before that if you see elderly people, and God knows, some of us are elderly and we see people like us every single day. There was something on the bus that happened the other day, and I don't know whether I did the right thing. I'm standing by the bus stop and there is a lady there, okay? And she's a lady of colour. She hasn't got proper shoes on. She's got sandals on. And she was sort of muttering to herself. So I didn't think anything about it. And my bus came along. And so I got on. And this lady gets on after me. I don't know, she could be 55, 60, something like that. But she was obviously, perhaps she was a street person. I don't know. And she wanted to use the bus. And there was nobody on the bus. There was just me. And the bus driver, who was also a lady of colour, wouldn't let her on. She wouldn't let her. And I sat there thinking, perhaps I should say, listen, I'll pay for her to be on the bus. And then I thought, oh, God, no, I don't be thrown off the bus as well. And so I didn't say anything. And she stood there for a good couple of minutes saying, I've lost my pass. I mean, she might never have had a pass, but it was the fact that the bus driver should have shown some humility and said, go on. Just as a nice gesture. Just as a nice gesture. I mean, seriously, I was quite affected by it. You remember it was the other time we go out here, and I go out one morning and it's absolutely tipping down in the morning. And there's a lady, barefooted, young, picking up dog ends from the planters along here. And it's absolutely tipping it down, and she's soaking wet. And I'm looking at her and I'm thinking, my God, I've got everything and you've got nothing. You're picking up dog ends that have been in people's mouths to get the tobacco out of it. And I went and gave her money. But she said she couldn't get into a hostel because if you don't get in by a certain time, they won't let you in. And you think, not everything affects me. Not everything, but there are a lot of things that do. People are very kind, and some people are not very kind at all. But, this sort of woman turfed off the bus, and she got off the bus again, and she just sort of stood there. And I remember thinking, I felt like giving it, because I've got a spare Oyster card. I should have said to her, listen, there's an Oyster card with 40 quid on it. You can get on as many buses as you want to. Because you don't know what her history is. And that's the trouble. In London or where you live, you see people, they probably lived on the streets for ages and ages and ages. And you don't know what their history is. It could be mental illness. It could be all sorts of things. They might have had a drink problem. They might not get on with people. It just could be a million and one things. So occasionally you have to do something that makes you feel a little bit better about life.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. So Eggheads moves to Channel 5 and Time Team back by popular demand on YouTube. Who's going to present it? I don't know, because Tony Robinson's not presenting it. Why do they change things? Why can't they just leave things as they were? Tony Robinson and the team on Time Team have done digs at Buckingham Palace. They've done people's backyards. They've done, a Viking burial on a golf course. They've done something. They've done them all over the place. Everywhere they go there, and they dig under somebody's garden. They did one in Richmond, and all of a sudden, this building, they say this goes along here and this, and you think, oh my goodness. I mean, I would cover it over with glass and leave it there. I wouldn't want to cover it over with earth again. Why? Tony was absolutely fantastic. It was axed by Channel 4 in 2014, despite the fact it had a huge following. Why do they do it and yet put up garbage on the television? It's awful. It's absolutely awful. I felt really awful when that went. I've spoken to him about it. It was like the other one that I liked. What's it called? It was with the bloke from Top Gear, who used to do this programme, it was a quiz show where they had to jump onto big balls on springs. Do you remember? Richard Hammond, and it was called Wipeout. That was brilliant. It was fun. Yeah, like that. All these sound effects added afterwards, and it's absolutely wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. But then they axe the blooming things. So annoying. So annoying. Steve, I love you for telling that story about the lady on the bus who got a bit choked up. I think, just absolutely unbelievable. There's always nice things that people do. Always nice things that people do. Connie says, wish you the best for your hospital thing this afternoon. I just want to know what it is. And we'll wait and find out. So we should get some further indication because they deal with this all the time. So they're going to be looking at the scan and all the rest of it and waiting to see what's going on. 84850, Steve at LBC. Nicola, thank you. Tell your husband, well, kick him out, actually. He's obviously a very big bore, isn't he? 84850, Steve at lbc.co.uk. And 84850, somebody says, so I believe Whinger and Ginger have hired one of Hillary Clinton's ex-campaign staff. Have they? I don't know. I mean, I've lost track. You think that this means Meghan could become president of the United... She's not going to be president of the United States. She has no experience. No experience at all. Somebody says, I felt humiliated and embarrassed by my 7-year-old daughter. We came out of a KFC with a takeaway to see an elderly man looking for food in a bin, and she asked if she could give him her food. I felt so proud. Yeah, I mean, so you do see that. We get that around our way, people picking up dog ends and everything else, Is there a food item you like the smell of? Scampi? I don't know, actually. Might be scampi. I love the smell of hot cross buns. No, I'm not big. By the way, this wasn't the rear gunner in the Lancaster bomber, who's called the tailhead. This was at the front of the plane. At the front of the plane, so perhaps he's called the front gunner. The nose gunner. Oh, right, okay. Ooh. So Eggheads is going to Channel 5. A lot of people are sort of still trying to guess what sort of plane it was. I think it was a Lancaster. I'm pretty certain because I'm sure that my cousins made one of these Airfix kits and it was a Lancaster bomber. There was no room in these things. I've got a picture of me at a Battle of Britain day on one of the airfields we were at, Coningsby, I think it was, and sitting in a Vulcan bomber with a crash helmet on. The crash helmet was bigger than I was. Somebody says, not necessarily bottled water good for you. It can have a pH level above 7 and contain alkaline. Oh, I always find the ones that have drifted down through the Alps. Aren't they lovely? Is that Duxford? Actually, that wasn't the plane. It was further underneath this thing. Further underneath. This one looks like it's actually flying ahead of the actual plane. They're very interesting, aren't they? I love these. I love going to these. So perhaps it brings back memories. Perhaps it brings back memories. I don't know. It's good. Do not close Steve Allen podcast notepad. What does that mean? Please download. Please download as many as you can. Ginger and Whinger lost a member of staff every couple of months, says Andrew in Chelsea. Well, I think they said, and I might have got this wrong, is it 9 or 12 they've lost? 9 or 12. I mean, even I can hang on to staff longer than that. You know why? They owe me. They owe me big time. But no, I think they've actually lost about 9 or 12 staff, which actually isn't the best thing. But perhaps some people don't know how to deal with people who work for people. You have to, keep them keen. Keep them keen. Also, be nice to them. It doesn't cost anything to be nice to somebody, does it? I'm not nice to people all the time, but I do it most of the time. Roger says, I live near a baker's and I love the smell of fresh bread. Oh, I love the smell of... Do you remember cottage loaves? Oh, I used to love cottage... No, just... It looks like a hairdo. It's a big round bit with another bit on the top of it. It's called a cottage loaf. No? And that's lovely when you have that, when it's fresh and it's all soft and bouncy and stuff. They're really... Cottage loaves are lovely. You must have had those. Or a bloomer. Did you have a bloomer? Am I living in another world or something? Why do you not know these things? Like knickers. No, a bloomer. It's a long one, and then you can take it to them, and they'll put it in a machine, and it cuts it, it slices it. You've never gone into a baker's and gone, 2 large bloomers, please? No? I must be living in another world, actually. Chrissy, the phlebotomist, says, never judge a book by the cover. Hope all goes well today. Yes, I just want to know what it is. That's all I care about. I don't care about anything else. Just what is it? Thank you. I see Oscar-nominated George Segal has died. Yes, I heard that the other day. Isn't he in the Goldbergs? Is it I can't remember what the programme's called now. Isn't George Segal in that? I think he was in his 80s. I'm pretty certain. Time Team went wrong. Yes, he was getting on a bit. American actor and musician. He's got children, Polly Segal and Elizabeth. Polly's a great. I love the name Polly, which is great. And I'm sure he was in this programme about the Goldbergs, which is a dysfunctional family. The younger member recounting what goes on. I quite like it. I haven't quite got into it yet, but I'm getting there slowly but surely. Have you ever been to New York? Joe in Barnt Green says, yes, I have many times. I quite like New York. I don't know if the boys have been. Have you been? Oh, yeah, no, of course. Stupid question. Of course he's been. He's also been to the moon, Mars, and hoping to go to Saturn as well, in his own rocket, which he built only the other week from a kit that he got inside a packet of cornflakes. Time Team went wrong when they brought in that tall woman as a co-presenter with Tony. I don't know who that is, actually. I don't know. I only remember Tony because I thought he was so good at doing it. And he's such an interesting person. And he likes stuff like that. You can always be good. Steve, it could be the Bath turret, says Peter at RAF Boreham Wood. Tiger Bloomer, my favourite, says Mike. Yes, I've said. Of course, they won't have had those. They don't know what they don't even know what bloomers are. So if they've not heard of bloomers, they won't know what tiger. Have you heard of tiger rolls? No, it's like a bread roll, but it's got stripes across it, so it looks like a. Have you been out recently and gone shopping, or you just leave it up to the bird at home? Does she go out and get you shopping for you, mate? Or do you just... how come you've never seen these tiger rolls? Honestly. It's like they're not posh. They do them in Waitrose. Oh, well, it's obviously considered posh now, is it? It's the same as every other supermarket. They do the same things. Good Lord, honestly. The rear gunner was known as Tail End Charlie, brave position. They were the first to see the fighters coming in, says James. Yes, you can imagine, can't you? Make it go faster. Oh, dear. 84850. Love the smell of freshly cooked chips. Yes. This isn't a BBC station, I should point out now. We don't do your favourite smells. Okay, that's not how it operates. Not how it operates. So, Sussexes admit there was no secret wedding. Sarah Vine says in the Daily Mail, how can we believe anything else? Well, you can't. I don't think they actually believe that people are intelligent enough. Kate Garraway's documentary last night about her hospitalised son Derek was very sad and emotional. Worth a watch. Yes, I've known Derek for donkey's years. And lovely man, but a year. I can't even believe it's a year that we've been in lockdown. Can you? A year. Unbelievable. Let's take a short break, shall we, for the news at 6 o'clock. Then we take more of your texts. Whizzing through the show today, do you not think? Today has gone faster than any other day in living memory. But loads to talk about, loads more from the newspapers, and loads more of your texts and emails. Cameron says Tiger Roll was running at Cheltenham last week. Is that what you mean? Oh, don't you start. It's bad enough with the two that I've got. I do my best. I try and sort of endear myself to them, and sometimes it just doesn't work at all, does it? But it doesn't matter, because we're all happy. Why? Because it's LBC, and it's early breakfast.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company this morning. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. This is LBC, and it's Wednesday, and it's freezing cold. Freezing cold outside today. Probably in your neck of the woods, it's probably even colder than it is down here. But when you walk out in the morning and you go, perhaps I should have put a vest on. But so far, I've not managed to put a jumper on because I don't want to get too hot. I don't want to get too hot. I'm just one of those sort of things. Waitrose is defo posh, says Matthew. Well, that's what my producer thinks as well. Also, Carenza Lewis is the tall woman from Time Team. I must have missed this one. Unless I thought perhaps she was just one of the experts on the programme. I love things like that. I've often wanted, if you were going to have a sort of, not another career, but an interest, I would love to sort of learn how to be an antiques dealer. So you can look at something and you could turn it over and read silver marks and tell you what year it was made, or a plate or something like that, and how to... There was a bloke who bought something on one of these storage wars, and he found 2 Chinese vases. Well, of course, there's lots of fake Chinese vases. Anyway, he thought if they were worth a couple of £100, he'd be quids in. Took them into a place, and the woman there said, well, these are very nice. These are so-and-so, so-and-so, so-and-so. They're worth about 2,500 to 3,000. And he went, wow. And that's what I'd like to do. I know you can buy antiques books, and it tells you how to identify marks on silver and on plates and everything else. You could be your own little antique, because it'd be lovely to walk round, wouldn't it? A car boot and go, oh, that looks quite interesting. And then you turn it over and you go, that's very interesting. That's what I would want to know. I mean, silver's sort of cheap compared to other things. I mean, you only ever have them reading silver marks. They don't seem to read gold marks. Perhaps there aren't gold marks. I got bought for my 21st birthday 2 silver goblets, which came from the Silver Vaults in London, which were in Chancery Lane. Have you ever been there? You must go to the Silver Vaults. The Silver Vaults are amazing. And it's literally you go underground and there's all these little shops selling the most amazing things. But the one thing you've got to do is clean silver. We used to have it every Sunday evening at home when I lived with my parents. My mother would put newspaper down on the carpet. We were very good. And she'd give you the Duraglit. And you'd get all the silver items out. We didn't have that many, and we had some copper and different bits and pieces. We had a copper kettle, and it all had to be polished and then cleaned and everything else. It was such a pain in the rear end. It really was. Steve, I love the smell of a fairground. Oh, you and me together. You can't beat it. The best free entertainment in the world. The fried onions on the burger stands, candy floss. The smell of the engines which are driving the rides. Oh, yes, fun fairs, definitely. Big fan of fun fairs, as anybody who listens regularly. Steve, lovely to hear you sounding so chirpy. It's an act. I'm doing it well. I had a Saturday job working in the Cottage Loaf in Wallington. I loved working there. Such a lovely boss who would share the leftovers on a Saturday night. I'd go home with carrier bags full of delicious pastries. Oh, Laura, that sounds quite nice. I do love. I mean, I'd be quite happy to work in a cake shop or a bread shop, watching people bake bread and things like that. The smell of baked bread is very nice, isn't it? There's so many things you want to do, and you should never get round to them. Paul says, I knew someone who went to car boots and bought Huntley and Palmer's biscuit tins. Used to sell them for a fortune. Yes, I mean, there's loads of things that people were sort of, people go and collect certain things when they actually go to car boot sales. I'm a friend of mine used to go to car boot sales, and Anna, and we'd end up bringing home more stuff than we'd taken. I said the whole idea is to get rid of stuff, not bring stuff back again. She couldn't resist it. Could not resist it. Somebody else says, I'll be thinking about you this afternoon. Yes, I hope so. I should be thinking about myself, actually. Definitely. Steve, this sounds very familiar to the plane that was in the Memphis Belle film. Memphis Belle, yeah. Do you know that could have been a British... In fact, it was going to be British, but we couldn't raise the money. So it became an American film. Bit of a shame there, really, because there was no money in this country for making films. So they went to America and they went, yeah, well, we'll fund it. So it then turned into an American film. Not so good, is it? Also, Tesco do a delicious sourdough bloomer. I can't remember if I've been to Tesco. Yes, I have. I've been to the one in Richmond and bought it. That's where I bought the spare ribs. I buy spare ribs in there because they're ever so cheap. They're only about £2.50. Get a packet of them, stick them in a microwave, and then empty. I mean, you can put them in the oven, but I prefer to stick in the microwave. Eccles cakes and pan raisin, but need a gluten-free version these days, says Pete. I like Eccles cakes as well. Eccles cakes, very nice. Very, very nice. In fact, actually, when you think about it, I could just wander. Battenberg cake I used to enjoy. I love Battenberg, but I don't do it at the moment. Johnny Perry says, are bloomers another name for French sticks? No, a bloomer is fatter. A French stick is a French stick. That's not a bloomer, though. Not a bloomer. And so you get French loaves, and then bloomers, which are quite. I don't know how you describe it. Actually, they're just fatter. It looks like a big sort of oblong loaf, and then you get it cut, which is lovely. So Dawn needs. I'm just having a look at pictures, and there you go. There is a picture of a white bloomer. There you go. On the second one in on that row there. There you go. That's a bloomer. And they're lovely. That's a bloomer. Then you just sort of slather it in butter and put some cheese on or ham. £4. Yeah. I'm sorry, it's a handmade loaf. What are you on about £4? You're moaning about £4. You are so tight. Honestly. Put it this way, you can probably get them cheaper, I should imagine. I thought they'd be about £2.5, £3, but yeah, that's quite normal price, isn't it? No, well, obviously not. Once you start picking on somebody for sort of, when they go, £4. Heavy D once bought an old banger for a few £100, but behind it was an Austin Healey worth 30,000. Unfortunately, he's not with us anymore, so that wasn't much use, was it, really? Talking to collections, I buy GQ monthly, says Matthew. Must have 200. Yeah, it's keeping all these things, isn't it? Keeping all these things. Steve, I work for the NHS, which is lovely. And I really think if there was anything dreadful on your scan, they'd have called you as soon as they looked at it. Not over a week later. Well, over 2 weeks. My husband had testicular cancer. They scanned him and called him at 7 a.m. the next day. Yes, I don't think mine's that, but I mean, who knows? Who knows? We shall find out a little bit later on. But I did take one of my cocodamols yesterday. It seems to be working really, really nicely at the moment. I'm sort of ticking along very, very well. Good luck, PM, Stephen. Also, people confuse Banburys with Eccles cakes. Eccles are moist, while Banburys are nasty, dry old things. Oh, I don't know what a Banbury... Is that Ryder Cockhorse to Banbury Cross? Is that the same sort of thing? Do you remember that one? I think I'm facing the wrong way sometimes. Don't forget the split tin loaves, says Phil. Yes, I've heard of split. They won't know what these things are. They'll have no idea. I do my best to try and educate them. I loved Phil Harding in the Time team, so enthusiastic. Oh, that looks nice. Oh, look at that. Banbury cakes are nice. I'll tell you what else I like. Maids of Honour. Maids of Honour are lovely. Have you ever had maids? No, they won't have done that. A Banbury cake is spiced, oval-shaped, currant-filmed pastry. It's grown more similar since the mid-1800s to Eccles cakes, but the earlier versions of Banbury cakes are quite different. Besides currants, the filling typically includes mixed peel, brown sugar, rum and nutmeg. Well, you've sold me. You've sold me on that one. Lovely. And it's good. And Peter says, due to my medical conditions, I seem to collect illnesses. Sadly, something I wish I never collected. I know you and me together. Did you know there was a circus winter quarters in Chertsey? I didn't. But I should imagine, I mean, they all have to have winter quarters, circuses and fun fairs, things like that. They all have their winter quarters. Steve, wonderful repartee, thank you. A bloomer's not a French stick, it's a bloomer. The nation needed to know. Of course it did. We have to educate. That's like an elongated baguette. So complicated, isn't it, when we have to start teaching people French at this time of the morning? But at least we do our best. So Pretty, she's with Nick Ferrari this morning. Make no apology for fixing the broken asylum system. Yeah, but can you enforce it? Can you enforce it? That's what I'm worried about. It's fine to tell us that this is sort of going to happen and that's going to happen, and then all of a sudden they go, well, actually we can't do that. How many people have we had arrive in the country? They try and get rid of them. They get as far as the airport, then they remember they're gay, and so they take them all the way back. And you think to yourself, I mean, this is just absolutely ridiculous. I don't think there's a test anymore for things like that. We had some man who was actually sitting on the plane waiting to be deported, and then he remembered he was gay and he couldn't go back where he came from because apparently if they knew he was gay, I thought, well, don't tell them. Ridiculous, isn't it? Also, there was a sacked City high flyer branded immature at the age of 33. He was not happy, and so he took it to a tribunal, and the tribunal ruled that anybody can be childish. Somebody says to me, Steve, you're a bit childish. I don't mind. What's the matter with that? It's like, act your age. I said, if I acted my age, you'd be talking to a pile of dust. It's as simple as that. Sourdough bloomer, 160 in Tesco. Thank you. A bloomer, a type of loaf of bread, crusty loaf with rounded ends and typically with several parallel diagonal slashes. They do that with a knife across it. Can't you buy lardy cake, says Simon. Of course you can buy lardy cake. You're not trying, are you, really? Anybody can buy... I used to love lardy cake. Absolutely. When is Time Team on YouTube, Harry says? You have to go onto the internet and find out. I'm not here as I'm here as an entertainment in the morning. I'm not here to just fill in all the details. It's like somebody said to me, oh, if I've just been stopped from speeding, how much will I get fined? I've got no idea. The loaf gets its name for the way it rises and blooms like a flower in the oven. Oh, isn't that lovely? But like my team, they're like little flowers that rise in the oven. Also, RAF jets thundered past a tearful Gina Campbell as she laid flowers where her dad Donald died in the Bluebird tragedy. You won't remember this. This was the jet engine-powered hydroplane Bluebird K7, flipped and disintegrated on impact on Coniston Waters. You can still see it on YouTube. It literally just rises up in the air. The front of it rises up and it flips over. And it's the 100th anniversary of the Speed Legend's birth. And so they dipped their wings to RAF Hawks. I like the RAF when they do stuff like that. They're brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Also, millions of us worry about remaining lonely after lockdown lifts. 2 in 5 people believe their sense of isolation will continue, whilst a third fear struggling socially face to face. Wow. I've never suffered loneliness. Never bothered me at all, actually. So it didn't make any difference after this or after not.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. 6:20 on a Wednesday, on a cold day. Even for Mr. Neil, it's a cold day out there. Very cold. People do suffer with these things, don't they? He says it's brass monkeys. Thaw out with a nice hot drink. I have had quite a number of nice hot drinks. Thank you very much indeed. And you're right, it's what you need, isn't it? We should definitely all have nice hot drinks, which is good. Corrie stars Charlotte on playing Daisy. As I have no idea who Daisy is, it doesn't make any difference to me. They always sort of do these things. They get an agent and then they start pumping out these stories, and I have to try and work out who they are in the first place. Doesn't always help. What else we got? Verger's lighting candles. Priti Patel. That's very interesting that she's with us this morning. Definitely. So that's well worth not missing. Nick Ferrari's with you at 7 o'clock today. Outrage over the attack by a dog on a beloved seal has sparked a police probe. Shocking pictures show a brown crossbreed dog attacking the well-known marine mammal, and it's a lawyer who owns the dog, who apparently has already contacted the RSPCA, and they've said that there aren't any charges. Well, that's okay, is it, for dogs to go around attacking? So what happens if that had been a person? Would that have been slightly different? The answer is yes, I should imagine so. But apparently, if it's only just an old seal, who cares? Seems to be what they're saying, which is not very good, is it? Not very good at all. Harry and his new job, nobody quite knows what it is. Probably least of all him. And I'm trying to find, and I can't find it at the moment, which is the Royal Mail scam. I've hunted through. I know it's around somewhere because I found it in the papers earlier on. It's always the way, isn't it? It's always the way. You sort of you go through the papers and you think, well, that's a good story. I'll find the Royal Mail scam, and then you go to find it again. All of a sudden, the blooming thing has vanished. But don't worry, I'm sure that the boys will find it very quickly. It's something to do with they actually send you a text and saying that you need to pay for your parcel before they'll deliver it. Well, it's a scam. They will never do anything like that. Never do anything like that. That's the crux of the matter. But I'm sure we will find more. Also, thieves copied the Hatton Garden. Oh, here we are. I'll come back to it, actually. Thieves copying the £14 million Hatton Garden gems heist by drilling through a wall to pinch cigarettes from a W.H. Smith store. Seems a bit old-fashioned now, doesn't it? Cigarettes. So the Royal Mail warning. They warned customers, that's me and you and everybody else, about texts suggesting they owe a fee for a parcel, which turns out to be a scam. What you do is you get a text message, where they get your phone number from, God alone knows, suggesting they owe a fee of a few pounds or risk losing the delivery. A link then takes them to a web page where they're asked for their bank details. Royal Mail said if a fee is due on any parcel, then a card is left at the delivery address. Texts and emails are only sent when requested by a customer. If this scam is successful, the victim's personal details are then used to attempt further thefts, often using the original scam as a pretext for warning the victim that their details are in the hand of crooks. There was somebody the other day, well known. They lost about £1,000, I think. And the £1,000 was a case of they'd said, oh, you need to move your money into another account, so if you can give us your details. And she happily handed over her details. Banks will never, ever do that. Banks will never, ever do that. I mean, in this particular instance, the fraudster was careful not to say a safe account was being used, as that particular trick is known as a safe account scam. There are so many different things. So many things. But just remember, your Royal Your banks will never contact you and say your account has been due, you need to give us your details and we will send them on. If they are the bank, they'll know your details anyway. Okay, they'll never ask, so just tell your parents and everybody else. Royal Mail will only send email and SMS notifications to customers in cases where the sender has requested this when using the trackable products that the service offers. Because otherwise, where are they going to get your phone number from? So just remember, there are people who will, if anybody says to you online or on your phone or something like that, oh, could you give us your bank details? You just write a very, very, very rude word, the rudest word you know, like bother, and send it back to them. They will never ask. Never ask. Steve, the seal was only 6 months old. It's now... I just don't understand how you can actually keep a dog that is that dangerous. Ridiculous. Steve, my dog Malcolm was attacked on our walk a few months ago on the pavement. Other dog wasn't on a lead. Police wouldn't do anything, says Kim. Perhaps there's no rule about it. Let's face it, you seem to be able to go out and thieve dogs nowadays. They don't seem to have really hard and fast rules on that one. Marlin says, I used to work in Barton's bread shop. And a regular customer used to come in for fresh hot bread, so we put her loaf on the radiator. Well, that's nice. There's something about, if ever you bought a French stick, as they were called, you'd have to break it off on the way home, wouldn't you, and start eating little bits of it. I mean, you couldn't just sort of take it all the way home. I used to do it when we lived in Brentwood years and years ago, and just up the road from me was a, it's a case of, you have to eat it, don't you? Lovely one here, which says the Sussexes have college degrees. Oh, riveting. I'm sorry, what's the purpose of that? The Sussexes have college degrees. Wow, staggering. Well done to you. My God, you're an intelligent one, aren't you, really? And another one here. Police have arrested 14 people. Oh, right, we're up to 14. During a second Kill the Bill protest in Bristol. They're not the brightest, are they? Somebody says, have you tried a Chorley cake? No. And Daniel says, I make my own English muffins. So it's nicer than shop. I love muffins. You ever had muffins? They're quite nice, aren't they? Anything like that. Anything you pop in the toaster. Like crumpet. Not in bed. No, not in bed. Honestly. Steve, toast a slice of sourdough bloomer lightly. Have it with smoked salmon, a poached egg and hollandaise sauce. Oh. Actually, I had smoked salmon yesterday, but it's going to be scampi today. Steve, they give you a warm baguette. Cream cheese or Marmite? Difficult one, that. Difficult call. I couldn't actually sort of guess that one. I used to buy a seedy twist. Actually, I remember one. I used to buy the loaves with the caraway seeds on the top. They were nice. They were very nice. Lovely. Cornish heavy cake, saffron. I've never even heard of those ones. Cornish. I should imagine, every area of the country produces its own cakes, like Pontefract, I should imagine. Steve, can you ask the boys who their favourite music is? They're not allowed favourite music. We're a speech station, so we don't have anything to do with favourite music. It'll probably be something like Boney M, I should imagine. There we go. 0626. Okay, there's somebody else who's got no friends coming up. And somebody says, I had the Royal Mail text 2 weeks ago, and I've had 2 from HMRC saying I was due a tax rebate. No. They don't do that. They don't. If they're going to tell you you've got a tax rebate, they write to you. They don't send you a text. Okay? Just in case you know these things. And there's all sorts of the Royal Mail scam. Mary says they ask for your account details, plus your mother's maiden name. Obviously a scam. Yeah, but some people fall for it. That's the trouble. People fall for it. If you're an elderly person, you don't know. Carol says, I had one and I deleted it. Yeah, you have to. Steve, I've had lots of those scams, says Chris. Started at $2.99, a few days later, $1.99. All they want is the details. The amount of money is totally irrelevant. It's the amount of money that they come round to later, because once they've got details of your account, they can take whatever they want. If you've got that much money in there, they just transfer it. And of course, the bank will then question. They don't have to reimburse you, as you will discover. They will say, did you hand over this voluntarily? Yes. Your problem. I mean, sometimes they're actually very generous and give people their money back. So, be careful. Be very, very careful. Anybody asks for your bank details, tell them go whistle. It doesn't matter whether they say they're the police, HMRC, the post office, your bank. It doesn't matter who it is. You do not hand over those sort of details. It's as simple as that.
I'm Elizabeth Day, host of the podcast How to Fail, where I explore what failures my guests overcame and what that taught them about how to succeed. And when you need that extra bit of motivation, have you tried Peloton? It's a fitness experience for your body and mind. From cycling and running to strength Pilates, meditation and boot camps, there is something for everyone. I can personally speak to that with my own Peloton membership. I always look forward to the various workouts, and best of all, you can fit them into your own schedule. That should give you more time to catch the bonus Peloton episode with Joe Elvin on my podcast, How to Fail with Elizabeth Day. Listen now on Global Player.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Come on, 26 minutes to 7 if you need to get to work. You know, you need... the trouble is, it's very easy, isn't it? Do you know what I did yesterday? The alarm went off. 2 alarms I have. They both went off at the same time. And I just switched them off and I lay down again. And then I woke up 30 minutes later, feeling refreshed. I felt as though I'd had a really good night's sleep. Steve, another scam going around is they ring you, automatic call, and say there's a warrant out for your arrest. Not in this country. This is the American version. I've seen it because I've seen it on YouTube. There is no warrant out for your arrest. It's due to tax. You owe money on tax and they're going to come round and collect. I've seen it on YouTube. And what they're doing is these calls, most of which originate from overseas, and they're the same people who do all the scams of everything, and they're following a script. And in fact, find it on YouTube because it's well worth watching. You see, there's a police chief, and she's listening, and they're going, "Yes, we are the IRS," and you're listening to this man, and you're thinking, "You're not the IRS. You're a really stupid, thick person who's getting nothing." But unfortunately, because they do so many. People do fall for it. That's why they do so many. So, you wouldn't be the only person that they would send details to. There could be thousands upon thousands of these text messages they send out. And if only 3 or 4 people come back with them, they net thousands and thousands of pounds. They can drain your bank account. So the hard and fast rule is, if you don't know who this person is, it's like people who, you've won the Guatemalan lottery. No, I haven't. Oh, you have definitely. No, I haven't because I didn't do the Guatemalan lottery. It's like the ones you used to get, say, my husband was the High Commissioner of Nigeria and he got killed in a road accident and we're trying to filter £100 million. Can we use your bank account? Unbelievably, some thick people actually wrote back and went, "Yeah, here's my bank account details. Put the money in." And you think, well, if you're dealing with people who are that stupid, what can you possibly do nowadays? I've seen people on the television admitting that they're really thick. I fell for it. Well, I mean, did you not realise that, if somebody says you won something and you didn't buy a ticket for it, you haven't won anything. There's no, you need to give us some money so we can release funds to you. It's a lie. These people are scammers. There's loads of, they're sitting in an office. They're all just on the phone, just following all their things. They couldn't care less who you are. They've got no interest in you whatsoever. They want your details. That's what they're trying to get out of you. So they'll say, listen, if you want to stop the police coming round to arrest you for this tax fraud, which you haven't paid, you need to give me I can give you. And they don't ask for your credit card. In this particular instance, they wanted you to go to a shop and buy something. Don't ask me how that worked. I think they wanted you to go to Apple or something like that and buy something in there. And that meant that they could get the card. It was all very odd. I didn't understand it. But whatever it was, they were just cheap scuzz people who are scamming you. All you have to do is say to them, "But I'm sorry, you've called a police station. We are a police." Click. It'll go down immediately. You know why? Because they're terrified of being caught. They went to India and found roomfuls of people. And they also managed to tap into it. So they found them on the internet. You could see them sitting in the room with their feet up at the desk, literally calling out people and saying, "You need to send us some money." Thousands of people doing it. It's very popular. It's very popular. But all you have to remember is nobody will ever ask for your bank details over the telephone. Nobody will ever ask for your mother's maiden name unless you've specifically called the bank in question, in which case then you can do it. But nobody will ever ask. Can you just give me your sort code? Oh, yes, here it is. It's 111111. Okay, you've got that. Okay, take as much money as you like. Thank you. Goodbye. Steve, I've had one of those scammer calls. I know. And, Steve, you don't mean that the rich widow of that Nigerian king doesn't really need my help? I know. They're always killed in car crashes. Must be more car crashes over there than anywhere else. And it was a case of, can we use your bank account, for which we will actually put the money into your account, and you can have a percentage of it. We'll give you 20%. I mean, it's that amazing. Steve, scam baiters on YouTube, very funny. Savvy tech blokes scamming the scammers and wiping their computers. Oh, that was in the... What was that? Oh, it was... oh, gosh, what was it called? I can't remember. The film where he was he got killed and he came back as it was called Ghost. And the bloke's trying to get this money out and the computer's doing things by itself. And he goes, what's going on? And it goes, ha, 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 ha. And that's what you want to do to the scammers. Ha, 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 ha. We've drained your bank accounts. You really want to catch them because you know it's going to frighten them. But unfortunately, there is no easy way to make money nowadays. There really isn't. Even those poor blokes who turned up at the airport with 280,000 quid hidden under their rather cheap naff little wigs. And they'll be going to prison very, very shortly. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Steve, what's your favourite paper of choice, says Matthew. Oh, I like all the tabs. That's how I make my living. And without I mean, I can do a programme without the newspapers. I don't need to do newspapers, but they add a little bit extra. Steve, I get an automated call from the Bank of England re the tax. I've never had any phone calls re tax at all. That's why we have accountants. Accountants deal with the tax office, but they don't do. I mean, you can have all sorts of things. I've got people who watch my accounts all the time, though, just in case. But there's no danger of anything at all. Far too safe. Steve, another one here. Many years ago, cycled up to Thorpe Bay for a seedy bloomer, just being baked. Very hot to carry. Yeah, the ones that had the caraway seed on the top, they were delicious. They were absolutely delicious. Really nice. I was a grill chef in the Wimpy Bar in Kentish Town in the evening after school and weekends. I was a hippie and 12 years old. We had the Camden Tongs, the local gang of skinheads, and very little trouble, says John in Chelmsford. At 12 years old? 12 years old, you were working as a grill chef. How do you manage that one? That sounds a bit worrying, doesn't it, really? And mind you, I had a friend of mine who used to listen to the programme all the time, and he worked in a Chinese restaurant cooking. It wasn't Chinese. He just learnt how to cook I'd love to learn how to cook Chinese food. Oh, dear me. But I've seen the heat that they get underneath their woks. And certainly nothing like we get at home. You can never get those sort of things. You never get the heat going, can you, really, I suppose? Steve, lots of people who waste scammers' time. Oh, I love that. I love it. There was a whole book that came out from somebody who was trying to deal with somebody who was pretending to be a woman in Russia interested in going out with this bloke. She was a scammer, but you didn't know because it was a man writing, but pretending to be a woman and writing to this bloke who knew exactly what was going on. So he played it for all it was worth and got them going in the end. She would say, oh, I'd love to come and visit you. And it's, I'm really looking forward to seeing you. But unfortunately, my mother's very ill and I need to get medicine, which we can't get at the moment. Could you send me some money? And unbelievably, the really dumb, stupid people fall for this. And they sent money. A lot of people didn't send money. They suddenly realised it was a scam. If anybody asks you for money, can you go, I've had it before. Oh, hi, this is so-and-so. I'm stuck at an airport. Could you wire me some money? No, you're going to be stuck at the airport then, aren't you? I love it. Especially if you can wind them up. They are the easiest to wind up. You'll love the picture on the front of the Daily Star of the toupees of these couldn't even say the word. Smugglers. 280,000 cash and gold in a wig. Dimbos. There they are. Tom Malone Jr. from Gogglebox. He's landed a new job. He's sitting on a chair. He's head of chair testing. Oh dear. Bit of him. This is the family. There's about 4 of them, and they've got the biggest dogs you've ever seen, which slabber over everything. And they always have little cakes in the middle, but you never see anybody eating anything. Must be as stale as anything. Also, Kelly Bright has blasted sexist haters who've criticised her decision to have a child at the age of 44. I mean, people are silly. Kelly, don't worry about them. These are some really thick people. You get them all over the place. They're thickos. You can't do anything about them. You just have to just delete. Just push down, click, delete. Much easier. Then they disappear completely. We look set to enjoy a mini heat wave when lockdown restrictions begin to ease next week. They say we could go to a balmy 18 degrees on Monday. 18 degrees. What are we going to do with that? That'll be bikinis all round, boys. We'll all be coming in our little crochet bikinis made by Tom Daly. We'll be looking all trendy, going to the swimming pool. No shorts, but you can wear a bikini. Mainly because I think bikinis are funnier. Especially on these bodies. Definitely. Also, officials want to solve the Great Drain robbery after 30 gully covers were stolen. You know why? They nick them and they sell them to these people who buy scrap metal. That's what they're doing. They take ages. The tragic death of Sarah Everard could result in 90,000 lights turned back on after officials plunged streets into darkness. That was the stupidest thing they ever did, wasn't it, really? And I quite like the idea of a gig contract from the early days of Oasis, requesting sober-speaking venue staff, 24 large cans of quality lager, and no fast food to solve £4,000. No fast food. I was never a fan of Oasis. I quite liked the music, but I thought the people were complete and utter idiots. But that's the way it goes. And there's a mum suffering here with a brain disorder, which means she has to avoid eye contact with anybody she finds attractive so she doesn't lose control of her body. If she looks at them, she goes weak at the knees. You've heard the expression, haven't you? Somebody goes weak. That's what she gets. Weak at the knees. Not very good.
We all want to do our bit for the environment, but there's one way you can do even more. Leave a gift in your will to the Royal Botanic Gardens Kew, and your donation will support our research into preserving vital plants and fungi, helping to halt biodiversity loss and fight climate change. Despite the problems we face today, you can leave the world a better place. To find out how you can leave a gift in your will, visit kew.org/gift-in-will.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, 10 to 7. 10 to 7. Perfect start to Wednesday, says Dawn Neeson. Steve Allen Show. And at the front page of the Daily Star, and a beautiful spring sunrise. Wednesday motivation, which is lovely. It's what we need, isn't it? The motivation. Steve, where is the factory that all these stupid people who fall for these scams are from? But it's obviously quite believable to some people, isn't it? But you have to sort of ask yourself the question, you know, if somebody tells you that you've won something and you've never entered any competition, why would you win? They used to have to run adverts on the television to try and persuade people. Don't fall for it. If I phone up the producer and say, oh, by the way, you've just won a share of, you know, a lottery in Utah or something like that, he's going to say, but I didn't buy a ticket in the lottery. I'm going to go, but you've still won. And then eventually somebody will buy into it and go, oh, right, how much have I won? They go, well, you probably won about £120,000. My friend Ian says, oh, a seedy bloomer, just baked. He said, is the best. Get it home, spread some butter on it so it melts, and the bread is still warm. When I went to live in Denmark for about 5 days, I hated it. The house I was living in was owned by the agent, and I didn't have any money for food. But he had a loaf of bread in the kitchen. And so on the first day, I was so hungry, I sliced a little piece of this loaf of bread. So it was like a bit like a bloomer. Because I tend to find that the bread made in European countries tastes so much better than our bread. Over here, it's called, you know, you have to pay a lot. There's a premium for buying sort of, you know, posh bread. But over there, and every day, and his loaf got smaller and smaller, and nobody ever said anything. And so I had that kept me going. A loaf, because I didn't know anywhere. I was in Jutland and I had no idea. I didn't know the money. I didn't know what sort of food to buy. They didn't have like over here. You can go into any town, you'll find a fish and chip shop, kebab shop, chicken, all sorts of things. Go to Europe, nothing, absolutely nothing. It was terribly disappointing. I was very depressed about the whole thing. So I came back to a lorry driver's strike, which wasn't so good. So what was the Duchess of Cambridge doing in Westminster Abbey? She put, aren't daffodils nice? I think they're very good value daffodils. They don't last long enough. But she was putting some next to a candle. She toured the Abbey's vaccination centre. I'm still getting over that one. Still getting over it. President Biden has renewed the call for a ban on owning assault weapons. This is after these 10 people were shot at a supermarket in Colorado. He's been charged with murder. I mean, normally in cases like this, the police sort of end up sort of shooting the gunman. Relatives have suggested he's mentally ill and paranoid and he'd been bullied at school. So, but you can buy these weapons. It seems to be so easy. I would have thought the first thing to do is ban those immediately. I mean, thank God for that. Here, you can't just go out and buy a gun. You can get hold of a gun. We did a feature on LBC some years ago. There was a man from Time Out magazine, and he actually went out to see how easy it was to get a gun in London. And he went to a few, let's just call them slightly dodgy bars and pubs and things like that, and found somebody who would sell him a gun. But otherwise, you get all these people doing hold-ups. You know, where do they get them from? There's obviously things floating around. They have amnesties every so often, but he found it relatively easy to actually get hold of a gun. In America, it's even easier to get hold of guns. There, you just go into a shop and go, I'll have one of those. Once they've checked your age, you know, out you go with the thing. And you think to yourself, well, that's highly dangerous, isn't it? Highly dangerous. Not so good. Greece and Spain to allow flights from the UK, they say. This is from next month. Thousands of Brits, of course, as you're probably well aware, have got second homes in Crete, in Corfu, like Boris Johnson's dad, Stanley, whose villa brings in more than 40 grand a year in rental. Wow. I never thought about that before, actually. Never thought about owning a second home. But I do watch these holiday programmes on the television where it's holiday home abroad, and they've got various, you know, giggly presenters who sort of show them. And I'll tell you, some of these families are so mean and cheap. There was a couple the other day. She was as tight as anything. They were showing them a 2-bedroom apartment, and it was under £70,000. And she was going, I think we'll do a cheeky offer of 50. And I'm thinking, you tight so-and-so. Oh, it was a ghastly. Absolutely awful, I'm afraid. The Daily Mirror. Boris Johnson coming under growing pressure to set a date for a public inquiry into the mismanagement of the COVID crisis. Also, care home workers. Do you know there are people lying about what they do for a living to make sure they get the COVID jab? Now they're talking about children. Children getting it. Paul Gascoigne. Oh, every day another Paul Gascoigne story. He must have a new agent. He must have. Paul Gazza has just received his personal possessions, including a Bible. Paul Gascoigne? Lord above. Oh, well, there you go. And beer giant Brewdog has revealed a plea for investment rejected by Dragon's Den years ago would now be worth £360 million. See? Not the brightest all the time. Not the brightest. But who's going to be killed off in Emmerdale? It'll be somebody who's not... It's not going to be Mandy Dingle. Really isn't. I mean, she's too big a character, if you'll excuse the pun. What's this one here? Cops prosing the seal killing. Somebody said that these seals are protected. You know, the one that was killed by this dog the other day, owned by this Rebecca Sabon Clare, who lives in a £5.8 million house near the scene. It's obviously a very violent dog. I mean, I wouldn't trust that thing out in a park anywhere. Off the lead, if you please. Kate Garraway says the miraculous return of COVID-stricken husband Derek Draper's accent has given the family real hope he can make a recovery. How she's lived with this, I've got no idea. But the programme was on television last night. You can watch it on a catch-up. And as I say, it's a year. March just goes on and on forever and a day, doesn't it? How she copes, I don't know. I think it's, as I said before, it's the fact she's got a job which keeps her occupied and the family. She's got to hold it all together, and she's doing it very well. Very well indeed. Frank Worthington was once labelled the working man's George Best, parted with Raquel Welch, idolised Elvis Presley and squandered a fortune on booze and gambling. I'm sure there's been jokes about things like that, which is not so good. A dam that threatened to burst in 2019, triggering the evacuation of 1,500 people, will take 2 years and $16 million to repair. We're still waiting. So you can repair a dam for $16 million. Try and do Hammersmith Bridge, which has been closed for God knows however now. They're looking at £140 million. £140 million. I'm sure somebody should set something up so you've got a boat going on, which can get you from one side to the other. The Sussexes have now admitted there was no secret wedding. Perhaps they just get confused. But Harry's done a statement, which I'm sure somebody wrote for him. But he's going to be in San Francisco, where he'll have a meaty and meaningful role. Lovely. Lovely. Another 150 crossed to Dover on small boats. The asylum revolution, as Priti Patel joins Nick Ferrari this morning. All the questions will be answered today. Boris Johnson lashes out The Metropolitan biased BBC and said it must learn from its failures over Brexit. I'm looking forward to seeing how many people they're going to move out of London who don't want to move out of London. It's amazing, isn't it? Amazing. Steve, regarding the scammers, the old cliche is, if it looks too good to be true, it is too good to be true. Just say, hang on a moment, put the phone down. If you get a scam call, leave it for 10 minutes, says Susie. I know. They're then linked into you. Sorry. Or blow a whistle down the road. Steve, it'll be Kim Tate, says Matthew, the woman killed off in Emmerdale. I don't know if she was still alive, actually. Also, the film you're thinking of was Patrick Swayze. It was, actually. It was watching the computer work. The lovely idea that you could do that and completely clean their computers and put up something in the middle that just goes, ha, 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 scammers. We've got you. Lane says, Steve, kosher bakers, best bread. I'm told. I'm not about to argue with anybody. You don't have to tell me about bread. I do like it. I'm a big fan. Oh, I've got to go. I've just realised. Today on my Little Bit Extra podcast, Harry gets his first job, apparently with a salary attached. How many days a week he'll be doing in the month, we've got no idea. I doubt it's full-time. Peter Andre rips into Jon Snow for having a child in his 70s. Nobody cares, Peter. And Victoria Beckham models her springtime clothing range. Who'll be buying that? Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Welcome to Thursday. Welcome to the 25th of March. Racing through, isn't it? Racing through. So I didn't hear all of the discussion with Darren. What was the end result? Was it the majority of people were in favour of having the dog put down or the owner prosecuted? I don't know. I don't really know where you can go. We had a similar situation a short while ago. Actually, it didn't get too bad, but it was a man whose dog was completely out of control in Richmond Park when all the deer were there, and again, another idiot who shouldn't really be allowed to have an animal, to actually have a dog that goes with it. It can't be the first time it's seen something it wasn't sure of, can it? But I don't know, it's not my dog. But unfortunately, I would be the one to have it put down. I would be that person going, listen, you can't have an animal that has tasted blood, on the loose. She's bound to take it out without a lead on again, and she shouldn't. She really shouldn't. She should know about these things. She's supposed to be an adult, for goodness sake. It's not good enough. But anyway, apart from that, and then the pubs were opening, weren't they? In fact, already my brother phoned me. So next Wednesday, I'll be going down to see my brother because we're allowed to. But then all the young people who want to go to pubs might not be allowed to go because they don't have a little card that says they've had their COVID jab. Whereas I do have a little card that says I've had my COVID jab. So all the young people, the boozy ones, are all the ones who might not be allowed to go to pubs. So that's a bit of a shame, isn't it, really? Or good news, depending on which way you look at it. Everybody trying to make as much money as possible. Not so good. John Lewis, bad news. They're going to close another 8 stores. Luckily, 2 of the ones that I thought they were going to close, they're not closing. So that's very good news. There's all sorts of John Lewis department stores. So if you work for the John Lewis group, firstly, you didn't get your bonus last time round. Merci. And secondly, you might not have a job when we go back into opening everything up again, which is not so good, is it? Used to be one of the safest jobs, retail. Safest jobs. One of those sort of things. And Yvonne says, is that a new law, dog and seal? Next it will attack what? A child? Then what? Just because she's a QC. I don't think it's great that she's a QC. I don't actually see what bearing that has on it. They were very keen to say, oh, she's a QC, she's got silk and she lives in a £6 million house. She's still got a dog that attacked a seal to the point of this poor seal had to be put down. The agony it must have been in. I can't imagine. I really can't imagine. It's terrible. 1 in 4 of us leave the heating on in summer, regardless of the bills. And Harry and Meghan, you remember them? The shy, quiet, retiring couple have now admitted they did not get married before the wedding. Harry's now a commissioner fighting misinformation. I suggest maybe the first place he should look is perhaps in the mirror, seeing as they have no idea what's going on. The giant ship still blocking the Suez Canal, and Marianne Faithfull says she's struggling financially, and things are really desperate. She only makes money out of a film, and that would be a piddling amount of money. Because people didn't make a whole load of money years ago. Royalties, yeah. Really small. So she said if she says she's struggling financially, and things are quite desperate. She's struggling financially. I can't imagine that she's got sort of high overheads, but whatever it is, it's enough to sort of make things different. Eton College are embroiled in a row to sell off land for 3,000 houses. They own land and it could net them 120 million. You'd have thought they'd have enough money, wouldn't you? Fees are about £45,000 a term. So, of course, locals up in arms over it. And what was the other one? Pollution makes your willy smaller. Obviously, in Twickenham, there ain't no pollution. Thank you. Brits complained about being sex-starved. Not round here, they don't. Nobody's complained about things like that. A driver jailed after faking a CCTV photograph in a kids' cancer charity. A man who ran it filched, thieved £87,000 from it. Piece of filth, honestly. I knew somebody like that. They set up a charity and then they stole from it. They were quite well known too. Quite well known. Also, wait a minute. Oh, cold water. Oh, it's cold today. Oh, delicious. Made in Chelsea is coming back for a 21st series with a bunch of people you've never heard of. One of them laughing that calls himself a model. I've never seen anything like it. A model for Toby jugs, I suspect. Plus, 7 arrested in connection with Kill the Bill protests. Did you see another peculiar person who stripped off and was standing there stark naked? What a peculiar person you must be, dear. Don't you mind doing things like that, or are you so desperate? I suspect you're probably so desperate. Anton Deck have been slapped with Ofcom complaints. Why? Innuendos and jokes about height. Well, Morecambe and Wise used to do jokes about height years ago. Didn't have Ofcom then. There was nobody complained about it. Nobody could be bothered. Nowadays, dear Ofcom, Anton Deck made a joke about small people. I am a small person. And so it goes on, you know. But I bet you anything, the people complaining weren't dwarves. Bet you anything, they were definitely not dwarves. There's a little piece in quite a few of the papers today. Customers battering down the door at a local chippy for a chip butty. It looks like a pita bread with chips in it, which they then deep fry. What a load of old cough mixture. Have you ever heard anything like it? So apparently they're queuing outside the door. What, they've never had chips before, have they? Oh, struth. Also, Kirsty Gallagher axed as the annual Soccer Aid host. She did it with Dermot O'Dreary. Perhaps if they axed him, it'd be an awful lot easier. And Victoria Derbyshire outs Paddy O'Connell. Whew, there's a first. For wearing a flat cap while presenting on Radio 4. Well, that's a bit like Joe Swash, isn't it? Joe Swash wears a flat cap for everything, mainly because he's got no hair. Poor soul. Well, he's got this hair, but it looks like it's sprayed on. And Tony Beak gives Strictly another whirl. I'm a bit bored with Tony Beak. He's a bit creepy. Very creepy. The giant ship still blocking the Suez Canal. You don't think it, of course, there's now all the rumours. The reason it's blocking the canal is because they literally ran it aground because it's a Chinese ship. I mean, but when you see how big the Suez Canal is, it's quite big. If you can't drive down the Suez Canal without grounding the thing, you must be a complete and utter idiot. Ridiculous. Even I could have driven it down the Suez Canal. I'd have been good at that. If we have a go, I think they should let us do it. They're all faffing around, aren't they? Like big girls' blouses going, oh, we get some more little tug ships in. And nothing's happened. The tug ships have gone in and still the thing is blocking everybody. There's over 150 ships backed up trying to get through there. There's a traffic jam on the Suez Canal. It's going to take forever and a day. Ever and a day. But I do feel sorry. Really, my top story this morning is the fact that the pub's opening up, but youngsters can't get a drink. It'll be full of nice people, elderly, nursing a small gin and tonic, which will last them the best part of a day, whereas the youngsters are the ones who spend the money. And so they won't be able to go in there because they won't have a little card saying they've had their thing. Shunning home cooking could lead to an early death. Well, that's all right. I'm fine there. And happy birthday to Jim Lovell. He's 93. Producer? No idea. No idea who Jim Lovell is, but he's 93. So he must have done something worthy. You're cheating now. I can tell you're cheating. It's in your eyes. You're going onto the internet to find out who he is. That's cheating. You're supposed to know these things. Well, of course you know who he is now. You've seen what it says on the internet. Oh, it's lovely and cold. But you did know who Alan Turing is. And he's going to be... You know who he is, don't you, Corey? You know who Alan Turing is. Well, they're bringing him out on a £50 note. Do you know he died at the age of 41? He was chemically castrated. Why? He was gay. He was gay. Even though it was his efforts that solved the Enigma machine. I've been at his office. I've stood in his office. I've stood at the desk. And the Science Museum did a fantastic exhibition on it. It took them years to actually get round to pardoning him. You know, and some of the people who actually condemned him would have been known homosexuals themselves. And yet nothing to them at all. So Alan Turing, nice man. Stacey Solomon tells you how to clean and tidy your home. How irritating. It was bad enough with Anthea Turner. Thank you very much indeed. We don't want Stacey Solomon and her dreary boyfriend. Thank you very much indeed. The tough plan from Priti Patel to hit gangs in the Channel. And Gaza's still on an island. Perhaps he'll stay there. That'd be good. Plus, a couple who lived a life of opulence. They were drug runners. They got caught. And they've just been jailed for 13 years. Whoopee! There you go. You'll enjoy yourselves. And what was the other one? Oh, the driver just been jailed. He faked a CCTV photograph. You know, people do that nowadays. They think they can get away with it. We'll tell you who he is a bit later on. Plus, paying your bills on time, freezing your food, and never running out of toilet paper is a sure sign of growing up. You are growing up, which I think is very good indeed. All of your texts and emails we take on the programme this morning, unless you're particularly stupid, in which case we don't actually tell you. We just sort of go click and you vanish from our sites, which is fantastic. We love it. And, you know... And somebody says, I heard all of Darren's conversation. Can't put the dog down as an animal lover. It's in their nature. I don't think it is in their nature. I don't think it is in their nature to attack things. Otherwise, how do children get away from it? You know, I mean, if you just imagine there was a little tiny baby playing around by the shore of the Thames and that dog was there, would it have attacked her? I mean, you don't know because we've not been in that situation. But, you know, this woman should have had her dog on a lead. Really should have done it. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Steve, as well as train any dog, a zoner can't control everything, should be very cautious when driving. You do get some dogs, these dogs that go and clamp their jaws onto something, they don't let go, do they? They don't let go. And she had no control over it at all. It obviously took no notice of what she said. I mean, she reported it, but... So, at the end of the day, the seal is dead. It had no idea what was going on. It just knows it can't defend itself. Something's biting its flipper. What does it do? It just has to lie there and wait. I suppose it could have dragged it into the river and drowned it if it had thought about it properly, but it didn't. Oh, look, Zara Tyndall gave birth on the bathroom floor. That'll be freebies, won't it? My God, probably a new bathroom out of that one, Zara. You like your freebies, don't you? Her husband, Mike, that's the failure in all the reality shows. I don't think he's ever been a success, actually. And the kiddie will be number 22 in the, are you going to be running the country? Not in our lifetime, thank you very much indeed. No jab, no pint. That's very up there. Tears next door. Absolute tears. They're not happy. And here she is, telepresenter and model, Elisa Isuardi. Ever heard of her? No, me neither. But she's on with this programme with Gascoigne. It's, to be honest with you, he must have a new agent or something. I always thought he was the most boring person under the sun. Thank you very much indeed. And she apparently is a contestant with him, so it must be the same agent or something like that. And that's how it works, isn't it? And Harry gets another job. So he's got 2 jobs. Look at that, honestly. They come along like buses, don't they? Come along like buses. Information Disorder Commission. What the hell does that mean? Answer, he probably doesn't know either. Is that a full-time job or just one day a year? He will juggle his second role with his job at the Silicon Valley firm BetterUp, because they're loaded. They're absolutely loaded, so they can afford to rent him. They could have had David Beckham, because you can rent David Beckham for exactly the same. But Harry as well is going, oh yeah, look, kind of really want it. He doesn't know what does he know about this? What does he know? It demands a multi-stakeholder response from advocacy voices. Explain, Harry. You can't. Funny, they don't want her. They only seem to want Harry. But so they're doing it for the publicity. I tried to explain to the assistant producer today that they do it for the publicity. And he said, why? I said, because they're in every single paper today. Now everybody knows who this company is, whereas yesterday we'd never heard of them. So that's what they're doing it. They're doing it. They're exploiting him, but he's not bright enough to know. So he will take his 2 days a year job and he'll just go in there. And apparently they like dressing up. Well, you know how much Harry likes dressing up, don't you? Oh, he's had lots of experience at that. I love the way that the royal family, and it's not necessarily confined to Harry or anybody else, they think they preach to us because they know everything. Unfortunately, they don't.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Shane says, I can't believe it in Sydney. It's raining again. I know. Look, we got pictures in the papers this morning, Shane, of Ayers Rock with the water cascading over the top of it. Amazing. Jennifer says, hope you're better. Thank you. And Jim Lovell was the commander of Apollo 13, played by Tom Hanks in the movie the same name. He's 93. He cheated. He cheated next door to find out who he was. Not everybody knows who these people are. You read somebody's birthday out, and you can't actually find out who they are. So you have to go, into the computer, which will tell you immediately, which is fantastic. Love it. Strictly Bosses will be doing a victory dance after persuading Oti Mabuse to stick with the show. I should imagine she didn't have any other offers on the table. That's why she stayed with them. I love it, doing a victory dance. What for? Very average. Very, very average. And an assistant head teacher who squirted a girl pupil with water has escaped a classroom ban. Oh, there you go. Former Man United ace Phil Neville has slashed the price of his penthouse flat by $750,000 to try and flog it after becoming Inter Miami boss. I thought that was the David Beckham thing, isn't it? Is that going anywhere, or is it not going anywhere at all? And the Queen's Gambit star, Anya Taylor-Joy, raked in around £500,000 last year, accounts reveal. The Netflix chess hit won the 24-year-old a Golden Globe and proved a winner for her bank balance. It's good, isn't it? I like it when people do well for stuff like that. Also, a suit discarded by David Bowie after it got cigarette burns in a nightclub may fetch £15,000 when it comes up for auction, which is lovely. And we said that yesterday with George Segal. We did that the other day, saying that he'd died. Strange enough, I got home, turned on the television, and there he was on the television. Lovely. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Somebody says, I hope you're well. I tried one of those shot drinks from M&S that made you violently sick. They tasted ghastly. Little tiny things, and I thought, they were disgusting. Worst thing I've ever had. Very peculiar taste. That's what I thought. Supposedly healthy. I'll bring one in. I'll go and buy you one and bring it in, and I'll watch the look on your face, and you'll go, this is healthy? I don't think so. What else we got? Rod Liddell talking about a story to warm your heart. A story to warm your heart. Harry Windsor, who apparently is 36, from Berkshire, was sick of his job in Britain. Too much discipline and hard work, so he chucked it in. And they say for a start he had the IQ of a peanut butter sandwich. What are his qualifications? What's Harry's qualifications? Do we know? Can we find out what he's qualified to do, apart from not a lot? But because I always like to find out on these things here. Plus, here's a councillor who missed a web vote. He fell asleep. They do that, don't they? They do that in the church. I've seen things when they beam them from Vatican City, which is it's lovely. But I love it when they all fall asleep. Steve, Harry gained 11 GCSEs and 2 A-levels, a B in art and a D in geography. After he left Eton, the British Royal went travelling for a year before joining the army. That, according to Hello magazine. What, the 11 GCSEs and 2 A-levels, B in art and D in geography. I'm sorry, where are you going, Harry? I've got no idea, I only got a B. Bless him. Also, Kremlin critic is ill in prison. This is Alexei Navalny. They're concerned about a deterioration. I tell you, they get away with murder over there, don't they? Quite literally get away with murder. Plus. This is a killer driver. Was driving like an idiot, undertaking and overtaking his BMW at 8 p.m, ploughed into a lorry. He died at the scene, and his passenger, he was racing up to 112 miles an hour on a way to visit his girlfriend, ran off after hitting a lorry and killing a dad of 3. So he was jailed for 7 years. That's what your life's worth nowadays, 7 years. It's not enough, is it really? Not enough. But we found a benefits cheat. Samuel Kill, 33. He invented how many? How many imaginary children? 1. No, he's obviously got to be inventing more than one imaginary child. 20. Including 10 blind children, so he could get money. He was that thick. And he needed the cash so he could move out of his stepmother's home. He said he had 20 children living with him and 10 of them were blind. On Christmas Day, he even told the DWP he was suffering from terminal liver cancer and had only 5 months left to live. So it meant he no longer needed to go to the job centre. Oh, amazing, isn't it, really? After his dad died, he was left living with his stepmother, but the pair didn't get on, so he came up with a plan of lying to people. He comes from Wiltshire. 11 counts of benefit fraud, totalling £2,000. And so he's been ordered to complete 90 hours of unpaid work and do 15 days of rehabilitation. Should have been thrown in prison. What's the point of it? It doesn't send out any message, does it? There's no message for people. You know, you do something wrong nowadays, like invent, blind children and children you live with. I mean, anybody could have seen through it. The man's an idiot. And so consequently, then they go, oh, he'll just have to do some rehabilitation. Yeah, whatever. Here's a protester getting it all off her chest. She's another exhibitionist, poor, sad, lonely person. And so she bared all in front of a line of riot cops. Of course, it'd be funny if most of them were gay, dear, wouldn't it? You'd be completely pointless and superfluous to requirements, which I'm hoping you are anyway. Do you really believe that there are queues round the block for a chip bap? I mean, are people really that dim nowadays? They've been battering down the door at a chippy. For this, it's so good. It's a calorie-filled bread roll filled with chips and a choice of gravy, mushy peas or curry sauce. Only in Leeds. Only in Leeds. Just students. What would you like, dear? Oh, chips. OK. So apparently there's a stampede for this £2.80 thing. I mean, it just looks rubbish. They had to close on Sunday because they ran out of food. Well, get more in, thickos. Honestly, those students, they get worse and worse, don't they? I've been to Leeds. It's full of drunk students. Full of drunk students. Every bar you go into, they're all waiting for the chip shop to open so they can go and get a chip butty, and they're queuing around the block. That's how desperate they are. Why don't they just go and buy a portion of chips, or failing that, maybe fry some chips themselves, get a doner kebab, take the meat out if you're not bright enough to do it, and then put the chips in there and then put some gravy on the top. Is that too much for you? The answer is yes, it is. Way too much for them. So that's why we have to help students, because they're a bit dim at times, and so they don't know how to put chips into a BAP thing. It's very complicated for them. Poor souls, honestly. You probably find opening a can of water is equally confusing for students nowadays. Ice cold water this morning. So Chelsea's back. Posh, preened and posing. What do they call themselves now? They give themselves all sorts of peculiar names. OK, so they've got one here called Tristan Phipps. Tristan is a brand director, whatever that means. Paris Smith is 22. She's a model and socialite. Of course you are, sweet pea. Tiff Watson, entrepreneur, 27. Sam Thompson, 27, influencer, been on every programme under the sun and still hasn't developed a personality. Maeva Diascano, brand ambassador, and somebody called James Taylor, who laughingly is called a model at the age of 25. I mean, a model for what, dear? Toby Jugs? Seriously, are you having a laugh with us or something, or have you just sort of made something up because somebody once said you were reasonably attractive? I don't know what you're a model for, love, but certainly ain't on a catwalk. That's a fact. Richard Madeley was drinking outside his home in the afternoon sunshine with a bottle of Corona. What, are people just walking onto his property taking pictures of him? See, what you want is a picture of the wife, don't you? Sitting on the thing. She wouldn't be necking a bottle of Corona. I used to love Corona, especially the green one that looked as though you'd been sort of dipped in a phosphorescence tube or something. That was green Corona. I don't know what it's called. Lemon and lime, I think. Do you not remember? Did you never have Corona? Probably not. No, Corona. Corona. It's a fizzy drink. The beer. What beer? Oh, I know that. No, Corona. It's a bottle of Corona. Well, actually, to be honest with you, you might be right. It might be a bottle of Corona. There you go. There's Corona. All those different flavours. The green one was my favourite. You used to have the Corona man coming round to your house. Don't you remember? No, you probably don't. And he used to come round, and then there's this other Corona, which is the alcoholic one, which we don't do at all because that's That's sort of boozy time. So, but the other Corona was lovely. We used to do it. We used to have Coke floats. Did you ever have Coke floats? Ice cream in it, yeah. Or failing that, they used to do ice cream soda, and then you'd add ice cream. No, just me again. What is going on here? See, this is the trouble. When you find out that you're a couple of years older than the people you're working with, they haven't heard of half these things. I could run through groups from my early days. They wouldn't know who they were. Do you remember Pterodactyl and the Dinosaurs? No. Okay. Do you remember Jonah Louie? No, not Jonah Louie. Okay. You remember the Supremes? Yeah, you remember the Supremes. Oh, thank God for that. Remember the Four Tops? Isley Brothers? See? That's what I'm dealing with. They have no idea. They have no idea. I love it. Leeds has changed, Steve. They've got a Malmaison, I know. Says Matthew, which I stayed in, and a Harvey Nichols and a Selfridges one at the moment. And Steve, wasn't there some controversy, says Janet, about Harry's art teacher doing some of his art? I don't know. Matthew says, send my love to Shane, Sue, Angie and Karin on your Facebook page. Sorry for my absence. And I don't know anything about Harry's art. I should imagine Harry can paint, can he? Living in palaces with all those lovely things, which is lovely. Also, somebody says here, is that a new law, dog and seal? I thought that seals were protected. Perhaps that's only from us. Mad, dogs. Apparently not. Apparently not. No, Dale and I stayed up in Leeds for a weekend. We went to see a person we knew up there called Peter Tate, who worked for a radio station. It wasn't very well, actually. Graham Norton presenting the EE BAFTA Film Awards. We like Graham Norton. But anyway, he's been replaced. He'll not be returning. He's been replaced by Dermot O'Dreary and Edith Bowman. Good God in heaven, they're not still going, are they? Dermot O'Dreary. Graham fronted the awards for the first time last year after presenting the BAFTAs. The main ceremony will be broadcast, and Clara Amfo will present an opening night show. Who? Who are these people? Where do they come from? What are they doing? I don't know. Oh, look, I'm 28 and never had a boyfriend. I know, and don't you drone on about it. Who's this speaking? I'm 28, never had a boyfriend, so I've frozen my eggs before it's too late. Who do you think it is? Sorry? Amy Hart, spot on. Little Miss Boring. Little Miss Dreary. Little Miss... I'm having all my teeth done because apparently somebody complained that she had bad teeth. She was working as a stewardess.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Don't you just love it when you get somebody, some numpty who's been on Love Island, and then they put down... she says, I earn money from TV shows, brand deals and presenting. I've begun investing in and co-producing musicals. Such a talented stewardess, dear. Such a talented stewardess. But if you remember, she went out with Curtis on Love Island, then he dumped her because she was so boring. And then she then went into meltdown. Then she got her teeth done, and now she's droning on about anything. Really, dear, just concentrate. Stop being silly. OK? Steve, we will never see the following again. Corona Man. Kevin the Milkman says it must be hard having to present the show and run a creche for presenters. I know. I was mentioned again by Will Guyatt. I secretly think we're married. That's what I think it is. We'll have to adopt children, of course. But that's what I think it is. Lindsay in Caterham says cream soda with vanilla ice cream. Oh, it's delicious. Oh, it was delicious. And also... Roger says, I used to get a Coke float followed by a Knickerbocker Glory at my local Wimpy. A Knickerbocker Glory. And Catherine says, Steve, very good. Battering down the door of the chippy. Battering, you get... No, probably not. My wife, Sally, is a sister at Doncaster Royal Infirmary, says Rob. When she comes home from work, she'll walk for an hour doing a litter pick, collected discarded rubbish. Anyway, she'll be involved in a community litter pick this Saturday. Sally usually comes home with 3 or 4 bin bags full. She loves it. Would it be possible to say, well done, Sally? Your hubby loves you. Listen, I cannot be involved with saying, I don't want to be involved in matrimonial split-ups or something like that. We're saying, you know, Steve, your hubby loves you. Yeah. And why did Steve Allen? I can see it in court. I'll be called to the bar. Call Steve Allen. So why did you say that? He told me to say it. I could be cited in a divorce, which could be very embarrassing. Can you imagine? Never been cited in a divorce before. Well, actually, I got close to being cited, but that was about as good as it gets. So we're still trying to get over that Leeds has got a Malmaison. We actually stayed in a hotel there, which was lovely, and it was actually, but Leeds was just full of students. Seriously, I mean, I've never seen so many students. We actually got because Dale had money. So we took a taxi from the hotel to a huge nightclub, and we said to the driver, wait here. Keep your meter ticking. We will pay you. We just don't want to have to go out onto the streets to look for a taxi. So he waited there while we went in for an hour and a half, couple of hours, and then came back and paid. We did that in Scotland. In fact, we did it everywhere when I think about it. We did it in Scotland. We said to the taxi driver, we want you to take us around to all the different pubs and clubs and just wait for us outside, and then we'll pay you at the end of the night. I think it was the best part of about £100 and something. Something like that, which is a lot, isn't it? A lot of money. Peter Crouch has taken up boxing. He's 6'7". I'm not sure I'd want to be 6'7". There's a woman on one of the housewives of wherever it is. She's a real oddball. She's very tall. She's obviously a model or something. She's just peculiar, as indeed are most of them. It's only the American ones. Kate Winslet said she didn't want to hide behind corsets when filming steamy same-sex love scenes for a new film. Oh, same-sex love scenes. Good Lord above. School dinners hero Marcus Rashford is releasing a book to inspire the children he's been fighting for, which is good, very good. And what was it? Oh, it's a picture of Laura Whitmore, not the most talented person you've ever met. They're just laughing to call her a telly presenter now, I suppose. She's expecting her first child with husband and Love Island colleague Ian Sterling. Oh, that's lovely. How these people are ever going to cope when all of a sudden the cameras move away from them onto somebody else, God alone knows. It'll be tears and everything. Publicity shy man has announced his second job in as many days after quitting as a senior royal for a life in America. He and 14 other commissioners and 3 co-chairs will conduct a 6-month study by the non-profit organisation. He says, I look forward to working on a solution-orientated approach to the information disorder crisis. What codswallop they speak. Small wonder they can't cope. Small wonder they can't cope. What else we got here? Mannequins from Debenhams have been given a new lease of life as fake police officers. Really? I've seen some of these mannequins. I can't get over this poor naked protester. What a sad, pathetic person she is. Honestly, dear, what is the matter with you? Have you got a brain cell loose or something? What's the point of that? What's that got to do with anything you were doing? I don't quite understand that. Would you like to explain it to us, or do you not think it's possible to? I suspect probably not possible to. Zayn Malik feels like a new man since becoming a father. Well, there you go, which is good. And Rita Ora again. I'm bored with Rita Ora. Very. Also, seems not everybody's a fan of Take That's music, Howard Donald included. So there you go. He says, I like the Chemical Brothers, Kraftwerk, Beck, John Fox, Yellow Magic Orchestra, Human League, Gary Newman, Tubeway Army. Stuff from the 80s. Ooh, lovely. And Ella Henderson says there's good music on the way from Jesse Nelson. Yeah, well, whatever. Whether it works or not is another matter. Another one says here, I'm very pleased you're back on. Have you seen on Sky on Alba Channel, a story about a young lassie who lives on an island in Western Scotland and loves nothing better than swimming the life of a mermaid? Yeah, I thought she was mad. Completely. Did you see it? She puts a thing. She's not really a mermaid. Obviously, they don't exist. Another thing we have to dispense with. And she goes swimming dressed as a mermaid, and her bottom half is a tail. It's a suit she puts on, like a wetsuit. You've not seen it? I thought you'd seen that, honestly. I'm very surprised, actually. Somebody says, have you ever thought about retiring? Well, I would if I didn't have this contract. Goodness sake, I mean, honestly, what can you do? They keep giving me contracts. I keep saying to them, listen, goodness sake, another contract? Thank you very much indeed. Yeah. Oh, yeah, contracts are the thing that we live for. Steve, I used to take the Corona bottles back to the shop and get 10p back on them. which I was allowed to keep, says Mark in Castleford. Yeah, we used to get it. In fact, I forget how much it was, but they would sometimes take the 10p off at the beginning. You're sure it was 10? I'm not totally convinced it was 10p. Might have been something else. If you held the label up to the light, you could see how much it said on the back of the label it was worth, which was lovely. Another one here says, you're right about Will Guyatt, says Matthew. He's worse than me when it comes to the show. I know. But he collects machines. Have you seen Will Guyatt's collection of machines? Have you? Arcade machines. Have you seen those? It's cool, isn't it? Like stuff like that. Sorry? Got his own shed? Yeah. You've not got a shed? Well, you haven't got a garden. Where are you going to put the shed? Stick it on the roof? On the balcony? Where are you going to put the shed? Honestly, I haven't got a shed, he says. I love it. Why should you have a shed? I mean, why don't you go to... Don't start picking on me at this time in the morning, pal. Why don't you go to your local council and say, please, can I have an allotment? You're entitled to have an allotment. And then, because every man is entitled to his little piece of land, and we've got loads of allotments round our way. It's not just elderly people, it's people your age. And you can go and get an allotment. You know, tell them where you live, and they'll go, well, actually, we've got a couple free at the moment. Somebody's died. And you can have it, and then you can grow your own vegetables, put an apple tree in. That'd be nice. Keep you busy, won't it? Keep you well away from the girlfriend. And then you can go and sit there, make a little pot of tea in, you know, take some sandwiches down and do an Arthur Fowler. Why not? I think actually, didn't James O'Brien start a campaign so that he can have an allotment? There you go, Barnet Allotment Federation. Write to them, they sound lovely. There you go. Once you've selected a site, there you go, you put your name down, your address, your postcode, your telephone number, email, the London Borough, and then they will, and when you say, how did you hear about the Barnet Allotments Federation? Steve Allen from LBC told me about it. You'll get one. Why not? They're looking for people like you, enthusiastic layabouts, and they... Should have read Creche for producers, says Kevin. Creche for producers. I could do that, actually. I told you I bumped into James O'Brien the other day. I was driving my car at the time. Ha! Oh, dear, honestly. Somebody says, I found a website that offers training to think differently about food as a means to lose weight. First thing they wanted me to do is accept cookies. I know. Did you see that Gemma Collins? Woo! How many stone did you lose, Gemma? Oh, ages ago, 3 stone. Still 3 stone. She's been selling Easter eggs. Easter eggs. I wouldn't have thought that was very clever, but there again, you're not very clever, so it doesn't really make any difference. Also, I won't dunk biscuits anymore, says Shane, because I was barred twice. He said it's warm and I'm wearing shorts. Well, you see, you can get away with that because you're in a hot country, so you're allowed to wear. Not round here, though. Not round here. Because it would be bad. Roger says, in my chauffeuring days, a rich Russian asked me to wait while he went to a lap dancing club. He came out smiling and tipped me £200. Wow. That was lovely, wasn't it? They do a thing in America. It's called Fox News, and they do good deeds. And there was a lady who was working as a waitress because her husband he had cancer in hospital, and she had to work so many hours for tips so that she could afford to go and see him in hospital. And so they did a big surprise. She didn't know. They had somebody come in and sat down at a table and all the rest of it and tipped her $500. And she went, no. And he went, yes, I want you to have that. You're really nice. But without telling her that they knew what she was doing. And then the next person tipped her $1,000. And she went, no. And she burst into tears. And then Fox News turned up and they go, we know about you. And this man here once runs, I think it was something like Mitsubishi or something like that. And he said, we're going to give you a car. He said, so that you can go back, because your one's very unreliable. And don't worry, we've sorted out hotels and everything else for you. And what was sad about it was that she was able to do that, but then her husband died. And the person who was reading it on the Fox News thing, you could see she was about to break down. And I thought, I love it when they do this. That's why I used to like Noel's Christmas presents. I could sit there and bawl like a baby at people who've done nice jobs. You know, I do the same for the boys here. You know, today we've given Jake, we've given him some little eggs, haven't we? Some eggs, because he's not on a diet. Not many. Not many. And then we've got an Easter egg for Corey. which is nice. We've got another Easter egg for Corey. So what he does is he actually takes them home, rewraps them, and pretends he's bought them and gives them to his girlfriend. And then she loves him, and then she says, "Don't worry, I'll cook dinner this evening." He goes, "She'll never find out. She'll never find out that Steve Allen paid for it."
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, Andy and Luke says, "All White's lemonade advert, better than Corona." No, All White's lemonade. You know who that was, don't you? Wasn't that somebody's father who did it? "I'm a secret lemonade drinker. All White's." Oh, see, I didn't know it was R. The letter R. I thought it was R, as in R. Open your mouth wider. And it was, is it Elvis Costello's dad? Or something like that. I can't remember whose father it is who's in the R. White's lemonade ad. It's somebody famous. Ross McGrady is saying has died aged 84. No, it was he might have he composed and sang it, but there was somebody who was in it. Oh, that's him, is it? He's the famous father of Elvis Costello. Woo! Who knew that? Me. Small wonder this programme is just so popular. Smash it, mate. You're on fire this morning, am I? It's an old one, isn't it? Steve, did that woman give the car back? I don't know. They never tell you things like that. I just like the nice side of it that they do things. I told you, when I used to watch those Knowles Christmas presents, they were just the most heartbreaking things you could ever see on the television. I like it when people do stuff like that. It's like when we do our stuff every year for Make Some Noise, and we sat here on the first year that we ever did it with the tea towels, and I thought I was going to explode. I thought Thomas was going to explode and Corey was going to explode. It was just absolutely fantastic. So that's why I'm a big fan of a guy called Reginald Couch. Reginald Couch is in the papers today. He's 74 years young. And he went to buy some shopping at the Tesco Express in Wantage with his wife, Iris. He said, we live a very quiet life. We don't drink or smoke, so we think of our scratch cards as our treat. So at home, they played the scratch card. And up came, he said, Iris kept her thumb over the prize. I looked and agreed that we had all 5 numbers. And then she removed her thumb to reveal a £3, then a nought, then another nought, then a K at the end. £300,000 on their scratch card. And so he says, we're so happy with the security this money gives us and our family. Good for you. Good for you, Reginald and Iris. £300,000. Good for you. I bet you anything they'll get trolled by some buffoon somewhere. Oh, you shouldn't be allowed to have that. You're 74 kind of thing. No, good for them. That takes away them having to worry. They can have a nice holiday. They can potter about. They've got the security for the rest of their life. Good for them. That's what I like. Chantal says, you've kept me entertained. I've been awake all night suffering from the side effects of COVID-19 vaccine. Ooh, yeah. She said, if you've only had the first vaccine, I'm 26 and have asthma, which is why I got it. I didn't get any side effects at all. The boys haven't had it yet. They haven't had it yet. They're sort of waiting, because otherwise they can't go to the public house. They'll have to wait and just have a Coca-Cola and a packet of crisps, which is good. I'm sure I heard a crisp advert on the television the other day with Walker's crisps, and it wasn't Gary Lineker. I thought, what a blessing that is. It turned out to be, is it Neil Morrissey? No likey, no lighty. What's it? Paddy McGuinness. Paddy McGuinness, not Neil Morrissey. So we were talking about him the other day on the programme. But yeah, Paddy McGuinness. They had a bloke on there the other day, and he was one of these gymnasts, a bit like me in my early days, and he could do backflips and everything else. Then they got him in his with his shirt off and wearing some very revealing tracksuit bottoms, almost too revealing. And then it turned out he had a twin brother, identical twin brother. Unfortunately, only one of them was single. And that was the unattractive one. Helen says, please wish me a happy 60th birthday today under the duvet listening to you. 7 years in Mallorca. Wonder what it's like over there. What's the weather like at the moment? Is it good? Steve, have you been to Crystal Palace Park? Would you recommend it? I've never been to Crystal Palace. Never been. Never been. I've seen it on the television and I've seen what's left of the Crystal Palace. I'd love to have gone there. That would be quite nice. Don't forget, this weekend clocks go forward on Sunday morning. So 1 o'clock in the morning, you'll swap your clocks to 2 o'clock, which means it gets ever nearer me, which is good. As an ex-fisherman, Steve, all this talk of fish and chips, says Declan, and electric cars and the environment. Has anybody thought about electric fishing boats? No, you know what they do in some fishing places in the world? They electrocute the water. So the fish get killed, they get stunned, and then they just hoover them up. Did you see the other day? Oh, you probably won't have seen it. It was catching giant lobsters. Giant lobsters. Guess what their enemy is? Giant lobsters. You wouldn't believe this. I didn't know about it at all. And so they've got these pots, the lobster pots, and the lobsters go in there and they eat whatever it is. What comes in and eats the lobsters? Octopus. They showed you, even if there's a small gap in there, if the octopus can get its tentacle through there, the rest of the body will follow. And when they take these lobsters out, it's eaten their legs. And of course, they're totally useless. You can't sell them, so they have to throw them overboard. And they found 3 lobsters in their pots, each one in a different pot. And they literally take them out and they, mind you, one of them, they had a conger eel. And you know how dangerous they are. They pick it up with a hook and then throw it over the side of the boat. But it was still attacking the hook. It was really dangerous. But no, 3 lobsters. Steve, says Greg, I never knew Howard from Take That surname was Donald, so both of his names suggest cartoon ducks. Yes, they do. They suggest cartoon ducks. What's this? Spectacular rare shots. A passenger jet passing in front of the moon. That's nice, isn't it? And spinach does make you stronger. I'm Popeye the Sailor Man. I live in a caravan. Da, 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 da. 1 serving of greens a day boosts muscles. We must get some for the team. I'm working with some right weak people. We could boost you up. Yeah, muscles. I'm Popeye the Sailor Man. Boop, boop. I used to like that. Now it just looks dated, doesn't it? It really does. Gemma Collins, flogging Easter eggs. Yeah, looks like she's eaten most of them. And Ray Winston turned his back on EastEnders when he was offered a part in Hollywood blockbuster Indiana Jones. Dun, 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 dun. I liked those Indiana Jones films. I was quite, I never got into Star Trek. But I do watch The Big Bang Theory. Although nobody has ever mentioned to Sheldon, how come you're so camp? You know, they're trying to portray him as a heterosexual, whereas, I mean, come on. Joke's a joke. I mean, it's very interesting, and he plays the part very well, but nobody once has ever said to him, because he's a right little prissy so-and-so, you know, you're a bit camp, aren't you, for a scientist? And then Alan Turing. Alan Turing was nothing short of a genius. He was born in 1912, Maida Vale, and his ashes are scattered in the gardens of Woking Crematorium. He worked at the National Physical Laboratory. If you go to the place where he worked, you can go there and see his office and everything else. He worked at the government's code and cipher school at Bletchley Park. You should go when it's open again. You really must go. Unfortunately, Alan Turing was gay, and in the days when he was gay, they thought it was an illness, so they tried to cure him. They basically, I think, gave him, I think he had all sorts of dreadful treatment to try and cure homosexuality. Whatever it was, it made him commit suicide. It's been disputed whether he did commit suicide by cyanide poisoning at the age of just 41. But he was absolutely a genius. And I was delighted, a little bit blooming late though, that he did get the full pardon. And they did a huge exhibition on him at the Science Museum. And so they're putting him on a £50 note. He was also a very talented long-distance runner. And then he got the OBE in 1946, but his work remained secret for ages. You should go to Bletchley Park. You could see a working replica of the computer, and they've got all sorts of things there. But he features on the £50 note. He would be delighted, absolutely delighted. I'm delighted to have your company this morning. I'm Steve Allen. This is Early Breakfast. You're very welcome, whether you've won something on the lottery, whether you haven't won anything, or whether you're just going, oh, it's Thursday today, Steve. I wonder what the today is going to be like. I don't know. Yesterday was a very odd day for me, but that's my life, isn't it? So, short break for the news. Back in 3.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Jim says, Steve, got my vaccine today at the Black Country Museum. There's a place I'd love to go to. Nice to have your company. 3 minutes past 5. I'm Steve Allen. This is Early Breakfast on LBC. Every morning, Sunday all the way through to Friday. The only day we get off is Saturday, but you can still podcast every single day by going to the LBC website. And we're here for 3 hours every morning. The idea being we try and sort of brighten your day and make it a little bit less stressful if you're having to travel or coming from home. More people are coming from home now. That does seem, for a lot of people, like working in banks, that, you know, people go, I don't want to go into work. I mean, very shortly they might as well close Canary Wharf down and just turn it into flats. There's hardly anybody there because most people are working from home. Anne in Torquay. Oh, that's a lovely place to be. Try spinach sprinkled with Parmesan cheese. It's delicious. That sounds quite nice. I've never had spinach. I've never had it. Do you think I should have spinach? I don't know. I think I'm having scampi today. I bought some yesterday. Three lots for £10, so I thought, why not? Do you remember the Cresta Lemonade advert? It's frothy, man. Yes, I do. Do you remember that one? It's frothy, man. It was a polar bear. It's I think it was a polar bear. There was also another polar bear on Fox's Glacier Mint. So was that a polar bear and a fox? Probably a fox as well, I should imagine. Also, 7 years in Mallorca, as I say, for Helen. That's good, isn't it? It works for some people. It really does. I couldn't go and live abroad. I've lived abroad, but that's only, you know, I've been with my parents. I couldn't do that now. I think people are very brave who do that. You know, but if you're a person who mixes well with other people, and I've seen all the television programmes where they go over there and they're looking for a 2-bedroom apartment, and some of them are phenomenally cheap. Phenomenally cheap. It does help if you speak the language. It does help. I mean, not everybody has to go over there and speak the language, but it's a case of you can get a little bit further. People like it if you make the effort. And I suppose if you've been there for 7 years, I should imagine you're probably conversant in the Spanish language. I should imagine Chris and Steve do exactly the same. Every time they have somebody who loses weight in the papers, there'll always be a plug for the company that they've done it with, and there's always a story. It's never straightforward. Like, I was too fat, I just went on. This one here was spat on by bullies because of her weight. That's the hook to this story, and she's been named, you know, this particular. I'm not going to mention this company because there's loads of them. It's the biggest industry going. Want to lose weight? Because you're fat. So you go to an organisation that will help you lose weight. But you've got to want to lose weight. You can't just sort of go there and go, oh, do you think the weight will just fall off me? It's like the giving up drinking, giving up smoking. My friend Lynn said to me the other day, she said, do you realise that from next week we can meet on the patio? Yeah. I said, yeah, but I'm not drinking still. I haven't drunk in ages and ages and ages now. And to be honest with you, I don't miss it, which is even more worrying. Even more worrying. I should be missing it. And then I thought perhaps I could have sort of something that was a bit easy. And then I thought, oh, there's nothing I really fancy. I've just kind of lost the taste. But never mind, you can't have everything. Brits are being starved. Oh, I can't do another sex story. For goodness sake, it's ridiculous. They always go, Brits are being starved of sex. Of course. Why, you know, I mean, I don't want to go into it. It's not really my sort of thing to discuss at this time of the morning. Steve, Brits are being tricked into giving personal details in a national insurance automated scam. Action Frauds Pauline Smith says, if you have any doubts, hang up. Yeah, thank you, bye. Put the phone down. You don't give out your national insurance number or anything else. Don't give any details over the phone unless you've called them. So that's me, my cup of tea this morning, which is very nice. Steve, do you remember as a child when old silver threepenny bits were put in Christmas puddings? No. Silver sixpences, yes. Silver sixpences, yes, but we never put a threepenny bit in. Definitely not. A giant panda called Tian Bao broke out of an enclosure and left a zookeeper seriously injured. I told you before, giant pandas are blooming dangerous. They really are. It's like, you know, when you see... What are those other creatures? Gorillas. Have you seen the mountain gorillas? They are just all muscle. And somebody said, if one charges towards you, just stand there. Yeah, right. I don't think so. You turn, pick up your skirts, and you run like heck. Because I think what they do is, when they get you, they swerve, but they knock you. But the force can knock you over. It's like rhinoceros, apparently, or rhinoceri, or whatever they're called. Those things, again, they won't actually... They'll charge, but then they stop. Well, I'm not going to risk it. Are you? No, we're going to run like hell. I'm not going to do it at all. This one here is in Belgium. The animal had to be restrained. The worker was taken to hospital after being bitten on the arms and legs. Oh dear, I don't like that idea. That's very frightening. There's a picture of a zebra. There is this river that every year the zebras cross to get to the feeding grounds on the other side. Could be the Masai Mara, I don't know. And it's a case of they all cross at the same time. And so what happens is all the crocodiles just sit there waiting. Because all the animals come down to the front. It's all very muddy. And there's thousands of them. So they're not going to miss a few that get killed by the crocodiles. And so they're there. And then all of a sudden the crocodile, which has been lying under the water, I mean, they're not bright zebras. They're like wildebeest. They're a bit thick. And it leaps up out of the water and grabs its neck. And then drags it into the water and turns over. It does this death spin. And what it's doing, it's drowning it. Because they don't know how to, they're not very good at sort of doing their food. And of course, that's an indication for all the other zebras to go, run for your lives! Come on, girls, this way, quick! And the wildebeest going, I'm not going in the water. Far too dangerous. And they lose a few, but not as many, because there are thousands of them. Thousands and thousands. But it's just interesting. I mean, you feel like saying that, please don't go near the water. It's terribly dangerous. It really is. It's like whenever you see sort of lions going hunting and stuff. You feel a bit sorry for the animals because they don't stand a cat in hell's chance, do they? They really don't. Cops may be offered further training after reportedly ignoring a woman who was flashed at during the candlelit vigil for Sarah Everard. Good Lord. Somebody says we are dealing with this. They have to deal with these things. This is just getting completely out of hand, completely. And here he is, ex-Baby Shambles rocker, Pete Doherty. My God, he's lost control of himself, hasn't he? I never quite understood Pete Doherty. I didn't get him at all. He went out with, I think, with Kate Moss in 2000. I thought he was about the least talented person I've ever heard of. And he had various issues, his daft antics. Which were about 15 years ago. Now he lives with his girlfriend, Katya, in the French countryside. Good. Perhaps he'll stay there. We don't need to worry about things like that. Also, do you know that Kate Garraway's TV documentary about Derek attracted 4.5 million viewers? Which is very good. 4.5 million viewers. That's 4.5 million people who are watching it. Giovanni Panici has joined exclusive dating app Raya in a bid to find love after he split from Ashley Roberts. What is it with these dating apps? Have you been to, you know about Raya, do you? I've never even heard of it. I've heard of Tinder. I've heard of a few other ones. But can you imagine if you're somebody famous and you have to go onto a dating app? It's a bit embarrassing, isn't it, really? I could eat a hot cross bun toasted now, just in case anybody was thinking of making me one next door. You know, don't want to make a big deal about it, but I could have a toasted one with sort of butter and maybe a little bit of Marmite, perhaps. You know, that'd be quite nice. No, it's not going to be forthcoming, is it? Never mind. Rod Liddle today talking about, oh, good Lord, Harry and Meghan again. Harry's wife, Meghan's been caught out telling a porcupine in her interview with Oprah. She said she'd married Harry in a private ceremony 3 days before the wedding. Nope, says the man who issued the wedding licence, Stephen Borton. It did not happen. Mustn't tell fibs. People catch you out. And what else? Plans to open a shopping centre inside a prison have flopped. Good Lord, it's in Derbyshire. And councillor Mrs Webvote after falling asleep. He just nodded off. His name's Byron Rhodes, unable to keep his eyes open during a public health strategy vote. I mean, he's 78. I'm expecting people of 78 to be getting as much sleep as possible. So he literally, of course, people took pictures of it and put it up on the internet. It's very easy to fall asleep. Very easy. Sometimes, I mean, I can fall asleep anywhere. I fall asleep on a train, but I always make sure if I've got a bag next to me on the seat, I put my hand through the handles just so it's, you know, just in case somebody walks past, picks it up, and wanders off. What have we got here? The customers queuing in Leeds. I mean, they must be really desperate to queue for a chip butty. I mean, I ask you, honestly. Poor soul. And a Muslim woman was ordered to remove her veil during a High Court family dispute with her estranged husband. She was ordered to show her face when she and her ex gave evidence in the online hearing. She was allowed to wear the veil for the rest of the case. Judge Sarah Morgan said the woman appreciated that male barristers wished to see her face. So she came to she's from Yemeni, came to the UK 20 years ago and lived with her Somali husband. The judge ruled he'd wrongly removed kids from her care and taken them abroad. It's worse and worse. Lockdown flouters trashed a £2 million pad in a massive illegal Airbnb party. I don't know anything about Airbnbs. Are these like you rent the house, don't you, for the night or for the week or whatever it happens to be? Police were called at 12:35 a.m. when neighbours complained about the noise. 60 people. 60 people. They eventually were cleared out by coach at 4:30 in the morning. They issued two £800 fines. These people, honestly, they're a bit dim, aren't they? I'm sorry, you know you're not supposed to be doing it. Next week you can do what the hell you like. Nobody cares. Steve, the Black Country Museum is well worth a visit. They have a traditional chippy, and the chips are cooked in beef dripping. How lovely. Also, another one here that says, have you seen Dr. Now on my £600 life? He says to his patients, scales don't lie, people do, says Alison. Yeah, some people who are overweight pretend they're bigger than they are, and they turn out not to be. Do you remember the bloke who thought he was 60 stone? He was nowhere near it. He was more like sort of 38, 40 stone. He was furious. He didn't believe it. He was very cross. It's like all the people in America, isn't it? You have to watch them on YouTube. It's the best bit of entertainment where they're not wearing a mask, and the people in the shops go, I'm not serving you. Stand there all day. But of course they're being filmed. I'm filming you because I will be taking you to court and suing you for $70 million. Well, you do that, sweet cheeks, but we're not serving you, OK? Off you go. Shoo, shoo, shoo. And some of them turn really nasty. Most of them, they've got serious issues. I mean, serious issues.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning. Nice to have your company. Nice. Poem for this morning. Emma Pursehouse. This one's called, I don't pick these, Glut Reaction. Glut reaction, OK? She's diced and she's cubed and she's fried. She's boiled and she's baked and she's tried. Her damnedest to use them all up, but boxes stack up in the hall. She's flambéed, she's devilled, she's jammed. She's curried, she's chutneyed, she's rammed. Down throats in risottos and pies, she really is up to her eyes. She's pickled, she's roasted, she's spiced. She's distilled, she's toasted, she's sliced. She's desperate and can't abide waste, but her family is sick of the taste. So neighbours, be warned and beware. I've heard she's decided to share. Bolt the doors, then hide behind nets. She's coming. She's bringing courgettes. That's good, isn't it? Very exciting. Poor old Brian in Wolverhampton. You're a bit of a saddo, aren't you, Brian? You really are. Never mind. You're about to be relieved. You're about to be relieved like that. There you go. We've relieved you. Paul says, I used to fall asleep on the bus. Terrified my passengers. It's an old gag. Talking of Pete Doherty, met him once in O'Neill's at Richmond Station. Completely off his chump. Introduced me to Fern Cotton. Yeah, she lives in there. You see her occasionally. Very occasionally. Shane says, thank you for putting up with me. Well, we don't really. We sort of tolerate, which is much easier. Still trying to work out whether or not perhaps I should have vegetables. Baked beans, can you have with scampi? I suppose you could really, actually. I like the idea of having a traditional chippy. I love traditional chippies. You know, proper chippies, where they give you a proper portion for your money. Not one of these little cone things, or put in a polystyrene box. That's a bit naff, isn't it? But it's traditional in this country, only in this country, that on a Friday and a Saturday night we go to the chippy. In fact, it was so popular, I think Victoria Wood did a song about going to the chippy, which is good. The Guardian this morning, exclusion rates up to 6 times higher for Black Caribbean pupils. And pubs could be allowed to bypass social distancing rules and allow customers to crowd together as long as they check COVID status on entry. Well, anybody who's under the age of 20-something, they won't have any COVID status, will they? They won't have anything like that. The amount of people I see, especially at Waterloo Station, the amount of people working at Waterloo Station who can't be bothered wearing a mask and breathe all over other people. They don't even socially distance. There was some woman standing the other day with blonde hair, coughing and laughing all over this bloke standing next to her. Disgusting. Absolutely. Perhaps they think they know best. What else we got? John Lewis closures a hammer blow to critics. So they would shut Aberdeen, Peterborough, Sheffield and York, and the at-home shops in Ashford, Chester, Basingstoke and Tunbridge Wells. 1,500 people out of work. Where you go after you work retail, I've got no idea. Some people would have worked there for ages and ages and ages, and they wouldn't really know where to go after that. And the answer is, I don't know either. I don't know what the answer is. I suppose get a job in a coffee shop. But as we all know, they don't seem to employ British people in coffee shops. Am I the only one who's noticed this? All I get are Polish girls. I get loads of Polish girls because they smile. They smile. We don't smile enough. We don't. I remember seeing some people who'd got a job in Starbucks when they closed Woolworths. They took on a couple of staff, obviously thinking it's local area, things like that. And they lasted all but, minutes because they just didn't look happy. Whereas the Polish girls, they look on that as a proper job, making cups of coffee and, doing toasted tea cakes. And so they smile. It is but the British don't think it's a proper job. They think it's a stopgap till they win the lottery or find something bigger and better to do. We don't. It's like if you go to Italy, you find lots of waiters who are in their 60s or 70s. They think that's a career. Over here, we go, waiter? No, that's a temporary job, isn't it? They look on it completely differently, which is a shame. Because I would look on it. If you had a job in a sort of a restaurant serving, and they do it in America. They have people and then you rise up through the ranks till you become manager and stuff like that. It's brilliant. I quite like. Not Secret Santa. Was it called Undercover Boss in America? Have you seen that one? No, Secret Millionaire is where you're trying to find somebody to go out with. Secret Boss is where you get the boss of a company who goes into his own company but disguised as somebody else and to see how his business is operating. They had a woman the other day. She was very upset. So they were doing massage and all the different creams. And these people were not using the proper stuff that they should have been using. She was not a happy bunny. Not a happy. Some of them were quite good, but they must have twigged by now. Somebody's following you around with a camera. That'll be Undercover Boss. But it's a very good programme. And they do as well, not just Undercover Boss. They do undercover just about everything. They're all sort of secret things. The Millionaire thing is a dating programme. That's where this woman, who's still single and not at all surprised, tries to fix rich people up with sort of gold diggers. That's the way I look at it. It's a case of, okay, this man here is very rich, okay, and he's looking for somebody here. And they get these people. There are agents in this country as well, and we've got agencies as well, which will set you up with somebody who's rich. Please don't write to me. It's embarrassing enough as it is. You can write to the producer and the assistant producer. They don't mind being written to. They're more than happy, I think. Here is a picture of Marianne Faithfull. I told you at the beginning of the programme, Marianne Faithfull says she's suffering with long COVID and is struggling financially, saying things really are quite desperate. She said, I really need the money. The pandemic has basically screwed me up. She's releasing a poetry and music album. She spent 22 days in hospital last year. Said, I got so ill, I nearly died. I've got what they call long-term COVID. She's 74. And she famously dated Mick Jagger. She said she was relying on the cheque from the film to keep her afloat. What film would that be? I can't remember what the film is, actually. It doesn't really help. But anyway, she did date him in the 60s. So the lockdown has wiped her out. Because most people, as I said, don't have savings, do they? They don't think it's ever going to happen. But as I've said to all my drivers every morning, who'd have realised a year ago that we were going to go into this lockdown and our lives were going to change forever. Absolutely forever. Fishermen catching their breath the other day. They spent an hour hauling in miles of plastic from the ocean. The crew of the Nimrod, based at Newlyn, found the plastic line by the Isles of Scilly. Skipper Ben Rose said it would have killed thousands of animals. Ghastly. Really is. Plus the 1,500 John Lewis jobs at risk as 8 more shops close. And yet, strangely enough, Waitrose is doing very well. It's turned into a £1 billion business. £1 billion biscuit. £1 billion business. I like the idea. Hollywood paying tribute to the actor George Segal yesterday, who, like the title of one of his films, brought a touch of class. He was with Glenda Jackson. Love Glenda Jackson. Here's a picture of ghastly Joe Swash with the fake smile and his patronising wife, girlfriend, whatever she is now, telling you how to actually sort your home out and keep things in the fridge. Almost as annoying as Anthea Turner, and they don't get any more annoying than Anthea Turner. How to clean and upcycle. Do you think Joe Swash has ever done washing up? Shouldn't think so. Unless you count the time he took his hair off and dropped it into the sink. The heartbroken owner of the dog apologises for the attack on the seal. She's made a donation. Doesn't really solve the problem, though, does it? That dog should have been on a lead. It was only a 10-month-old seal, loved by the locals. Not anymore. Not anymore. She says... a neighbour says her dog was friendly and named Toby. She said, it's not an aggressive dog. Hello, I beg to differ. What do you call it when it clings on to something like that? She said, he has no history of this and is super sweet with our dogs. It could happen to anybody. Well, I'm sure it could. Unfortunately, it happened to her and her dog, who didn't let go of this poor seal. How big is the Suez Canal? How many miles do you think it is? Come on. Don't cheat. 190 miles? No. Come on, Corey. How many miles? 30. No, it's 120. It's the quickest sea route between Asia and Europe. How many years did it take to build? 5 years. 40. No, 10. This is good. I like this game. This is great. Also, wait a minute. How many meters wide is it? How many meters wide is it? 200. Very good. What do you say? 100. No, it's 205 meters wide. Very close. How deep is it? How deep? Bearing in mind it's man-made, how deep is it? Come on. 75 what? Meters? No. Much less. 40. No, you're closest though. 24 meters. How many vessels use it every day? How many vessels use it every day? 2,000? What planet are you on? No, 50. Yeah, all right, hold your hands up. Like, listen, I don't make the answers up here. It's also one of Egypt's what? One of Egypt's what? What is it? One of Egypt's biggest... No, earners. Biggest earners. It's one of the top foreign currency earners. I've never been through it, but I don't think it's for us, is it? Unless other ships get... It seems to be fairly wide. How this stupid Evergreen ship got logged in it, I've got no idea. Absolutely ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. So here it is. GCHQ devising a set of fiendish puzzles to mark the release of a £50 note featuring Alan Turing. There are 12 puzzles based on the note with the code-cracking hero on which comes into circulation today. So if I go to the bank today and get some £50 notes out, I'm hoping that there will be some Alan Turing notes. I quite like one of those. That'd be quite nice. So here we go. They've got all these sort of questions. Where are the answers? Answers on... Oh, you've got to go to the answers to their GCHQ site. I can't be bothered. I expect them to be written on the papers, but they're not. But it doesn't matter, actually. Diary today, talking about Mick Jagger, old Snake Hips. He's a bit... he loves his animals. I didn't even think he would be an animal lover. Never even crossed my mind, actually. And also, he played Captain Kirk in the original Star Trek series. William Shatner has never seen an episode. He's never watched it. They had somebody the other day. They were on the television. What were they doing? They were doing something. Oh, that's right. They were a big fan of Star Trek, and they went to one of these conventions, and you can have your picture taken with him. And but it's quite expensive, so he would charge, say, something like $200. Well, I don't know what he would charge. You might have to find out, but I would think about $250 would be accurate. And the woman said it was so exciting. They said, "Oh, so what did you ask him?" She said, "You weren't allowed to ask him anything." She said, "You weren't allowed to touch him." He was a bit precious about being touched. He's 90, by the way, now. I mean, you wouldn't want to touch him in case he crumbled, and disappeared. But. He says, although whilst directing the 5th film in the franchise, The Final Frontier, he admits he did boldly go where many have gone before. I had to watch that one, he gripes. But there are many episodes I don't know. Mind you, there are some movies I don't know. I mean, if you've made so many things, how would you know everything? The answer is you probably wouldn't.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning. Nice to have you with us this morning. Eddie says, have you ever watched Four in a Bed? It's a good old backstabbing programme. Oh, isn't it just? Oh, isn't it just? My godfathers, honestly. And then they go, so this is your room tonight. You'll be staying here. And it's, what was it the other day? Well, it wasn't very expensive. It was something like £65 for this room, which for bed and breakfast I thought was cheap. That was for your, the bed and breakfast. Anyway, the bloke who was obviously playing a game, was obviously a nasty little piece of work. He deducted £25 off it. Seriously, people are that mean on there because they're playing games. Some of them are really quite evil because they go in there, they run their hands along the top of the pelmet, in the wardrobes, in the drawers. They take all the mattress coverings off and stuff like that. They do everything. They obviously expect a brand new mattress every time they go there. So they then try and get their own back, don't they? Steve, the ship in the Suez Canal suffered from a total power blackout and the crew had no control. No control. I know, they said it was a draft, wasn't it? A wind or something. And Steve, why on earth do they have hot cross buns with a sticky glaze? It's horrible. Oh no, I haven't had a hot cross bun in the toaster for ages, but that's what it's quite nice. And you take it. Mind you, I like crumpets. I'm a crumpet person. Well, hey. Oh, sorry, double entendre. Somebody will complain, won't they? I heard Steve Allen doing a double entendre about a bit of crumpet. Way. They'd have had a field day, wouldn't they? If the carry-ons had just come out now, they'd have had an absolute field day with stuff like that. Apparently, M&S do a chocolatey hot cross bun. Not for you, Tubbsy. Not for you. Some people can eat things like that. You've only got to look at a piece of chocolate and on go the poundage. It's really bad for you. We're trying to make sure that as you enter into your 30s, you're still attractive to people. But I mean, no, a chocolatey hot cross bun. They're not meant to be chocolatey. They're meant to be just fruit and peel and stuff like that. All these different flavours. Sacrilegious, ladies and gentlemen. Dreadful. Steve, you were in the garden with me whilst I was gardening. Despite wearing gloves, I still got stung by stinging nettles. Oh, that's not very good, is it? Eve said, how did your hospital appointment go? Well, sort of kind of went, the one that I thought was going to be didn't turn up, even though that was on my phone and I've got all their text messages. So I got another hospital, which is fine. And within 2 weeks, I shall be going in to have a procedure. A procedure. Let's say it'll be lights, camera, action. And then we'll wait and see. Very exciting. Or not, as the case may be. I don't know. I'll have to wait and find out. I've got friends who've actually been through it before. Steve, I used to work for John Lewis. They're a good business. Well, they've hardly got any left, have they now? They're all closing. All closing. Roger says Brits won't work in a cafe or burger joint here, but they'll do it in Ibiza or Australia. Well, of course. Look at the weather. That's why. That's why. That's lovely, isn't it? It's like the girls who go off, and the boys sometimes, to work on the ski chalets. And all they've got to do is cook for the people who are skiing, and then they get a day off a week to go skiing, which is quite a nice thing, isn't it? Another one here. Fish and chips were one of the few meals not rationed during the war to keep up morale. Oh, how lovely. I do like fish and chips. I do like it. I like that Young's fish and chips. It's frozen and it's ever so nice. Ever so nice. I shouldn't have it. I shouldn't really have it at all because it's got to be deep fried. But I'm having scampi today, mainly because I don't care whether it's healthy or not. I've decided it's my Thursday and I shall do with it what I want. What have we got here? We've got a driver jailed after faking a CCTV photo. This is Saeed Ahmed, who forced a motorcyclist off the road while showing off as he drove in convoy to a wedding. The motorcyclist suffered head injuries. Ahmed used his IT skills to create a photo of his car parked outside his home in Barking at the time of the crash in Ipswich. Anyway, they saw through him. And he's been jailed for 7 months, banned from driving for 16, after admitting to pervert the course of justice. He had shown extreme immaturity. So Saeed Ahmed, 25, probably playing about 5, I should imagine. Not so good. And a former star of The Secret Millionaire stole from the children's cancer charity he founded. This one here is called Colin Nesbitt. He set up Little Heroes Cancer Trust to give toys to kids in hospital after his own grandson was diagnosed. He appeared on Channel 4's The Secret Millionaire, but was held in 2015 after concerns from the Charity Commission. Prosecutor James Lake told Bradford Crown Court he did raise money for charity, but all the while he was feathering his own nest. Nesbitt denied financial gains from the charity and blamed his atrocious accountancy skills, but he was found guilty and warned a jail term was possible when he's sentenced next month. What is it about people thieving from a children's charity? What is it? Not good enough. And Picasso made a right pig's ear of this portrait, if the online critics. This painting, expected to fetch about 10 million at auction today, has been dubbed a dead ringer for Peppa Pig. It is. It does look like Have you ever seen Peppa Pig? I didn't quite get it. I didn't get it at all. But then I'm not that age. But Peppa Pig. It's Peppa Picasso, which is quite clever, isn't it? It does look like it. Today's sale in London also includes a work by David Hockney called Tall Dutch Trees, which is listed at 8.5 million. Can you imagine if he just went out there and banged out a couple of pictures, and then they said, oh, that's worth about 10 million. You know, Peppa likes it, while a third dubbed the creation Peppa Picasso. Sotheby says it's hogwash, and the woman sitting in a chair is Picasso's 20th century take on the Italian Renaissance style. Nope, looks like Peppa Pig. Do you think actually he was way ahead of his time and he actually knew all about Peppa Pig? They're very sure. People seem to like them. I think my youngest goddaughter, I think she used to watch Peppa Pig, bless her heart. But I've seen them. They're just. I mean, I don't get it. But then we used to have different things when I was a little person. But now I'm a bigger person. I don't watch it. But sometimes I get in and you're flicking through the channels and all of a sudden there you are, Peppa Pig. What was the other one they get? It was a penguin. It was a penguin. Pingu. I like Pingu. He was quite good. I wasn't into Bagpuss. I just thought Bagpuss looked like it needed a good wash or something. And what else was there? I can't remember. The Clangers. Yeah, but that was my generation, Clangers. That's not your generation. Yeah, Teletubbies. I don't know the Tweenies. I know the Teletubbies. Time for Teletubbies. Time for Teletubbies. They were good, weren't they? Until the papers made some big deal about one of them having a little purple handbag. And apparently, what sexuality were the Teletubbies? As if anybody had ever asked. Seriously. I thought it was quite good. I like the Teletubbies. And they showed us who some of them were, who was playing the Teletubbies. And because it was voiced by... it's a mystery, oh, it's a mystery. A shot in the dark. It was... I can't remember her name. Teletubbies voice over. Time for Teletubbies. Girl, woman, hit singer. Toya Wilcox. I knew I'd get there eventually. Steve, Carry On films would be classed as soft porn these days, says John. Didn't you have Scampi yesterday? No. That was the other week. You've missed out, says Paul, having mushy peas with your fish and chips. I'm sorry. Do I sound common? I do beg your pardon. I don't do mushy peas. That's for northern people. It's not for us. It's not for us. People have that. It's like, when I went to Newcastle once and I ordered some chips, I'll have a portion of your finest chips, young man, I said to somebody wearing a pork pie hat. And then he said, would you like gravy on them? I said, your pardon? As you do, if you're not really sure whether you've heard correctly. Would you like gravy? He said again. I said, I don't think so, no. Why would I? He said, oh, it's very popular up here. I said, good, well, it'll stay popular up here, but it certainly won't be going down my throat. You haven't got any curry sauce, have you? Just to sort of... that was quite nice. I tried a bit of curry sauce on once, dipping your chips in curry sauce. Again, very common, but, somebody's got to do it. But mushy peas, definitely not. That's just peas that haven't quite made it into the tins or the bags, isn't it? Trumpton was a favourite, says Rich the Trucker. Oh, there you go. And Steve... Oh, no, I can't do that one. Somebody will complain. Remember the rag dolls? I do not remember the rag dolls. It's the solemnity of the Annunciation today, Steve. Are you and the boys observing the feast, says Donny? I shouldn't think they even know what it is. If I said to them, what do you think the Annunciation is? They would have no idea. No idea at all. And Steve, from my experience decades ago, though not a waiter, most waiters, including the head and sous chef, were Italian and Spanish. Yes, this domain was their lifelong career. You're right, actually, it was always, wasn't it? You went into an Italian restaurant and there were Italian people working in there. Although a friend of mine was Greek and his family owned an Italian restaurant. So you can't beat it, can you? You can't beat it. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Greg says, you definitely said yesterday Scampi is for tonight. Well, I've changed my mind. I'm having it this morning for breakfast. Not having Scampi. I don't tend to have a tea. I'm not really bothered about tea. But I shall have Scampi for breakfast. It'll be all ready, beautifully cooked, crispy. I might get some chips as well, those triple fried chips, and then get some scampi as well on top of it. Oh, I tell you, what a treat for a Thursday.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, 11 minutes to 6 is the time. Apparently, eating out twice a day significantly increases the risk of early death. My God, is there nothing you can do nowadays? Don't do this, don't do that, do this, do that. Oh, don't do this, and then a few years later, that's all right, you can do that. I've lost track of things. I'm terribly sorry. I remember there used to be a lovely place in upper St Martin's Lane, quite close to here. It's not there anymore. And they used to do spare ribs. That was their speciality. Spare ribs with whiskey, spare ribs with vodka. Oh, it was delicious. Seriously, you could eat a rack of ribs all by yourself, which was very good. And they used to do an onion cake. It was made out of onions, obviously, being an onion cake. And it was absolutely delicious. Absolutely delicious. Do you remember parsley and the herbs? Says Ants. Sort of, yes. Sort of. Also, do you remember Mary, Mungo and Midge? I mean, do you think I've gone completely round the bend and I can't remember anything? I am over the age of 25. I can remember all of these things. I have a brain that absorbs information. Somebody will tell me something, or failing that, and I don't know how it works. I've seen other people who have the same gift, and you'll be doing a story and you go, actually, I've just remembered there's something about that, and then you check it, and you discover that you're absolutely right. Nige says, Pogles Wood with the alcoholic plant that wouldn't talk unless it had some bilberry wine. I don't remember Pogles Wood. I'm sure it's absolutely delicious. Any chance of reprising the cat story? I'm sure you have new listeners unaware of it and the carnage that ensues. So good to have you back, says Stephen Leeds. I know, which is good. Do you remember parsley and the herbs? And also in stitches over the Newcastle experience. Went to Sunderland once, asked for a bag of chips, and they said, "Do you want bits with that?" says Matthew. Yeah, scraps. They call them scraps. In fact, you can buy them in some fish and chip shops now, which is interesting. Been trying, says Dawn Neeson, to write my Woman's Own column for over an hour now. But I keep getting distracted by Steve Allen's show on LBC talking about having scampi for breakfast. So exciting. Scampi. I mean, I used to think at one time, I remember a friend of mine had a box of After Eight chocolates. You know, they say, for breakfast. And I said, you can't eat that for breakfast. He said, you can eat anything you like for breakfast. And I thought, you know, I've had curry for breakfast before now, over mashed potato. And that's pretty delicious. But scampi, I mean, that's just pick food, isn't it? You sort of, you fry, it cooks really quickly. I've got one of these saucepans that heats up. The saucepan heats up. It's an electric saucepan. And I put a little bit of oil in, not a huge amount. And because you know me in the kitchen, and I cook scampi. I have 2 portions of scampi, and then I throw in fact I do the chips first, and I throw the scampi in afterwards. Delicious. And so, and I've also bought, and I bought it the other day. I forgot to get salt, but then I try not to have too much salt, and so I'm not having salt. I bought some ketchup, tomato ketchup. You can have that, can't you, with scampi? Tomato ketchup, delicious. Not surprised that poor old Dawn Neeson can't do a column. Stop talking about the food! Because all of a sudden you sit there and you think, wait a minute, what have I got? Have I got bread in? Oh, I've got bread in. And so you pop the bread in the toast, you go, oh, God, I've got no butter. And so you go, have I got any cheese? No. What have I got? Nothing. So you end up sort of taking the toast out of the toaster and throwing it away. Tony Romer's was the place for ribs, Steve. Yes, you're right, it was. It was delicious. Steve, I moved to France 3 years ago with my husband. Did you know that Elton John was diabetic? Did I mention that before, or have I just mentioned it now? I've mentioned it before, did I? Oh, well, I'm doing it twice. Diane says, my husband became very ill last December and died 3 weeks ago. We got to live our dream, but it was meant to last so much longer. He just turned 60 and was the healthiest, fittest person I knew. I'm devastated and have amazing friends who can't do enough to help. But you two are helping. And I want you to know you're bringing me much comfort during the long nights. Thank you. That's what it's there for. You know why, Diane? You know why? And it'll still be very sore with you for a long time yet. It's a case of when you wake up and there's nobody else there, but you turn on the radio and you hear a voice, that kind of, for a brief moment, takes away, the things that you think about. Because it's very easy to just sit there. I told you my mum, for ages after my dad died, would just sort of, in the middle of a phone conversation with me, just burst into tears. And she'd go, I'm so sorry. I said, don't be silly. Don't be silly. You can't do anything about that. So I'm glad that we're here for you. I'm sorry about the producers, but it's the best we can manage at this time of the morning. Otherwise known as the Chocolate Boys. There you go. Dawn's now said, stop it. Don't mention food. I tell you what I could have eaten before. Little sausages in batter. That'd be quite nice, wouldn't it? I know. It's just, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm an absolute disgrace. Absolute disgrace. My friend Ian says, I was watching an old Minder with Toyah in it the other day. Yes, do you know, I think I remember seeing the same one. And Warren says, is it me? Well, have a look in the mirror. If it looks like you, it's you. He says, but are the other birds tweeting all night long now? Because when I go to bed, they're still tweeting. When I get up, they're tweeting. It's tinnitus. Okay, you've got tinnitus. I mean, some birds tweet all night, don't they? But I don't know any birds like that. Stop it. Don't make me say it. It's not nice. But there are birds that... Because that was the thing, wasn't it? It's like, you know, when we used to live in Yorkshire near a farm, we used to get the cock-a-doodle-doo. Although, to be honest with you, they never actually went cock-a-doodle-doo. They just did... I don't know what they did, but it definitely wasn't cock-a-doodle-doo. But I thought that was quite nice. Do you think they did it to wake up in the morning? Because I just used to wake up on an alarm clock, and now I'm so good that I don't need to wake up on an alarm clock. I wake up before the alarm clock. If I say to myself the time I need to wake up in the morning, then that's the time I will wake up. I'm always awake before the alarm clock, except for the other morning when I actually stepped in. It went beep 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 beep. It's so annoying. It was only £1 in Poundland, where they sell things for £1, and I bought 2. In fact, I bought 3 actually. I've got one in the sitting room, which is slightly bigger than the other ones, which has got a light in it. Very useful if you need to know the time. I do not need to know the time. And I sort of thought, it's great. Steve, scampi, chips and curry sauce. You're very chav, aren't you, really? And then somebody says, have you ever thought of allowing Corey to co-host? He's got a lovely voice, says Jan. Yeah, the answer is no. Quite simply to that. It's not his voice. He's going through a voice synthesizer. Okay, it's definitely, yeah. I mean, put it this way, if I fell under this table now and had one of my little seizures, he'd be in here like, listen, you couldn't stop him. Oh, hello, everybody, my name's... Oh, you can just imagine, can't you? And in some of the news stories... Oh, God, it'd be ghastly. I would awake from my coma very quickly. Steve, my friend Stephen and I were wondering, how come you never appeared on the radio in Minder? They always have LBC or Capital on in the background. And I've heard Douglas Cameron, Mike Allen and Dave Cash. Yes, I did feature in something, and I can't remember what it was. They lifted me doing the travel, I think. And I think it was in Shoestring. I'm pretty certain I popped up in Shoestring. Steve, Robins sing through the night, says Jennifer. Peter says Blackbirds sing after dark. Have you ever been to Red Peppers? There's one in Esher and Teddington. Their ribs are the best. I do like ribbers. I do like ribs. And then Peter says spam fritters and pineapple fritters. Oh, how lovely. Oh, don't turn your nose up. You're such a snob, aren't you, honestly? You're so ghastly. You go sort of spam fritters and he looks at you, you know, like something on the bottom of his shoe. It's like beef burger in batter. Have you never had a pineapple ring in batter? No, obviously not. See, that's quite nice because you get the sweet and the savoury. No, obviously not. But, no, but ribs. Ribs. I love spare ribs. I've got some at home in the back of the car, actually, because I'm going to my brother's next Wednesday, which is very exciting. I'm looking forward to clearing out the boot of the car, but I've never managed it yet. Seriously. I've gone down there. He's picked up 20 carrier bags full of stuff in the boot. We open up the boot. It's exactly the same as it was. I don't know what's... it's all gone wrong, I'm afraid. Talking about food, milking the cows. All I can see are T-bone steaks and fillet steaks walking out the parlour, says Phil in West Wales. Oh, lovely. See, what you should do is go round getting your revenge on cockerels by waking them up at 3 o'clock in the morning. And how can you eat scampi? He's Sooty's nephew, says Alison. Scamp, wasn't he? I think he was Scamp. I think so. So a lot of people tell you about the restaurant being Tony Roma's. And then Steve, scampi, sliced onions and coleslaw. Well, actually, I've had coleslaw as well. I'll tell you what's nice. Cheese coleslaw. That's very nice. Only for people like me. And you can have that with the scampi as well. I sometimes just buy... I might have to do that today as well. It's actually the first time, because I've had so many things to do over the past few sort of weeks, so many things to think about, so many things to worry about, that today will be my first day of doing nothing. Steve, why did Luby Lou and Teddy always disappear for half an hour during Andy Pandy? No idea. I used to love those. Andy Pandy's coming to play. Da 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 da. You can still see them. They still exist. I think some are in the Museum of London, in London, and some are in the Magic Circle Museum. There's all sorts of little things in there. Yeah, I'll tell you, if you've never been to one of our shows at the Magic Circle, if we're lucky enough this year, hopefully we might actually get one, and you come down to the Magic Circle, you can get a cup of tea, you can watch Close-Up Magic. We do a show in the theatre for you, which I host, with some top-notch magicians. I mean, really top-notch. In fact, if we do it this year, I might even be persuaded to perform myself. This music means that we have the news at 6 o'clock on LBC. Oh, apparently Red Pepperonicious closed down. They couldn't survive. I think I might have been there. Was it called something else beforehand? I'm sure it might have been. Anyway, we've got the news. I'll be back with you in 3 minutes.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Welcome to Thursday. Do you know, I forgot to say at the beginning of the programme, welcome to Thursday. I normally tell people, it doesn't make any difference what day it is, but it is the 25th of March, and it's lovely. Mark in Brentwood, he says, you've got extra cheekiness going on. Cheekiness, honestly. I've never been cheeky. He says, when I first heard you in the early hours, a couple of weeks ago, I had to listen to work out if it was a replay or, as I feared, your obituary that they were playing out. But no, you were back. He said, I've just got back from Greggs with my bacon sarnie. The woman in the queue behind me started telling me that since her husband was taken into hospital, her life had changed. She told me for 20 years they had sex, morning, noon and night. But since the operation last year, it all stopped. And I can't read the rest of this, actually. How do I read the rest of it? But she said she was going to sue the surgeon. So I can only see so much of these things, and I don't know whether or not I don't know how I'm going to manage. There's obviously a punchline coming up on this thing here, so I shall try and get it. 0602. That's it. Can you leave that there? Since the op had all stopped, she's going to sue the surgeon. Sheepishly, I asked what op he'd. Oh, it's gone again. What op he'd faced, and it turns out I was waiting for something. She's going to sue the surgeon. Sheepishly, what op had he faced, expecting something down there? She looked me straight in the eye and said, he had his cataracts done. See, I tend to forget I've had my cataracts done as well. And I've also got a stern letter from the hospital. The trouble is, with all the things going on with all the other bits and pieces, I've got to go back and get my eyes looked at. God, honestly, never stops. Never stops. Steve, I tried a Greggs vegan sausage roll last year. It was gross. Well, if you're vegan, you'd love it. I want to know why in Greggs they do all their pasties and all the rest of it, but they're stone cold. Unless you get them when they've just come out of their oven. Why can't they have a heated cabinet with them in there so that you get a heated... I thought that's the whole idea. The only thing that's hot is the bacon things and the little sausages. Have you tried licorice from my licorice company? Says Chris in Brighton. It's fantastic. I'm not sure if the boys know what licorice is. I don't think they understand. Do you know what licorice is? Have you had licorice before? They've had licorice. Which one do you like? Red? Just the black one. Okay, just the normal licorice. Do you like the box which has got the pipe and the shoelaces and things? Do you like that? Don't know what that is, do you? Caught you out on that one. Yeah, you can buy a gift box of licorice, or you could just buy the licorice. Licorice torpedoes are nice. They're nice. Come with a crisp candy coat on. Not for breakfast, obviously. I mean, that would be ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. That'd be like having curry over mashed potato. That would be really silly. Definitely silly. Also, so this Suez crisis. I mean, how you get this boat? I mean, really, it's just absolutely ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Do you know the Egyptian economy? I said it. The Suez Canal is very good. It generates about $4 billion a year. $4 billion a year. So that's good, isn't it? Also, BBC licence fee to stay until 2038, say the MPs. Yeah. Well, do you think if it's our BBC, as we're constantly being told it is, can we have a change of presenters, please? You know, not the same people all the time. That would be tedious and boring. Let's have something different. Also, the Naked Fury, some girl at one of these protests standing in front of a police officer. Perhaps there's something the matter with her. Perhaps she's sort of on day release or something. I mean, why would you want to stand in front of them and take all your clothes off? What's the point of that? They're police officers. They have seen people before, you know. Surprise, surprise. You just make a fool of yourself. Also, new parents will have access to breastfeeding and mental health support under plans to ensure babies have the best start in life. Good, 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 good. That's what we like, isn't it? And the paying fields of Eton. Yes, in East Sussex, Eton, yes, that Eton, own a lot of land. In fact, they own quite a lot of land over there, a big swathe, 509 acres. They're going to sell it off to put up 3,000 homes in the countryside. The people who live in the countryside don't want 3,000 homes on their doorstep. Thank you very much indeed. And they say it's home to rare wildlife, including barn owls and great crested newts. Eton stands to make £120 million from it. I mean, to be honest with you, I don't know what they're doing with the land anyway, but secondly, why would you want to put 3,000 houses out in the countryside? The people don't want it. This whole idea of the countryside. What a great shame. Eton College charges, they have around, I think, 1,350 boys. Actually, there we go. You can do that. We've got a calculator in there. Got a calculator? Okay. 43,000 times 1,350. 43,000 times 1,350. Okay. That's 5,000,000. 50. How much is it? What do we make that? 58 million? Oh, it can't be 58 million, can it? Is that right? Are you sure? You'll have to do it again now. That sounds a little bit too much, actually. Whatever it is, they're making a bit of money down at Eton. Making a bit of money down at Eton. We're working out it's £43,000 times 1,350. Come on, blimey, at this rate, the listeners will be doing it quicker than you. The number's right, is it? 58 million? Really? That's how much they turn over? Small wonder I never went to Eton. Mind you, I don't think my parents had 43 million pounds. Somebody says the BBC use the same old presenters. How long have you been at LBC? We're commercial, sweet cheeks. We're commercial radio. We're paying for the other thing, or perhaps you're one of those simpletons. Greg stopped doing hot food when the government said it was now liable for VAT. Oh, yes, you're right. I seem to remember that one. Curry over mashed potato, says Desmond. I think maybe you're onto something there. It's delicious. Delicious. Pontefract cakes are the best, says Jackie. Right. Apparently, if you ask them to heat up your food, it takes 30 seconds, says Colin. Do they? Well, that'd be nice. Matthew says, love to Kasia and Mike at the Water Lane Salon. I'm his first appointment where they open in 2 weeks. Yeah. People are desperate to get their hair cut. Do you know what I'm desperate for? Car wash. I'm hoping that by next week the car washes are open and I can get my car washed at Kingston Bridge. There's a nice hand car wash there. And they've looked after the car for ages. And I'm desperate to get it. It's so dirty, my car. Even I can't believe how dirty it is. So please, car wash is open. That'd be nice, wouldn't it? Tony Beak. Why do they call him Anton Dubek? His name's Tony Beak. What's going on here? But he's 54. He's very irritating on the television. He's a bit sort of he was a bit. I still enjoy watching Brucey on the Play Your Cards Right and what's the other game show that Brucey does on the television? It's not Play Your Cards Right, but you can win all sorts. Some bloke won a car on there the other day at the very beginning of the programme. Price is Right. That's very good. I like that. That's nobody did a game show like Brucey. Tony Beak thought he was going to be Brucey's sort of cover, but he wasn't, thank God. And so he hit the dance floor. Then he was voted off in the first week because he was given Jackie Smith. And he's back. He won't be trading in his... Oh, God. We'll have to put up with the irritating bloke for a little bit longer. But don't worry. Don't worry. If they give him the older people, they generally sort of peg out, don't they, on about the first week. So Jim Lovell, 93. The Apollo 8 astronaut was one of the first people to see the far side of the moon. Do you know, what were they called? The flatliners, aren't they? People who believe that the Earth is flat. These... flat earthers. They were on the television a short while ago, and I remember looking at them thinking, sorry.
I don't have an answer for that. Is there something else I can't help with?
I'm sorry, did anybody invite you into this conversation? Answer no. It's beginning to sound like Nick Abbott's programme. People popping in. Ridiculous. Yes, and so I forgot where I was going actually with that conversation now, and so they actually believe that the Earth was flat. I mean, are these people in the real world, or are they stepped out of a home or something? But anyway, the mission almost ended in tragedy. This was when he did the Far Side of the Moon, notched up more than 700 hours. Also, Cathy Dennis, one of the singer-songwriters from Norfolk's biggest hits, was called Can't Get You Out of My Head, which she wrote in a few hours with Rob Davis from Mud. Remember Rob Davis from Mud? I do, because he wrote into LBC ages and ages ago. She said, I felt I did have a genuine talent. I wonder how much money she's made out of it. Also, on this day, 1942, the fabulous Aretha Franklin. There is a new programme that's coming out on one of the TV channels on her. The family have said, doesn't come with our approval. They're very keen to maintain, the right image of Aretha Franklin. I remember her singing with Obama and Michelle Obama. Fantastic. Died in 2018. So, when working with soul singer Luther Vandross, addressed him as Vandross while insisting he called her Miss Franklin. I thought she was looking back. Oh, she was great. Great. In 1306, which the producer remembers very well, Robert the Bruce was crowned King of the Scots. King of the Scots. And that was leading the fight for Scottish independence against Edward I. March the 25th, 1998. What was significant about March 25th, 1998? Titanic cruised to 11 Oscars. 11 Oscars at Tinseltown's biggest night. Most expensive film ever made, equalled the awards tally of Ben-Hur. But there was nothing for Kate Winslet. Which is a shame, isn't it? Nothing. I quite liked it. I'd love to go down. To see it while it's still there before it disappears completely. March 25th, 1972, Cristobal Balenciaga, the village dressmaker, became a courtier to royalty and film stars. Has at the age of 77 clients including Princess Grace of Monaco and Marlene Dietrich. Wow. That would be... I'd love to have met people like that, wouldn't you? You'd love to have met these sort of people. Price is Right was Leslie Crowther, not Brucey. No, Leslie might have started it, but Brucey does it as well. Nicola. So we know that. Leslie Crowther did it to start with, but then Bruce took over. And I have to say, Bruce was good. Somebody says, LBC car wash by a bucket. Don't be so ridiculous. Don't be so silly. Rachel says the Esso garage in Twickenham past the Maple Leaf Pharmacy towards Squires has a car wash. The Esso garage. Oh, yes, I know. I don't take them through the electronic car washes. They ruin your paintwork. No, only hand wash. Only hand wash. Got home last night, says Julian. Starving hungry. Can't be both. Stood there in the kitchen and there it was on the top shelf looking at me. I was just about to eat it. So I did. 2 minutes in the microwave, TV on, feet up, the most delicious Christmas pudding with Devon custard I'd had since December. Right up until 2:30 when I woke up feeling quite sick. I thought they last forever, actually, Christmas puddings. If they've got booze in, they last for ages. It's the preservative.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning. Apparently keeping tropical fish is a very calming thing to have. We used to have, they put them in some doctor surgeries and dentist surgeries because you can sort of sit there and watch them just swimming backwards and forwards, and apparently takes your mind off the procedures which are about to follow. We always used to have, when we were in Hong Kong, I think it was only in Hong Kong my brother had an aquarium. We went out one time and he said, oh, look, an aquarium. I said, I'll buy you one. So we bought it and bought the fish and all the rest of it. But you've got to be very careful with buying fish because if it's slightly bigger fish, they'll eat the little ones. You've got to be very careful. You've got to get the water right. The temperature's got to be right. The alkaline or whatever it is. All of that's got to be sorted. It's quite complicated to have done. But I quite like it. But it's very, very therapeutic. Very therapeutic. Ray Winston, we've done him before, haven't we? And a British Army sergeant has been told he can take his case to an employment tribunal after he was banned from serving overseas because his wife is Russian. Wow. So, people now complain about just about everything. So because his wife is Russian, the Royal Mail is releasing a set of domed coins. Domed coins, believe it or not, to celebrate the 150th anniversary of the Royal Albert Hall, which I heard about yesterday. And the coin's design captures the iconic architecture of this prestigious building in stunning detail. That was Queen Victoria, wasn't it? At least when Albert died, he ended up with a bridge and a hall. So he did quite well, actually. But other people got railway stations and things like that. But he got the hall, which was lovely. Plus, pictures of Ayers Rock, water all over the place. All over the place. And the rising levels of licence fee evasion are pushing the BBC's funding model to the brink of collapse. They've got a black hole of 120 million a year. Yeah, but they're vastly overstaffed at the BBC. I mean, honestly, give it in the hands of commercial radio and television, they could turn a profit round quite easily and start axing people. Now they're going to have all these, 400 people to be leaving London to go and work elsewhere. I can't wait to see how that's going to work out. You know, people go, right, we're going on strike. Because if you've lived in London all your life and you work in London and you're working on the radio, and I don't know how many people work at different branches of them, then you don't want to start moving up the country. Why would you want to do that? You want to be in the capital. Much nicer. Much nicer. Also, what's this a picture of? This is, Katy Perry and Orlando Bloom. Very odd couple. Very strange, actually. And John Cleese says, I was delighted to hear that Fawlty Towers is being repeated on the BBC, suggesting he's been kept in the dark about plans for his old show. He cuttingly adds, if anybody like my agents can tell me about this, I'd be much obliged. John Cleese is 81. 81. And as he wrote it, you'd think he'd be up for it. I mean, they seem to repeat things all the time. At the moment, I'm watching Bless This House. What else? Oh, it's just non-stop programmes. Bless This House is very popular. The George and Mildred, very popular. All these old comedy programmes that they're bringing back. I tell you, very entertaining during the daytime. Very entertaining. And finally, clearing the office at Good Morning Britain a fortnight after his sudden departure, Piers Morgan confirms he's left behind a cardboard cutout of Susanna Reid. He mischievously remarks, would it be a bit creepy to take it home? The real Susanna tweets back to an old sparring partner Piers, end of an era, thank you for 5 incredible years of rows, rants and reasons to eye roll. It's good, isn't it? Really. And I wish Royal Mail released a postie with hairy legs wearing shorts calendar. Oh, I should imagine there must be. Don't you think so? There's bound to be that. And here's a couple. After 50 years of marriage, Caroline and Kelly Gay decided to recreate their wedding exactly half a century to the day in 1971. Grandmother of 4 Caroline, who's 70, spent 3 years growing her hair and even wore the same dress as in her 20s, whilst Kelly chose a similar but different suit. Isn't that amazing? I love it when people do things like that. I think that's quite nice. Quite nice. Richard Madeley has called for internet trolls to be prosecuted for targeting epilepsy campaigner Zach Igling. The TV host says the gang who bombarded Zach, who's 9, with flashing messages to induce an epileptic seizure should be tried for GBH. Yes, well, as we've said a million times before, you know, there's some sick people out there, and they're generally trolls, you know, or people who go and do demonstrating and set fire to people's cars who work for the NHS, who are trying to help people live. You know, it's as simple as that. It's as simple as that. And then the stupid person decides to take all their clothes off. Got you in the papers, dear, but frankly, your estimation has gone way down. The other show I enjoy, Steve, is Yes Minister. Yeah, I like Yes Minister, Yes Prime Minister, but you can buy the box sets really, really cheaply now. I was amazed at how cheap these things are, and you can watch them again and again and again and again. I've still bought the whole box set of Bewitched, which I haven't... Did you ever see Bewitched? Did you watch Bewitched? That was good. I used to like that. I used to sit there seeing if I could twiddle my nose to see if anything would happen. Never did. Never did. It's one of those sort of bizarre things that you sort of go... You imagine if it was actually possible. Of course, there'd be some people out there who probably think it is. Prince Harry's transformation to California hippie is complete. Good, good, good. Well, perhaps he'll stay there. How many days a week he's working, we've not been told. Might only be 1 day a month. You know, for whatever they're going to be paying him, it'll be... I mean, he doesn't know anything about things like that. He's basically going to be fumbling in the dark. They'll be doing it all for him. It's the prestige, because they've managed to get loads of publicity. I'm beginning to wonder, actually, what it is. You know, this mega ship that's blocking the Suez Canal? What do you think's in the containers? What do you think is in the containers? I mean, if it's food, we're a little bit of a worry, isn't it? It's come from China. It could be anything, I suppose. And pubs could be allowed to bypass social distancing rules, provided you've got a COVID passport. Because I've got one. You have it done, and then you put your name at the top of it, which is quite nice. Cherry blossom. Beautiful. Could be Japan, but it's not. It's Battersea Park. Battersea Park, and people walking through there the other day. Something absolutely beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Plus, in the paper today, safety measures for Measure, the reopening of Shakespeare's Globe. I've been there, actually. Unfortunately, I got horribly drunk. We had a special prize one evening you could win, sitting in a box at the Globe Theatre. And they very unwisely gave me a bottle of wine to keep me by the time we got to the interval, I was 3 sheets to the wind. So I was in a hopeless situation. Not very good at all, actually. So I decided not to go back again. But I'm fascinated by it. Fascinated by the building and the fact that it's there. If you've never seen it, you've probably seen it on the internet. And then you can sort of come down to London and actually see it for itself. Other stories in the papers for today. Britain and the EU in late talks to avoid the vaccine blockade. Sport bans could disrupt the UK's vaccine rollout to the under 50s. And mums hit hard by lockdown and say that ministers are out of touch. 8 in 10 believe MPs don't understand their lives. I don't think they understand their own lives. I really don't. Liverpool reeling as Whitehall steps in to help run the city. That's a first, isn't it? Have you ever heard of anything like that before? It was so bad that they bring in somebody else to do it. And Steve, did you know that the Flat Earth Society has members all round the globe? They'll be unhappy. There's 20,000 containers, a whole variety of things. Just on that one boat, is there? They always look a bit unsafe to me, these things, but they can't even get it out the Suez Canal. Dominic says, I remember going to see George and Mildred being recorded at Teddington Studios, now sadly demolished. Yeah, you know what for? Flats. Teddington Studio, razed to the ground, up went flats. Flats everywhere. Twickenham Station. Flat over the station. Actually, over the rails. Flats. Prices from 500,000. So, have you done jury service? Yep. And if so, do you enjoy it? Yep. Chris in Brentwood, you'll love it. You'll love it. Seriously, you should do it. And, well, in fact, you can't actually get out of it unless you're ill and you've got medical certification. You should do it. You should do it. But they do offer you the chance. You'll go in there, you'll discover you are one of about 100 people in a building, which probably has about 10 courts in it. I did Isleworth Crown Court. And every day you all turn up and you get an allowance for food for the day, for sandwiches and things like that. And then they'll call your name out to decide, and then you'll all get in a line and you'll troops off to your court. But if it's a long case, you can opt out of it because you're only there for 2 weeks. I thought it was great. I finished working here, scooted back from here, and went home, changed, then went off to the court. I loved it. You meet all sorts of people. We had a serving police officer in our group. The only thing you can't do is discuss it with anybody, even though people are going, what do you want? What are you doing? What are you doing? And I thought it was great. It's a great way of seeing how the judicial system works in this country. I mean, it really is. It was so good. I came back. I raved about it.
At Virgin Active, there's something for everybody. Whether you like to work up a sweat in a strength and conditioning class, or tone your limbs in Pilates and then head to the spa, we can help you find your thing. From swimming to boxing to gentle jacuzzi bubbling. Whatever gets you moving, it all counts at Virgin Active. Join now and get your first month free. T's and C's apply. Offer ends October 31st.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, Steve, Liz in New Cross Gate. I can't wait to do jury service. I was called when I was a student nurse and we were allowed to defer it then. We can't anymore, and you can't be there soon enough. A couple of weeks off work sounds marvellous. Yes, although the amount of money that they give you, it does not compensate. Well, it certainly didn't compensate me, but I didn't do it for that. I did it because, but the strange thing was I did it, and then I came back to work and I was telling everybody about it. It blew me down. I only got another letter calling me for jury service again, which of course you don't have to do. You only have to do it once. But brilliant. I thought it was really good. You'd be so. It is like watching a television program. You go and sit there. I was jury foreman on one of the cases. I think we ended up doing. I think in the 2 weeks I was there, I think I did 3 cases, because some days you won't do a case. You won't do a case. You'll just sit there. So my advice is take a book. Take a book to read. The Bible would be useful because you might not get called for a couple of cases, and they will say, "Are you okay for this case?" But if it's a case that could go on for longer than a couple of weeks, you don't want to do it. Bearing in mind, though, some elderly people love doing that because that's like, you know, it gets you out of the house. They get their sandwiches and tea and stuff like that, and they get to watch a proper case. So fraud and something like that generally go on for a while. All of mine was sort of dealt with fairly quickly, and you get directed by the judge. He will say to you, this person. In fact, on one of ours, we had him telling us that the person that you are trying today, I am duty bound to tell you, has just been released from prison. So in other words, he'd come out of prison and committed more crimes. So, and then the funny thing is, you never hear what they get. I thought that they would sit there and they'd go, and these people would go back to prison for another 10 years or whatever. We didn't get that. They then dismiss the jury. Thank you very much indeed. And then they call the convicted back in and then tell them what they think. We're never privy to hear that. But our one, we were told a few bits of information, and one of them was that he'd come back from prison. He'd only just been released from prison and got caught again. But he'd lied. His girlfriend was in court. There's never anybody goes to court. You can go as a member of the public. You can go and watch these things. His girlfriend was there. And, of course, when it was announced that the jury found him guilty, she sort of went, ooh, did the whole bit. But long time ago now. But definitely good fun. Definitely good fun. I can't mention any of your cases. Somebody says, I remember my dad doing jury service when I was a teenager. I thought it was the most amazing experience. I've spoken to friends of mine who've done it. I said, we had a guy there, and on one of the cases, one of these obscure cases, it involved police officers saying what had happened. And one person on our jury obviously had a thing against the police. So he said, I don't believe them. I think they're lying. And so we then had to sit in the jury room trying to convince this person that, that what was happening was true. There'd be no point in them sort of lying about it. But of course, the funny thing was that when somebody wanted a cigarette, we all had to go out for a cigarette. You all had to go outside because you couldn't let people go outside. I thought it was great. Great experience. Really, really amazing. Really amazing. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Nick says, Harry to become chief... Nobody knows what this is. Seriously, if I've asked one person, I've asked three. Chief Impact Officer at a mental health company. Better up. Well, he didn't seem to make much impact in dealing with Markle's so-called mental health issues. With all his squillions, he could have afforded a shrink, says Nick. It's an odd title, but as I say, we don't know what it is. I don't think totally he knows what it is either. Chief Impact Officer. Even the papers are slightly sort of sceptical. They're going, about, what is it? Does he know what this is? Is he qualified to talk about these things? The answer is no. But what they've done is they've booked him because he's Harry and he's been on the Oprah Winfrey Show. One of the Dagenham roofers says, done jury service 3 times. First one when I was 18 at the Old Bailey, when the IRA was active. Didn't know what to expect. Well, you don't with these things. We had, I was amazed at how many people were part of the jury service group. There must have been a good 60 to 100 of us. So on your first day, they explain how it works. And then second day is when you start getting into it. Tracy in Arundel, beautiful place. Isn't that lovely? You're very lucky. I did jury service 2 weeks after my 18th birthday at One Crown Court. Love to do it again at 52. Now I'm a bit more worldly wise. Michael Dennis, the Black Cab poet, says, my nan did jury service 4 times. She loved it. She often said that if they asked her to do it full time, she'd have bitten their arms off. Yeah, a lot of elderly people love doing it because it's company, and you can chat away to people in your little group. On your little group, you can't chat to other people, but it's amazing. Seriously, I would recommend it to everybody. Mark, love it, love it. Steve, I did jury service for over 4 weeks. We had to stay in a hotel overnight. Yeah, they can't let you go home, can they? What was that film about jury? Was it called 12 Angry Men? That was again, where you only have to get one person. The judge will say, I'm looking for, you all to be in agreement. Only if they go so far down the line will they come back and say, listen, we're going for majority. In which case, if 1 or 2 people don't go for it, you can go for the majority. But either way, I cannot recommend it more. Abby in Ripon. Is that Yorkshire, Ripon? We like Ripon, don't we? I know somebody famous who lives there. I've never been there. So that's quite nice. It's amazing how many of you have done jury service. I was recommending it the last time I did it, which was ages and ages ago, and I thought it was brilliant. So if you get the opportunity, Go for it. Go for it. You have filled in your census forms, haven't you? Did you both fill them in? Good. Did you tell the truth about your fire? Did you tell the truth about your fire or your sexual ethnicity? Not sexual ethnicity. How can you have sexual ethnicity? That'd be quite funny, wouldn't it? You have to do ethnicity and then your sexuality. I didn't find anything that applied to me at all in that side of it, but I did worry about the central heating. Why do they want to know about my central heating? What is important about that? You can describe yourself as all sorts of things. Actually, I had a few ideas. I thought just to make it a little bit more interesting for me, but I never actually got round there, which is a shame. 6 in 10 Brits have no idea of what? 6 in 10 Brits have no idea of. Come on. 6. Why is the sky blue? No. Come on, Jake. 6 in 10 Brits have no idea. No. Whether the clocks go forward or backwards. Most people don't know. They have no idea. They hold their hands up and they go, I don't know. They go forwards. Spring forward, fall back. Okay, so at 1 o'clock on Sunday morning, it becomes 2 o'clock. You'll watch all the clocks change unless you've got to do them manually, which is good. Connie says, please tell me, if I were to do jury service, will I be in big trouble if I fall asleep? Yes. That's the whole idea of jury service. I mean, if you have a medical condition that means that you're not eligible, and there are people who are not eligible for jury service, unfortunately, and also you can only defer it once if you're on holiday or something like that. You can't do it any more than once. You only get the one opportunity. My friend Chris over in España, remember doing jury service for 2 weeks, and I spent most of it waiting to be called for a case. Finally got one at the end, which lasted a day. I know. I did 3. I thought 3 was good. 3 was good, but I didn't want anything heavy. We had I'd love to tell you what the cases were. They were so. A couple of them were sort of, you think, oh my goodness, would that make the papers? Probably not. Steve, they want to ban gas central heating. That was it. I knew there was something. So they need to know how many houses have it. I'm gas central heating. You think we could change it for something else? Johnny in Watford did jury service 25 years ago. A guy had nicked booze under the supermarket. He claims he forgot to pay for it. Yeah, but that's what you have to decide. If they elect to go for trial by jury, that's where you all come into it. That's where you pool your resources. And you go, well, actually, why would he lie about it if it was this or if it was that? Lovely. Matt says, when the clocks go back or forward, I try to ignore it for a few days and live in the past or the future, which is easy. Now we're all working from home. I think that's what's going to be happening in the future. I think that's what's going to happen. See, we don't have fall here. It's autumn. No, we spring forward, fall backwards. I know what it is. My oven clock will be correct again, says somebody, which is good. And somebody says, I can't mention it. If you mention people who've been involved in court cases, I can't mention them for legal reasons. They might not want to be mentioned with people knowing that they've done jury service. It was like the last hangman, wasn't it? Albert Pierpoint. He had a pub. And people used to go in there and go, that's the hangman. And he never spoke about it. At work. He needed a business, him and the wife. And he would travel all over the country, hanging people when we used to have a death penalty, which we don't now. Steve, I had a tickly cough. Oh, it was nothing worse. We had somebody on our jury, on one of them, who had a bit of a cough. And so somebody actually had some mints. And that worked. I brought in a packet of tunes. I was well prepared. You can't start coughing halfway through. It's so annoying. But very entertaining.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
How do you get picked for jury service, says Davey? Do you know, I wish I knew. I mean, whether it's done as on a computer, I've got no idea. Perhaps it's like winning the pools or something. I've got no idea. No idea at all. The pub was called Help the Poor Struggler. My granddad used to drink in there. The pub was in Oldham. Yeah, Help the Poor Struggler. That's what Pierpoint did. Do you know he always regretted hanging people? He used to have to turn up at the prison the night before, and he would slip in because there was always people outside the gates of the prison, because they would only post on the front gate of the prison when the person had been hanged. So he would slip in the night before, and he would go and look at the person through the cell. They'd look through a little peephole, and he would work out his weight. So that way he had to stretch the rope so that it was fully stretched. So they would have a big bag of sand equivalent to the weight of the person who was going to be hanged, and that would be left overnight, stretching the rope out, because otherwise there would be the danger, and it did happen once to him, that the person dropped and the head came off because they hadn't measured properly. And so they did it, and he went in there, and then when he'd done that, which was what he had to do, then he sort of rolled his thing up and he then went to go and get a meal. And it was part of his deal that he wanted a hot meal. He travelled. It was late at night. He had to be up early in the morning because the hangings were generally done at about 8 o'clock. And the kitchen had closed. The kitchen had closed, and he went berserk. He went berserk. They said, you can have a ham salad. He said, I don't want a ham salad. But anyway, and he quit. He quit after that, purely over the meal, because the amount of money it paid was not really, something that sort of justified what he did. And then he wrote a book at the end saying that he didn't think, actually, that hanging people solved any problems at all. Having the death penalty did not deter people, because if you're going to commit a crime and you know that if you get caught there is the death penalty and you don't worry about it, why would you worry about it? It's as simple as that. What time do you set your alarm for in the morning? I don't. I set my alarm for in the evening. I have two. One goes off at 10:30 and one goes off at 12:30. So if I never miss them. I'm so good that there you go. She's done it. Bless her heart. My friend, she said, transfer's fine. She's such a treasure, honestly. This is the one who's lost all this weight. She has lost, I can't begin to tell you how much weight. So she suddenly realized the other day, none of her summer clothes fit her. So she had to go out to start buying some summer clothes. And she's got a waist. Looks like a pinched in waist. If you see pictures of Tudor queens, and they've all got, sort of the bust, and then it comes down to, and it's like tiny, tiny waist. She's like that. But she's really working at it, so very clever. So that's why 2 alarms, in fact 3 alarms, 2 at 10:30, 1 at 12:30, and then I get up. In fact, I get up on the first one, which is good, So I go to sleep daytime, sort of 4:30, 5 o'clock. I can survive on about 5 hours sleep. 5 hours sleep. Because what I do when I go home today, after I've had the scampi, I'll probably just have a little doze for about half an hour to 11. Half an hour to 11. For a half an hour to an hour of just a little doze, and that gives me the power nap, and then I'm ready. Then I nip out and buy, little bits and pieces, because tomorrow's Friday and it's the start of the weekend. Steve, I don't know what's wrong, but you once again sound great. They say in Ireland, if you love your work, you'll live forever. Oh, God, I don't think I want to live forever. Imagine. I'm going to live forever. I'm not sure about that. Steve, if you get a jury summons in the post, you must respond within 7 days. Your name was chosen randomly from the electoral register. Well, I thought it was great. I thought it was fantastic. So everybody must do it. 12 angry men. Henry Fonda eventually talks the whole jury round to the man being innocent, says Duncan. And Steve, there's a law coming in Ireland banning all open fires. Oh, do you know, I wanted a wood burner. Bit stupid in the place I'm living at the moment. I'd set fire to everything. But no, a wood burner. I've seen them in some of these houses that come up for sale on the television. And I've thought, that looks like... And then you suddenly realise we used to have a Park Ray burner years and years ago in Yorkshire because we didn't have central heating. And this Park Ray used to boil our water up and provide heat in the sitting room. The rest of the house was freezing cold, absolutely freezing cold. And I can remember you would sit in front of it, and your face would go bright red because of the heat it was pumping out. And we only had a little sitting room. It had the television in there and this Park Ray thing, which if I woke up early in the morning, I have to go down and lay the fire. Steve, who wrote Hanging from a business point of view? No, the hangman was Pierpoint, Albert Pierpoint. I think his father had been a hangman as well. His father. So, you know, like father, like son, I suppose. But it was the fact he didn't get the hot meal. Which probably wouldn't have annoyed anybody else. But that's in those days. You know, it should have been egg and ham and eggs and something like that. He wanted a hot meal. He didn't want a salad. But the kitchen staff had all gone home. Bless their hearts. So Oti Mabusi's not going anywhere, as if she was. Also, the Daily Star love taking the mickey out of poor old Prince Henry. Bloke gets second job, although we're not sure how many days it lasts. We don't know if he's doing 1 day a month, 1 day a year, 1 day every 10 years. They haven't told us that, or how much money he's earning. But they're doing it to get publicity, and that's exactly what they've got. They've got publicity in every single newspaper. Zara Tindall, no idea of fashion whatsoever, and Mike Tindall, who is the former England rugby player. And he was the one who's tried a couple of reality shows. Failed miserably, I'm afraid. And she likes the freebies. The coat, the Land Rover. They all seem to get them, don't they? Why wasn't I born into the royal family? At the museum, a special report. The V&A is planning a revival. It's worth joining the V&A. Worth joining Historic Royal Palaces. V&A is great because every time they have an exhibition, be it David Bowie or whatever it happens to be, you get to go in free. Many times as you want. And it's only about 60 quid for a year. You can go to all of their exhibitions. They have a little room where you can go and get a sandwich and a pot of tea, just for you members. It's worth doing. I've been a member of all of them. I joined the British Museum. Not as good for me, the British Museum, but nice museum. But I did Historic Royal Palaces about 4 times, which I thought was absolutely great. So Stacey Solomon on how to clean and tidy your home. How patronising. Nothing worse. She's written a book apparently on how to tidy your home up. I mean, really. You only have to look at Joe Swash to realise perhaps she should have tidied up him. She would have made it easier. Oh, another different picture of the Tindalls. The Queen's delighted. Of course she is. What do you think she's going to say? Dreadful. And fighting fake news. This is Prince Harry's new... How would he know? They didn't even know about whether they got married 3 days before the actual wedding. But goodness sake. Catterick, Steve. Rayburn in the sitting room takes me back to my army quarters. Yes. Listen, that's it for this morning. I thank you very much indeed for your company this morning. It being Thursday, it being the 25th of March, it being another day. Daffodils everywhere. Love them, love them, love them. I've got a little bit extra podcast. I have 2 podcasts every day. Harry's got another job, 2 in 1 week. Certainly being used for the publicity. Judge Rinder mugged for his phone. He's offered a cash reward to find the people who did it. They'll get him. And Prince Charles visits Greece on his first overseas trip of the year. I can warm to Charles, but he always does seem slightly out of touch with reality. Welcome to Friday. Friday the weekend. Friday you can get your bikinis out. Only those people under 40. We don't want anybody, with bits of flesh hanging out all over the place. Thank you very much indeed. But it could be a good weekend, actually. Which means I'm going to be even lazier than I am normally. Doesn't really matter, actually, does it? What are you supposed to do at the weekend? The answer is nothing. That's the whole idea of having the weekend. That's why God invented the weekend. It's so you can have a little bit of a break and you can put your feet up and you can do all those sort of daft things that you thought, oh, I'll do it. So good news, bad news, intermediate kind of news in the newspapers for today. Most of them are boring the pants off everybody with Amir Khan and his dreary wife. In fact, they're actually quite a boring couple. There's some sort of program. Every single newspaper's running with it. I can't imagine why. I really can't. I thought he had his day years ago. 1 in 9 Britons couldn't find London on a map. There's a worry. Wonder who that would be. And believe it or not, Harry gets a work visa for America. Old Harry, or Henry. And why does he get it? It's a special visa for people with extraordinary abilities. Well, do me a favour. What extraordinary ability does he have that we don't have? You're not telling me he's different from the rest of us, please. He doesn't have any extraordinary abilities. What a load of old codswallop, honestly. Oh, by the way, he's not actually going into work, as, of course, we predicted yesterday. He's going to be working from home. Oh, so marvellous, isn't it? Santander, if you're with Santander, you're in trouble. They're closing not 1 branch, 20 branches, 50 branches, 111 branches. That's going to narrow it down, isn't it, a little bit? Mind you, every bank's closing people's branches down because they're sort of and most people are working from home. You can do, I know it's not everybody's favourite thing, you can do online banking. I don't physically need and haven't been to my branch for donkey's years. And what did I have to find the other day? I don't know. Do you all know what your national insurance number is? I didn't. But also, I don't pay national insurance, which is very exciting. It's the first time in my life I've ever been given something. Well, I mean, it's wonderful. And Kate Ferdinand out with her photographer friend again. I mean, honestly, this woman just craves the fire of sort of publicity, which gets a bit dreary, doesn't it? Robert Rinder, Judge Rinder, he got mugged the other day, and he said, and he's absolutely right, he said he feels immensely sorry for these people. Three could have been teenagers. They had balaclavas on because they're obviously so desperately unattractive. Nobody wanted to see their face. And he said he knows how their life is going to map out. Of course, they're going to end up in prison. That's where they're going to end up because they're these sort of little pathetic people who go round and they rob people. So if you're standing by the side of the road on your telephone, my advice is don't. People like this will grab it out of your hand. They couldn't care less whether you drop dead of a heart attack. They're not bothered. And so that's why, in later life, their entire life is going to be a disaster. They live at home with their mummies, and the chances are they don't work. They just go around robbing people. So their life is mapped out ahead of them. They're going to end up in front of a judge, in court, going to prison, and their life is going to be screwed. It's as simple as that. You know why? Because they're too bone idle to do anything else. He said, I can see exactly how their life is going to map out, and I agree with him. Absolutely. You see them in court now. I was watching people the other day on the television, one of these shoplifting programmes, where people go in there and they start fighting with security guards and start taunting them, and these sort of shoplifters. There was one woman, she'd been shoplifting, okay, she came from Coventry, I think, so she'd moved to another town to do the shoplifting, and she denied it. Even though they've got her on camera, picking stuff up, trying to get the tags off and putting it in her bag. So when she was caught, she's there going, I didn't take anything. I bought all this stuff. They go, where are the receipts? And they caught her. You know how they caught her out? Stupid woman. She'd pinched testers. You know when you get testers for makeup? Well, you can't buy them. It's a tester. And God knows she needed makeup. Anyway, once she'd been arrested, and it was over £200. That means they had to call the police. And she then starts lying to them, going, I've got a child at home. And the security man said to her, well, you should have thought of that before you went shoplifting, shouldn't you, thicko? Oh, my godfathers, these people, they really are the scum of the earth. Absolutely. Oh, look, another picture of Kate Ferdinand. Good God, how many in the papers, really? We saw less of her when she was in Towie, and she never made an impact in that one. Elton John's turned 74. 74 years young. Still got that dead ferret on his head, and they said, and he's got this super duper birthday cake. It was just the numbers 7 and 4 in a very boring sponge. To be honest with you, he should have gone to Costco and got a much better cake, which could have had his image on it and all the rest of it. Very nice. The lucky couple who thought they'd won a £5 on the lottery. Which, to be honest with you, I won 16 quid the other day. Is my weekend taking off? And this couple checked it again and went, oh no, we didn't. They won $10,000 a month for 30 years. So that's good, isn't it? $120,000 a year. And they should be able to live very well on that. Unlike the poor disaster, that is a girl called Callie Rogers. Callie Rogers is now 33 and should know better, but unfortunately she's not bright enough to know better. She's a mum of 4. Okay. When she won the lottery, she was 16 and she won 1.8 million. Without using rude words, she's screwed the lot of it. It's all gone, and she's now on benefits. You see, as far as I'm concerned, why should we give her benefits? It's a case of, I'm terribly sorry, you've screwed your life up, that's your problem. Anyway, she got caught the other day. She was in a car crash whilst on drugs. I mean, you do look at the picture of her and you think, the word failure is stamped all the way through you, isn't it? It really is not good enough. She had a Hyundai 4x4, and she's on benefits. My God, I tell you. There'll be people listening going, wish I was on benefits, Steve, and could live like that. Yeah, I agree. What were they talking about with Darren? Music. Everybody was talking about music. And I remember the Hooked on Classics. Love the Hooked on Classics. Very nice indeed. What are you doing? Oh, I've got some cakes for you this morning, boys. Ooh. Have I got cakes for you? Which is very... not for you, fatty. Not for you. It's... Wait a minute, can we hear you? We can't hear you. No? No, I can't hear you, see? That doesn't help, does it? No, can't hear you. Oh dear. Bad news. You have to write something on a piece of paper and hold it up, because otherwise we're never going to have any conversation, are we, this morning? How are we going to cope with you not being able to talk to me? That's very... Or you have to write it on the screen. It's a bit worrying, isn't it? Honestly, just when we thought it was all sorted out. Somebody's been in this studio during the daytime, into the Steve Allen Memorial Studio, and they've basically taken all the settings out, and we are completely up a gum tree. You know? Yeah. Film, time, film. What's that? Sounds like drinking, me, drinking. What? Milk? Me? No. Rain. No, it's not rain. What was that? That wasn't rain. God, it's like, give us a clue, this, isn't it? I'm not doing very well. Start again. How many words is it? How many words? 3 words. First word is look, peer, frightened, see. Ooh, scared. No. God, you're rubbish at this, aren't you? I'm not playing in your family at Christmas. You must be absolute rubbish. What is that? Give me the second word. Oh, still or sparkling. How was that sparkling? Oh, dear, honestly. I tell you, you want to be where I am, ladies and gentlemen. It's not looking very good at all in here. Still. We got one man who built his own Doctor Who collection today and charges people to go and see it. He's got a TARDIS, he's got a Dalek, he's got a Cyberman, he's got all sorts of things. £7 to go in, which seems fairly good, doesn't it? Another picture of Kate Ferdinand out with her photographer again. Really, honestly, you must stop excelling your sort of virtues, of which there are very few, so that we don't really care, actually. Greggs want to open more drive-thrus. Didn't know they had any. Did you know they had I didn't know. You knew that, did you? Oh, you didn't. Don't be a fibber. How did... Well, you haven't got a car. How can you do it? What do you do? Walk round with a steering wheel you're holding? Ridiculous. And can you believe, we know that people are sick, that the graves of Cilla Black and Ken Dodd have been vandalised in the last year. Do you know, if I found that person who did that, they'd be really suffering. What sort of person vandalises somebody's grave? A sick person. Sick person. Deborah Meaden says, I'm known for making money, not for how I look. I wouldn't worry. At least you're known. And then we got the same stories we had yesterday about the woman who's lost this weight. And so, of course, she then plugs her slimming club, which is part of a big club and all. And I'm thinking, oh, go away, honestly. Listen, if people want to lose weight, they can learn how to do it. They don't need to be told how to. Well, they probably do, actually. Nobody can manage it. Poem of the day goes on for about a week and a half this morning. I'll tell you that now. And a quirky letter of Florence Nightingale's love of cats is being auctioned. I didn't know she liked cats, but that's good news, isn't it, really? Very pleased about that. Ford are going to stop making the Mondeo. I didn't even know you could still buy the blooming thing. And what else did we have? Nikki Graham. Remember Nikki Graham? Well, she's suffering from anorexia at the moment. She appeared on Big Brother back in, I think it was about 2006. And her mum says loneliness and ill health have fueled her anorexia because it's an illness. It's a known illness. I've talked to people before with anorexia. And in fact, she wrote to us years and years ago, little Nikki Graham. She was the one who used to have her breakdowns on the programme. We laughed because they were so funny. She would say, I can't hear. Oh, I can hear. It was all like that. The whole thing was a big drama. It was wonderful. A bit like Bobby Cole Norris. He's a big drama, isn't he, in Towie? Guess what? He's left. Fantastic. Best news we've heard all year. And you know why? Because apparently his ex-boyfriend, Harry Durbridge, has been telling lies and trying to rewrite history. Nobody cares, dear. OK? You go and do something else. Go and blow up balloons or something in a field in Essex. But just don't come back. Thank you very much indeed. I kept saying, and I've said it for years and years, can we get positive images of gay people on Towie? Is it entirely possible to find people who maybe look like Joey Essex and behave, about as normal as you can look normal without sort of, people who appear a stereotypical version? It's very embarrassing for a lot of gay people, who aren't like Bobby Cole Norris or Harry Durbridge. They work completely opposite to that. And yet all we have to do is put up with this stereotypical image. It's very boring. Very boring. What else do we have? The ship blocking the Suez Canal could be there for weeks. I mean, honestly. Should he get parking tickets? I love the way you got all the people standing there looking at this ship blocking the thing. And I'm thinking to myself, why don't they just bring a bigger ship in from the other end and then pull the end round? I mean, it can't be that complicated, but obviously it is. Excuse me. Love a cup of tea. Love a cup of tea. Somebody says walk around with a steering wheel. Well, I mean, that's if he's going to the drive-through Greggs and he doesn't have a car, you'll have to get one of those plastic steering wheels. Do you remember you had them when you were little? You stuck it onto the front of your car and you were sitting next to your dad and you could pretend you were driving. Remember those ones? You had a little gear stick and all the rest of it. I like stuff like that. I was quite happy with things like that. Don't have it anymore, do we? You have a birthday now. The last thing you get is a steering wheel. What a shame, but never mind. They're going to... Oh, I've just done that one. And it's 6 people banned from driving on e-scooters whilst they'd had a drink. Good. Good. I wish they'd come around here and do them. I'm sick to death of these little road rage people. Mad as broomsticks, I'm afraid.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Nice to have your company. Somebody says maybe Callie had extremely abuse. No, she didn't. I'm bored with people like you go, oh, maybe this. No, she just happened to win 1.8 million and then spiralled out of control. She was offered all the advice, but of course, as in most people's cases, they take no advice. People don't even know that the Camelot offer you advice. If you win over £1 million, somebody will come round and guide you through it. She decided to completely waste it. And that's what she did. Do you remember that Mikey Carroll, the bin man? He wasted millions. Luckily, his ex-wife took most of it, so we're very happy about that. He bought a house in the middle of the countryside with neighbours and then spent ages turning the field next to his house into like a race car track. The neighbours were fuming. Luckily, he lost it all, so that was good news. She, at the age of 33, has now got 4 children, and she was in a car crash whilst on drugs. And I'm thinking, wait a minute, you're on benefits. How are you able to go? I mean, I don't think she should be on benefits. I think that's the easy solution for people, isn't it? Have loads of children, get benefits. Never really done a day's work, which is very embarrassing for people who have to get up and do a day's work. People have to get up. There's some people who've got 2 or 3 jobs. She's got absolutely nothing. She was hit with a driving ban. As it emerged, she squandered her jackpot. Well, we knew about that because she's flogged stories every 5 minutes of the day. She was high on something called coke. Oh, that's cocaine, isn't it? How do people... I mean, cocaine, isn't it about one of the most expensive drugs you can buy? And she's on benefits and she can afford it. Something's wrong somewhere. She says, I never tried drugs till I was 21. She says, we all make mistakes. Well, you've screwed up big time, haven't you? Why can't people take ownership of their own problems? Why is it they blame it on everybody else? You know, it's like me sort of coming in and going, oh, I didn't do a very good programme today. That's the producer's fault, you know, for not inspiring me to do a fantastic programme, because every day I do a fantastic programme. But I'm sick to death of people's excuses. They go, oh, I couldn't do this because, you know, I tried drugs when I was 21. Well, more fool you. You shouldn't have tried drugs when you were 20. I mean, surely somebody somewhere must have said to you, don't be thick and try drugs, you know. You've seen the way some people go. You've seen the people who go, oh, I did drugs for ages and ages, and it never affected me. Yeah, right. They always say that, don't they? So anyway, so here we are at Friday. Very nice indeed. And I'm still trying to find out. I did look on one of my tax bills. I just want to go to see if I can find my national insurance number. Because I'm assuming it goes NI and then the number. Well, I can't find the blooming thing. So I've had to write to my accountant to say, what is my national insurance? Not that it makes any difference, because I don't pay national insurance. I'm exempt. Whoopee! Somebody wrote to me the other day and said, how come you don't pay for your prescriptions? I thought, I'm not going to tell you. You'll have to listen to the programme longer to find out. So I bought cakes today for them. Cakes, little cakes. But in fact, too many cakes for you both. Too many cakes. So you can each take either cakes or something else home with you today. It's a little treat. Ooh, that's exciting, isn't it? What did you do with the Easter egg yesterday, Corey? What did you take it home and pretend you bought it? Was that the one? I bought this on the way home, on the bus. The bus driver was selling Easter eggs. Apparently, did you read that hilarious thing the other day? They've run out of stories to write about Gemma Collins. And Gemma Collins, she's banned crushed velvet furniture. That's the story. That's how dreary, that's how desperate they've now become with her. I get you brownie points with your girlfriend, really? Wow. Going to get brownie points today. Wow, you're going to get brownie points. One of you is going to go home with... Wait a minute. I think you've had one of these before, haven't you? So you've had that before. This is cupcake chocolates, almond, salted caramel, lemon, cappuccino, salty fudge and strawberry fondant, which are very nice. Have you had these before? Well, because you've had these before, which means that Corey gets cupcakes. Look, that's enough for 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 12. 12 cupcakes. It just doesn't say what flavour they are. 4, oh, it does. 4 salted caramel, 4 rich chocolate, and 4 yummy cookie crumble. Whee! Isn't that good? How exciting. What a day. I haven't even really started the programme, and already we're into present giving. Sorry, wait a minute. And you bought me? Oh, it's not working, is it? So you can't tell me. What a shame. Apparently, Dundee United's name is an insult in Nigeria. I didn't know that till I read it in the paper today. You learn something new every single day. And Roger Daltrey's applied for a licence to sell booze. He's got a trout farm, but he's had a trout farm, I seem to remember, for ages and ages and ages, which is lovely. Here's the picture of this shipping crisis. So the world holding... I couldn't care less, actually. I'll say they could stay there forever and a day. I just don't know what's in the containers that are on this huge ship. Apparently there's loads of them. Loads. Bewitched singer Adele Lynch claims a neighbour threatened her with a chainsaw. Bewitched? They're not still going, are they? I mean, because Adele, who's 41... I mean, Bewitched must be the... I can't remember what their song was called, but it was quite well known, actually. But she said, somebody came at me with a chainsaw. Lord above, honestly, the oddest people. The oddest people. Kate Garraway, we love. And also an ice cream seller has taken cones off his menu to avoid hand contact with customers. Well, most people, there's a paper thing around cones now. If you go to a proper place, they've got a paper thing, they hold it, they're wearing gloves, they put the ice cream in, and then they put it into a holder on the counter, and then you can pick it up. That's how it works. He says it's keeping our customers and ourselves safe. I love an ice cream. I could eat an ice cream now, actually, with a bit of chocolate sauce on it. That'd be quite nice. What did I have yesterday? Knickerbocker Glory. Yeah, but you can't really eat one during the programme. You used to have a long spoon. Do you remember the big long spoons that came with them? My mother used to say to me all the time, "You'll never finish it. I want a Knickerbocker Glory." She said, "You'll never..." I was 33. She said, "You'll never finish it." And of course, you had to, even though you made yourself sick, you had to get to the bottom of it. I'd love to do that. If I was working in a Wimpy bar, I'd be making Knickerbocker Glories all day long. I really would. The only things I don't want to make are oysters, because they're too messy. It's where you get the 2 half shells, and they put the ice cream in the middle. Well, you know, once the ice cream starts melting through, you get it all over your hands. It's disgusting. Don't ever give it to kids. Give them something easy, like a lollipop. They always get much, much better, don't they? Greggs are banking on drive-thrus. I never even knew they did a drive-thru. I mean, unless somebody's careered off the road and gone through the front of the shop in Richmond. I had no idea. No idea at all. Noel Gallagher has declared war on woke freaks who spout, what rubbish, on social media. Yeah. I don't really care what the Gallagher brothers think, actually. Met Office says Easter bank holiday will be cold and won't rule out, wait for this, snow. I thought we were having a heat wave a minute ago. They can't make up their mind, can they? And parents have been urged by dentists to buy alternatives to chocolate Easter eggs to prevent a tooth decay crisis for kids. It's very interesting. I was talking to you the other day about people losing weight, because Gemma Collins is still droning on about the 3 stone she lost months and months and months ago. And then she printed a picture the other day of the sort of what she eats for a lunch. 4 pieces of cucumber and a piece of salmon. And somebody went, "That's not a diet. Just eating that will not help you lose weight. The only thing that will help you lose weight is getting out there and you start doing exercise. Exercise. That's the only way. Just eating little portions of food doesn't help you lose weight. So she's either being advised by a total idiot. You know, ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. You don't sort of tell people this is what you're eating. It's like people go, "Oh, I'm just going to drink juice." Well, no. No, not at all. That doesn't work either. But somebody said to her, "That's not a balanced diet. That's just rubbish." I don't think we've ever seen her out doing a bit of exercise unless it's been with a photographer. Steve, there are 20,000 20-square-foot containers on that ship. 20,000? I wonder what's in them. I mean, you couldn't lift them off and transfer them to another ship, could you? Honestly, these ships, they're huge. Apparently, biggest hit for Bewitched was Roller Coaster and C'est la Vie. Oh, right. And then somebody says, your national insurance number's on your repeat prescription. I never see my repeat prescription. It goes straight to the chemist. Do you see your prescription? I've never seen mine. It goes straight to the chemist, and they then make it up in my boxes. My boxes. Perhaps it's on my... Why would it be on my phone? Well, my national insurance number. Why would that be on the phone? What for? It's not. Don't think it would ever be on there. Well, not as far as I know. Well, anyway, wait a minute. Here we go. Chelsea and Westminster Hospital. You have a new hospital clinic letter. I tell you, they're all over the place. They are here in the NHS with me at the moment. View letter. No, it doesn't have... It said, please enter your details so we know who you are. Well, you've just written to me. Why don't you know who I am? It's not very clever, is it, really? But no, I've got no idea, so I will find out. I will find out, and then it'll be fantastic, which will be lovely. Absolutely brilliant. And, oh, blimey, I forgot to send something. Oh, well, I'll have to do that. Tried to send something to a friend of mine, and that didn't work. Perhaps I'll have to ask the producer. I'll have to ask you later how to send something on. Hopeless, isn't it, really? Hopeless. Right, every single one of your texts and emails we read out on the programme this morning, 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And somebody says, I'm so sad that I know my national insurance number off by heart. Really? Do you know your national insurance number? Oh. You don't really, do you? Isn't that funny? But I don't pay national insurance. So why would I know it? It doesn't appear on anything. Unless it appears on something and then they don't charge you national insurance. It's good, isn't it?
To keep my business ahead of the game, I knew I needed some fresh ideas. And fast. That's why I decided to host a young person on a T-level industry placement. My student has already brought loads of new skills into the workplace. Plus, we're getting first pick of new talent coming into the construction industry right here in the east of England. It's been a total win-win. Go next level with T-Levels. Search Skills Revolution.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Welcome to Friday. Fantastic. Been a dreary week, hasn't it, for a lot of people? But, we've made it through to the end of the week and we're looking forward to the weekend. Although, actually, the funny thing is, because there's nothing to do at the moment, you've got to wait till Monday before we actually, can do anything, and then you can go and visit people, which is actually quite nice. Somebody said, very good to hear your energy this morning. So want to be one of your lucky producers. Yes. I'm not sure whether lucky producer kind of sums them up. And somebody says your prescription and hospital letters will show your NHS number. I don't want my NHS number. I want my national insurance number. But as I don't pay it, I'm not really sure whether or not it's absolutely necessary. We shall find out. Apparently in Sydney, KFC have fried donuts. Fried donuts. Sounds a bit boring, doesn't it, really? I mean, why would they have fried donuts? I mean, we do like donuts. I'm not sure whether or not I could actually eat it. I could probably eat some at this time in the morning. I've seen little machines at the markets where it's like a little sort of bath of oil and they sort of go... And then they fry them and they come out. You get a whole bag of them for about £2, which is very nice. Going back to what you said, Steve, about toy steering wheels, I used to have one and pretend to drive like my dad. I know. I mean, I also used to. I think we used to have one. Or failing that, I'd seen one, but I never actually got it. You may already know this snippet of information. When you mentioned a few days ago the sitcom Bless This House, Diana Coupland, who played Sid James's wife, was also, apparently, the dubbed voice over for Ursula Andress in Dr. No. Oh, really? Is that the one, underneath the mango tree? She comes out of the sea and she's singing, doesn't she? I think. Do you remember that one? That was that very famous Ursula Andress thing. She came out with that sort of bikini on, which seemed to get sort of prepubescent boys fairly hot under the collar. Woo! Used to go all hot and things like that. But Antonia says, enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you very much indeed. We like a snippet of information occasionally. It's always very good. And another one here says, your national insurance number being on a payslip. I don't have a payslip. Why would I have a payslip? You must be living in another world. We haven't had payslip. Do you get a payslip, boys? Do you get a payslip? Oh, they get payslips. I don't get a payslip. I don't know why. Why don't I want a pay slip? Everybody else is getting pay slips. I don't want to miss out. If there's something going free, I want it. You can find your national insurance number on your pay slip. I don't have a pay slip. Your P60. Don't think I have a P60. Or letters about tax, pensions and benefits. Letters about tax. I don't really have letters about that. My accountant deals with things like that. So that's why I've written to him. He would then come back later on today and go, this is what your national insurance number is. Because I have explained to him, I just don't have it. And as I don't pay it anyway, it doesn't make any difference. Honestly, I'm getting away. I'll tell you, there are advantages to getting to be a certain age. I'm not necessarily thinking your national insurance number. They said it'll be on any government letter sent you regarding benefits, like your pension. Yes, I don't take my pension. I should do. I can, if I want to, but I haven't. So I'm saving it, as they say, for a rainy day. You know, do you get it? I don't even know what the pension is nowadays. I've got no idea. As long as it's quite nice enough to buy me a lottery ticket. You know, that couple, 10,000 a year. They what? 10,000 a month. Sorry, 10,000 a month for 30 years. That's brilliant, isn't it? But it's still not equivalent to a really, really good amount of money. Winning on the lottery, which I think tonight, Euro Millions, is 99 million. 99 million pounds. That'd ease the weekend, wouldn't it? Oh, you could have a lot of fun there. Blimey, you could actually sort of take over running certain programmes on the television and just get rid of everybody. On Tower, you'd have a field day. Chloe Sims first out the door. Bobby Cole Norris has done the decent thing and left because he had a bit of a contretemps. So no loss to the show at all. He's never contributed to it at all. He just sort of stands there and sort of enters into bitching sessions. Can't imagine why that would ever be successful. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Becky Hill, never heard of. Marty Pello was too shy to meet David Bowie. Oh, blimey, you should never be too shy to meet David Bowie. And top 20 celebs who look fab at 40. I thought it used to be 60. Now it's 40. 40 is not very old. Oh, and also, here we go. This will please the mad ones out there. The 5th sighting of the Loch Ness Monster this year has been recorded 4,500 miles away. Callan Wangle caught a glimpse of something unknown via webcam. Callan, who comes from Oregon, captured the latest images on video. She said a very large dark shape appears to be swimming from left to right. You must have a really crappy system then, dear, if all you see is a very large dark shape. It seems to be making a wave for a bit and either surfaces for a second or is just under the surface. Yeah. Apparently there were 13 mad people who claimed to have seen the Loch Ness Monster this last year. 13 people who, frankly, should be, certified. There is no Loch Ness Monster. There is no sort of dark shapes under the water. Wish they'd get over themselves. Mad. Also, Robert Webb says his stay in hospital for emergency heart surgery made him quit booze. He says, I did stop drinking and smoking because I had a newfound respect for my internal organs. He said, I did my cold turkey in hospital. That's good, isn't it? It's good. Well done to him. And breath testing in cars is needed to tackle a surge in drink-drive horror smashes. I'm always amazed at the amount of people who still get in a car behind the wheel and will drive a car or a scooter. So they banned 13 people. I mean, personally, I think they should be thrown in prison. These things are just an accident waiting to... Imagine you're drunk and you get on a scooter with 2 wheels, which is... you're meant to balance yourself. The idea is that they could probably fall in front of a car and not only kill themselves, but could probably do serious damage to the people in the car. They're highly dangerous. You want to see them round this way in London. If I was a policeman, you here, now, we're taking it away from you. Goodbye. Highly dangerous. Apart from the fact that some of them just burst into flames, don't they? They really do. 20 minutes to 5. Not that we care. We don't care. We don't care about the time. Makes no difference. So Nicky Graham's mum says loneliness. See, people get lonely. We tend to forget that, you can be in the middle of Trafalgar Square with a crowd of people on New Year's Eve and still be the loneliest person in the world. Because it doesn't come down to how many people you're surrounded by. I've never seen her this bad. She said, we've been on the road a long time, 30 years. I've never seen her like this. So, she's thin, but I've seen anorexics who, even when they're thin, you show them pictures of themselves, they don't see thin. They see fat. Graham says, send me your bank account details and I'll send you Your national insurance number. Oh, that's very kind. I'll get Corey to arrange that. Send him your phone number, Graham, and I'll get him to do that now. Okay. You're not in another country, are you, looking for my bank account detail? I'm more than happy to give them to you. I'll tell you the access code and my secret word, which gives you access into the inner sanctum of my account. You can have that straight away. What do you think of Prince Charles and Camilla going touring the Greek islands whilst telling everybody else to stay at home? I don't know, actually. People seem to operate in different ways, don't they? I don't know. I don't really think anything about it. Somebody says, I went through Twickenham at night. I didn't know it had such a diverse range of shops. Oh, of course we have. We're next to Richmond. Steve, we lived next door to Rossi's Ice Cream when we were kids. The owner of the shop would give us free ice cream and lemonade in the summer, and in the winter we'd be called upon to push-start the car, says Mike. Failed to see how push-starting a car equates with ice cream, but nevertheless. Oh, I'd love to have an ice cream parlour. An ice cream parlour. Or failing that, I'd like to... What else would I like to have? I think I'd probably like to have a burger wagon. I'd be making burgers left, right and centre. Quite fancy that idea. That idea would be very nice. Quick question. What was your fondest memory from Egypt, says Mo? I don't know. I was about 1 year old. So the answer is memories? None. At all. Photographs? Loads. Loads of photographs, because my dad was in the forces. So we lived... In fact, the funny thing is, if you look at pictures of our house with our yard, I used to play in the dirt. In fact, as most kids, I played in the dirt. But in the distance, you can see the pyramids. Now, the pyramids are right at the bottom of our garden. The town is built out, and so they're right out by the pyramids. In my day, you could see them in the distance. It's as simple as that. So, memories, playing in the dirt. In my, whatever they call them for children. I mean, I had also platinum blonde hair. I was absolutely stunning looking. I mean, seriously, I know I've improved. Favourite place to live? Yorkshire. Mainly because it's the one that I remember best. No, I remember Hong Kong. I don't remember everything about Hong Kong. My memory gets jogged when I watch cine-film back and photographs and stuff like that. But Yorkshire, I can take you in my mind to our village. I can take you down the lane to our house. It was the only house in the lane apart from a little tiny farm where this woman just kept a pig. And then the big hall in the village was right at the side of our house at the end, which was like a big mansion house. And the woman who owned it used to keep it was all falling down, but she loved animals, so she had a digger come in and dig an island, and on the island she put rabbits and all sorts of things, and then there was a drawbridge so you could get across to it so that no animals could get there, and she dyed all her doves different colours. All her doves. We had peacocks landing on our garden wall, and they would sit there. The noise they made, peahens, oh my God. And she would dye pigeons pink, blue, green, red, yellow, aubergine. So we had them all over the place. That's what she did. But she owned a material shop down the road from us, and so her whole house was full of bales of material. And in the winter, all the donkeys from the beach used to come into her fields, and we would go there and try and get donkey rides. But of course, donkeys don't want to work in the winter. They know what they know what they're doing. They're not stupid. And so I remember Yorkshire very well. I keep meaning to drive up there just to see, whether I'd remember everything and where it was. I probably would, actually, unless it's changed dramatically. Most of Yorkshire hasn't changed. I don't think so. Still the same people, probably. And there was a little shop. We didn't have supermarkets in my day. We really didn't. We just had a little corner shop, and you could get certain things in there. And that was it, because everybody cooked. Nowadays, you go into the supermarket to go and buy a ready meal. I had Japanese chicken the other day. Japanese crispy chicken. That was quite nice. I should have actually got a sauce to go with it, but I didn't. Ab says, Steve, I live in Yorkshire. It's rubbish. And it depends where you are, actually. See, I was at school there, so I didn't think anything of it. We didn't worry about, did we have enough money for anything, because we didn't. My dad earned money. He had one of those Messerschmitt cars. The three-wheelers where the front lifts up, and then you climb in and pull the front back down again. The noise it made, it had a lawnmower engine in it. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And I swam in the Loch Ness River before. People haven't stopped talking about it. The Loch Ness River. I didn't know there was a river. I thought there was just a loch. Just a loch. Very big, very deep, very dirty, no fish in it. And so this thing must be vegetarian. It obviously can't breathe either. So perhaps it's dead. But I love the people who sort of want to believe in stuff like that. It's the mad ones who want to believe in the flying saucers and everything else. I love people like that because they are so barking mad. You can't really help them at all.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
See, the dreary Khans are in every single newspaper this morning. I mean, literally, there's not a newspaper they're not mentioned in because it's on BBC Three, so that means nobody will be watching it. And it's called Meet the Khans, Big in Bolton. Yeah, this is the bloke who cheated, but she's had to forgive him. This is Fariel, but he's also said that money doesn't mean anything to him. Yeah, right, dear. You must think we fell out of trees or something. It's so hilarious, isn't it? So hilarious. Steve, we have the Medicare card from the government. I know there's a 10 number on it. I've never looked at the numbers, says Shane. As I say, I'm a bit of a sort of a quandary over this one, actually. A little bit of a quandary, but I don't mind. Celebs aiming to beat the chasers. So this is the Beast. And the Governess, the Vixen, not sure about her, the Menace, and the Dark Destroyer. So I don't know who the celebs are that they're doing. They've said here, celebs aiming to beat the chasers. I mean, I suppose somebody could actually. Oh, here we go. Sean Williamson, Joe Pasquale, Catherine Ryan, Radzi somebody, whoever, and Christine Urugu. No idea. And these are supposed to be celebrities. We're supposed to know who people are, aren't we? We're supposed to know who people are. They've got the celebrity cooking programme coming up very shortly, which has got Sue Pollard in. She'll be mad as a broomstick. She's always very good value. Unfortunately, it's got Katie Price in. She'll have to do her sitting down because, you know, she can't walk. Oh, I'm sorry, she can walk. I do beg your pardon. And Joe Swash is in it. How boring is he going to be? I bet he's wearing his flat cap, covering up that candy floss stuck on his head. Perhaps he'll make something to do with the fun fairs. That'd be nice. Dame Sheila Hancock's only working at 88 because her contemporaries are dying. I've always said, actually, wake up in the morning, check the obituaries. If you're not in there, get up and go to work. If you're in there, don't bother getting up. Won't be worth it at all. I'm still trying to get over the annoying thing. Have I met Sheila Hancock? Yes. Love Sheila Hancock. Yes. I'm trying to get over the fact that somebody vandalised Cilla Black and Ken Dodd's graves. If I found them, I don't think I could be responsible for my actions. I don't know how anybody could ever do that to somebody's grave. Isn't that absolutely the lowest of the low? You'll find them and it'll turn out they've had a sort of a history of just being sad and lonely. Oh, and there's a new duvet out. You'll like this one. If you are one of those families who hog the duvet, this... It's got two bits to it. One half is for warm, and the other half is for cool. It's apparently doing great guns. People sort of looking to get this duvet because you don't want. There's nothing worse than being. I've got a very light duvet, but it envelops my body. It's got its work cut out, of course, and it's good. But it doesn't get too hot. I don't like sweating under a duvet, so this is actually quite nice. Very pleased with it. It wasn't cheap. This is Siberian Goose. Remember I told you about Siberian Goose before? And Nick Ferrari told me about it. And I thought, that's actually good. Siberian Goose. What is going on here on my computer? Will you go away? Go away. Oh, wait, I'm pushing the wrong blooming button, actually. You have to push something that goes close. Then, or remove. Remove's very good. See, the state pension is presently $125.20 a week. It rises every April. If you defer the pension, it will be increased by 5.8% each year. I've deferred. I've got 3 pensions, 2 private and a state. And I am in a state, actually. Steve, I'm walking around the reservoir in Hong Kong now, observing the birds of prey flying on the thermals above the South China Seas. That sounds quite... I always remember the smells of Hong Kong. Looks lovely. Look at that. It's nice, isn't it? I love a reservoir. Love a reservoir. There's a place near Staines, just down the road from sort of just down the road from me, and they do sailing on the reservoir. So one minute you're sailing on it, the next minute it's coming in to sort of, go to your taps and all the rest of it. But that's a pretty picture, isn't it? It's Hong Kong. I think you should send me pictures. Oh, blimey, quite a lot of pictures, actually. That's the Tai Lam Chung Reservoir. Hong Kong's very, very pretty, actually. You should go. If you've never been, you should go. Have you never been? You've been? Yeah. Where did you go? You haven't. Oh, here we go again. Can't speak to me. They have to type it up on the screen. So we wait forever and a day. Have you ever been to Hong Kong? I've been loads. Always, isn't it? It's always the way, you know. What's your favourite bit? Well, in my day, it was the Tiger Balm Gardens, which I'm not even sure if they're there now. The Peak Railway, and what else? Fish markets at Wan Chai, we used to love. The smell was ghastly. It smelled awful, but you do remember the smells there. Floating restaurants at Aberdeen, and where we lived. So that was quite nice. Oh, is that the Tiger Balm Gardens? Wow, still there. They were lovely. Always remember those beautiful... I love the big Chinese lions that they use for the dragon dances and things like that. And Chinese lanterns. Love Chinese lanterns. Those lovely red... They only seem to do them in red, don't they? But if you go over there, you can buy them. A friend of mine went over, and she brought me back quite a few. So I hang them up, and they're lovely. And I had a firework. Made lovely fireworks. Lovely fireworks, especially all the bangers. You buy a packet of bangers, and you go... Hundreds. But we had a firework that jumped from box to box. You put it on the first box and you lit it, and it leapt onto the next box. You had to make sure they were well spaced apart, and it leapt onto the next box. How cool was that? Mind you, we did have rats the size of pussycats in Hong Kong. But my place is still there. Still there. We're not living in it, obviously, but and I remember I could take you into the flat. You go in the front door, and it was all marble everywhere, so it was very cool in the summer because it did used to get cool. We had a veranda, it looked over Happy Valley Racecourse. Big into gambling. The Chinese, they love gambling, the Chinese. And then you went in, and there was a workshop room that my dad had where he used to make things, and then there was a sitting room, bathroom, and I think 3 bedrooms and a kitchen, and a little room for our Lynn to stay in, who is my mother's help. Everybody got help. It was part of the RAF thing. And Graham says, thank you for bank details. Well, I know you're fibbing. We haven't sent them yet. We're getting ready to. Just send us your details, your phone number. OK, we'd be more than happy to do that. There you go. That's Happy Valley. It's get very built up, Hong Kong. Very built up. But when I was there, in fact, the first bit of cine film I've got is me and my father paid a rickshaw man to put us in the rickshaw, me and my brother, who was quite young, and run up the road, turn round and come back again so my father could film it on Cinefilm. And my father paid him for that. That was probably the most money he'd ever made. But the one thing I do remember is the poverty. You always remember the poverty. Children who had been deliberately maimed by their parents, deliberately maimed, broken legs, broken limbs, so that they could beg. Because nobody was going to give money to sort of healthy children, but if it was a disabled child, you gave money. Peculiar though it might seem. We had kids, we've got it on Cinefilm, dragging themselves along the road, begging. It was that bad. But if you give to one, you've got to give to everybody. Steve, Sean Williamson is another one of those celebs that looks younger now than when he played Barry on EastEnders. He does. He looks very good, actually. Steve, you said about this duvet. Where do I get it from? I'll tell you what it's called, actually, if you bear with me. I like to sort of bring people, up to date with things, because it would probably apply to loads of people. So Prince Harry starting his new career, staying in his mansion. Yeah, it's sad, isn't it? Really. I'm going to see. I'm so sorry. What? So much trouble today. So much trouble. I can't find my duvet story now. Don't worry, I will find it. I'm determined to find these things. I'm still more worried that the majority of people, when asked, shown a map of the country, where's London? I know what it is, and I know where it is, but 1 in 9 Britons can't find London on a map. There was a couple the other day, and they were on the Chris Tarrant programme. What's it called? Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? How they got through to playing as a husband and wife. They didn't know anything. They got as far as, I think, £2,000, and then they got the question wrong, so they walked away with 1,000. But they were, up until that time, they'd used their lifelines, they'd used everything. They didn't have the faintest idea. I thought, how on earth did you get there? It must have been some joke or something. Ella says, had a £6 salmon jump into our boat on Loch Ness, came in from the River Morriston, had a good dinner that night. Are you allowed to just take things? I'm not sure you're allowed to take things like that. Mind you, but, nobody knows about it. Listen, if the salmon jumps into your boat, it's not your fault, is it, really? That's what salmon do. I don't think I'd want to sort of cook... Here we go. This duvet is called... It's made by Slumberdown, Made for You Too. Made for You Too. And I should imagine... Oh, it's sold at Aldi. Sold at Aldi. I can't tell you how much it is... But it's 4.5 togs on one half and a toasty 10.5 on the other. So, here we are. For a double duvet, $24.99, or for the king-size version, $29.99. That seems very reasonable, doesn't it? That's very reasonable. If you've got somebody who you sleep with, I'm not prying or anything, but, that would be the ideal thing. If you get very hot in bed, that would be lovely, wouldn't it? So there you go, Aldi. That's what you watch. They'll sell out now. Steve Allen's mentioned it. My advice to be find another bank other than Santander. They're closing 111 branches. That's not very good, is it? You don't want to do... how are you supposed to cash your cheques and all the rest of it? It's very worrying. Oh, this means the news, doesn't it? At 5.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. Do you know, I was flipping through the television channels, as I am prone to doing most days, and I came across it because it always goes Housewives of, if you're in the ad break, and then you think, yeah, but which one? So you have to wait until it goes back into the programme, in which case you can discover whether they're mad as broomsticks or they're not worth bothering about, because they all hate each other. But my favourite was, I think, possibly the original, which was the Housewives of Orange County. Don't ever go to Orange County. What a ghastly place. Goodness sake, honestly. And they've got a woman called Vicky, who's shot through Hessian because she's fairly ancient, and her so-called best friend called Tamra. Tamra has just been christened again. She's a Christian, which is okay, but when you hear how vile she is to people, you seriously can't believe that she professes to being Christian. She's the biggest stirrer you've ever met in your entire life. She's an evil old baggage. She really is. And Vicky, who I think had... a husband, these are probably quite old now, had a husband who claimed to have had cancer, and nobody believed that he had cancer. And you think they're really that bad. But it's Tamra who is a nasty piece of work. Really is. But she doesn't see the irony of it. Professing to be Christian, but not. Steve, contestant on Tipping Point asked, what nocturnal animal is black with a white stripe? Answer given, a whale. Whereas, of course, it was a badger. How did these people get on these programmes? This husband and wife. And apparently she was still madly in love with him, which was very sweet. But, of course, it didn't really help answering questions because they just didn't know anything. Apparently, Radzi, says Anders, is a former Blue Peter presenter. Oh. How come we don't know who he is? What are they putting him on there and going, he's a celebrity? What's even more embarrassing is he obviously thinks he's a celebrity to even accept the gig in the first place. I don't know. Got a poem for you this morning. I'd settle back and take a tablet because this one goes for ages. It's by Damien Murphy, and it's called Driving Me Crazy. Are we nearly there, Dad? Is it very far? Oh, he's going to drive me mad. We just got in the car. Are we nearly there, Dad? Have we far to go? Oh, God, this is bad. We'd only gone a mile or so. Are we early there, Dad? Is it far away? Why don't you take out your iPad? There must be games to play. Are we nearly there, Dad? I really have to pee. I know this is sad, but I think he's doing it deliberately. Are we nearly there, Dad? Is it much further? I'm losing patience I had. I'll be done for murder. Are we nearly there, Dad? This is not much fun. You're getting on my nerves a tad. Please give it over, son. Are we nearly there, Dad? I'm feeling very sick. Just one more problem to add. I'm at the end of my wick. Are we nearly there, Dad? I'm really bored. I hope this is just a fad. He might stop if he's ignored. Are we nearly there, Dad? He asked rather sleepily. If he sleeps, I'll be glad, I thought, rather guiltily. Are we nearly there, Dad? He started to whine. Why must he keep on and on at me? I really feel like crying. Are we nearly there, Dad? I said, yes, 5 minutes more. It was a white lie. What a cad, but at last I heard him snore. Now, son, we're here eventually. We have no further to roam. But he began screaming incessantly, I just want to go home. Are we nearly there, Dad? Louder and louder he screams. It's been 6 months since that trip we had, but I still hear him in my dreams. Dun, 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 dun. Have you noticed the acting gets better on a daily basis? Seriously, even I'm amazed, actually. I think I could probably do Shakespeare. I think it's highly likely that Steve Allen, playing the bard would be very good. I'd be very good at that. Although, actually, I'm not very good at rhyming couplets. Never was. I just sort of fancy... I have acted before. Mind you, I think every single... Oh, I've been given an Oscar by the producer. That's nice, isn't it? What a generous... He didn't buy it, of course. He pinched it from the internet. I wonder how much they cost, an Oscar. I wonder how much they're worth. I don't know if they're gold. I like the BAFTAs as well. I like any of those sort of things. I do have some awards for radio, which is quite nice, isn't it? Mainly through being so ancient and still stringing it together. But hopefully by the time we come in on Sunday, they'll have repaired the studio. Because it's quite nice, because I feel a bit sort of at a loose end, not being able to hear what they're saying to me. Mind you, of course, for them it's a blessing. For them it's a blessing. Don't have to talk to him now. That's good, isn't it? Because he can't hear us. Don't worry. Other stories in the papers. Yes, good old Harry. Apparently he's so marvellous that Jan Moyer says he's got the perfect CV for a Mickey Mouse executive. In other words, it's a load of old codswallop. It's a very, very rich man who owns a company that we'd never heard of over here, but we have now, so well worth whatever he paid him for working from home. Is somebody going to supervise Harry? Do you think Harry can actually do things like this, or do you think that he's way out of his depth? I thought you'd be thinking that one as well. That's what everybody else seems to have thought. So let's try and find it here. Britain's contract for vaccines with AstraZeneca. Trump's the one drawing up with the EU. Good. The ship blocking the Suez Canal. I just don't understand. There's 200 container vessels now stuck there because of this buffoon. I mean, how this thing stands upright, I've got no idea. 6 students banned from the roads for drink driving e-scooters. One was 4 times over the drink drive limit. These people should be kicked out of the college they're at. One was found with somebody else on the back of the vehicle, a violation of the hire rules. North Tyneside magistrates court were told there was confusion regarding the laws surrounding the use of e-scooters, and the students simply had not appreciated their toys, their vehicles. Can you imagine? Students are that dim. 5 of them were banned for between 12 months and 30 months and given fines. The 6th was fined and banned for 6 months. They were stopped in the same area of Newcastle in a space of several hours because there's a nightly ban on the city's pilot scheme e-scooters. Throw them in prison. Only students. They don't serve any useful purpose. I mean, listen, if they're that dim as students that they will get on a scooter when they're drunk, God knows what they're responsible for. Seriously. And these are supposed to be the intelligentsia. I think not. Army fires, as in not firing guns, but fires, like cooking fires, killed 5 elephants. How? Because apparently this inferno was started by British soldiers cooking. And so they reckon, this is near Nanyuki in Kenya, and you can see the blaze. They've got photographs, I mean, really bad. And they reckon that it was spread over 8,000 acres of this training area, and they would have lost 5 elephants. I mean, just because they were cooking and they didn't know how to do it properly. Oh, my God, I tell you. Mind you, we've discovered thick students. Why not thick soldiers as well? Prince Harry gets his... Well, he's not Prince, is he? He's just old Harry or Henry. And he's got an extraordinary ability to do what I can't imagine. Get drunk, dress up in uniforms, annoy people, take all his clothes off in Vegas. This is an extraordinary ability. I must have something very similar. I might take all my clothes off on this programme this morning. Yeah. You might do well to raise your eyebrows. Sorry, not very nice. Of course, I've suddenly realised I can't take my clothes off in the studio. There's cameras all over the place. I can be watched. As I'm taking my clothes off. But listen, if Harry's got an extraordinary talent, there's hope for all of us. Steve. I didn't realise the buyers on American Storage Wars get paid about $600 for appearing on the series. Well, I should imagine they get paid for also being complete buffoons. They're not as bad as the British ones. The British ones are really quite mad. Steve, Harry will have a junior who'll probably be the one doing the real work. He won't be doing anything. Of course he won't. You could catch him out quite easily. Catch him out. It really would be very, very simple. Steve, if Katie Price wants to drive whilst disqualified, why doesn't her fiancé buy her a little Tykes cosy coupe so she could zoom around the grounds of the mucky mansion? Yeah, she's going to be on this cooking programme. Somebody will have to drive her there, won't they? I think she's going to be totally useless. I mean, she can't cook for toffee. What's the point? She's desperate. Desperate. Also, how a broken heart can kill you. Condition is triggered as the brain reacts to grief. It's long been known you can die of a broken heart. We've had this with people who've been together for years and years and years, and one dies, and then the other one follows on shortly afterwards. But it's been identified. It's called TTS. TTS, and it weakens the heart, damages its ability to pump blood around the body, and can result in Takotsubo cardiomyopathy. So it's broken heart syndrome. I'd never even heard of it, but I'm assuming things like that can affect people. Jenny Seagrove, this is an old story in the Mail today. My God, honestly, they need to listen to LBC. We do these stories when they first come out. They say she's been cast as Hamlet's mother Gertrude opposite Sir Ian McKellen. She's 63 and he's 81. Jenny's long-term partner, of course, is Bill Kenwright. Rarely is there a Kenwright stage production ranging from Noel Coward to Alan Ayckbourn to dramatisations of Brief Encounter that doesn't feature prominently the gorgeous Jenny. Oh, yes, I mean, well, of course, because she's going out with Bill Kenwright for ages and ages. Drones have been drafted in for the war on beach litter. People do drop litter, don't they? Oh, my goodness me. People drop litter. Really, really bad. And 5 lobstermen given years in jail for supposedly fishing £53 million of cocaine from pitch-black storm-tossed seas without any forensic or hard evidence. Yesterday, as they lost their appeal, they lashed out at justice. They insist as sunk without trace. Dear. It's not good, is it? Mind you, this drugs war, it goes on forever and a day. And they've got tracker evidence that casts doubt on the police case. I don't think we should say anything about that, actually, because they've lost the appeal. Not very good for them. Happy birthday to Keira Knightley. We like Keira Knightley. She's 36 today. Good God, honestly, only 36. It's embarrassing, isn't it? Her most embarrassing experience was auditioning for The Phantom of the Opera. Its casting director said bluntly, "You really can't sing, can you?" Which, of course, you can't. Jennifer Grey, she was from Dirty Dancing. Also, Leonard Nimoy was born on this day in 1931. He died 2015 at 83. Upon his death at 83, the US Space Agency paid tribute. So many of us at NASA were inspired by Star Trek. Boldly go. I liked him. I thought he was great. Never met him. Muslim parents. I think Nick Ferrari's going to be talking about this morning. Fury after teacher shows the class the Hebdo cartoons. A staff member's been suspended over a blasphemy debate. Can't have a debate about anything nowadays, can you? Let's have a debate about me. Let's talk about me for a little while. Oh, wait a minute. We do that every day. Goodness sake, that's why this programme is so popular. Also, trouble with Harry. He's so cute and cuddly. No, not the royal one. He's definitely not cute and cuddly. But the new four-legged friend of Burberry model, Sarah Ann Macklin, who dated the Duke of Sussex in 2016. They've all dated him. Everybody's dated Harry. It's not difficult, except she's the one we've never heard of before. Keeps it going, doesn't it, really? Everybody's booking holidays. I'm not sure. I quite fancy the idea of doing a Barbados escape on a Royal Clipper cruise, which is sails. And this is 7 nights in utter bliss. I can have an owner's suite from £4,699. Oh, I'd have that. You'd have to go for top of the range, wouldn't you? And it's lovely. They say easygoing dress code. Thank God for that. That's my one beef with cruising. You've got to wear, one night. You don't have to go and put all these clothes on. You really don't. And it's a case of you sort of have one night it'll say casual, then it'll be lounge suits, then it'll be dinner jacket. What for? I've got no idea. I don't really understand what's the point of it. I quite like this one here. Cruising as well. Classic drinks, which means you're not top of the range. Wi-Fi and gratuities included. Imagine Wi-Fi is considered something fab now. Concierge class is £5,799. That's with celebrity. John Warrington likes celebrity cruises. He's a very big fan of celebrity cruises. Why? Because he knows his business. What the dickens am I doing here? So Elton John is 74. No sign of slowing down. Still doing well. And spared jail. The woman teacher who groomed a 16-year-old student for sex. Disguised herself going into court. Unfortunately, of course, they've got loads of pictures of her as a teacher. So they printed pictures in all the papers. So that'll not be going down particularly well, will it? Watershed down. The duvet ends the rows. Very cheap, 30 quid for a duvet, isn't it? I think that's very reasonable. Seeing as I paid about £400, I think, for mine. If not more, actually. I think Nick Ferrari told me about it. I thought I'd better go and buy one just in case. Santander closing another 111 branches in a further blow to communities. They blame the cull on fewer customers calling in because of a shift to online banking. So much easier to do it all from home, if you understand it. If you don't, you're in trouble.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
I see even Prince Albert of Monaco has laid into the Harry interview and said, really, these sort of things should be conducted in private. But, of course, Harry knows what he's doing, doesn't he? He really does. So, Santander, somebody said, can you read it? 840 staff are going to be affected. So that's probably about 3 or 4, isn't it, per sort of branch, I should imagine. So after John Lewis yesterday have said that they're going to close 8 more branches, and now Santander, you know why? Because people are doing it online. It's so much easier. You don't have to go and stand. You don't have to go out in the cold and the rain and stuff like that. You just have to sort of log on. Make sure you write down somewhere, though, your blooming passwords. Because you'll never remember everything. Believe you me, years later down the line, they'll be going, oh, can you do that? You go, I've got no idea. I did these 15 years ago. I had to close down a First Direct account because I couldn't remember any of the passwords. They could reset them for me. They did offer. And we went, no, not really, let's leave it. Much easier. Much easier. Another one here. This one digger digging out this ship. It's going to take forever and a day. Then the ship will just fall over. That's what you can find out. We also found a retired senior army officer. Take all those words in. Retired senior army officer. He's a Major General Nick Welsh. The most senior officer to face a court-martial. What did he do? He's been found guilty of dishonestly claiming £48,000 in allowances to pay for his children's boarding school fees. He's the first most senior officer since 1815 to be convicted. What shame he brought on his family. He's 57. He attempted to manipulate figures, applied for help on the basis he'd not be living close to the schools, but his wife spent most time nearby instead of at home in London. He'll be sentenced today. £48,000 for his children's boarding school fees. I mean, what shame, honestly. Honestly, he's got all that way through his career, and then he screws it at the end. You are an embarrassment. You'll be, defrocked, as they say. William and Kate have recorded a video message from a mental health charity that began 9 years ago, before theirs. It's like, they all say the same thing, we must stand up to stigma and everything else. Whereas Harry was sort of, when he was asked, about what he was actually going to be doing, because nobody knows what he's going to be doing. And it says here, wait a minute, Harry. Has he got any advice for him? He said no. He said, the interview bothered me. I wish them the best, but it's a difficult world out there. Harry has said, this is what Harry's thing is. Okay. No experience whatsoever of this. I intend to help create impact in people's lives. Okay. And proactive coaching provides endless possibilities for personal development, increased awareness, and all-round better life. And you think yours is an all-round better life, do you? Obviously not. In his new position, he's expected to have input into initiatives, including product strategy decisions and charitable contributions. I mean, apparently, he still has some royal titles, but it's been revealed in his new job he prefers to simply go by Harry. Yeah, because he's at home. He's not going into an office anywhere. Honestly, when do people wake up and smell the coffee? 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. They did a programme on the television the other day, people nicking catalytic converters from cars. It's quite common now. Quite common. And people known to be threatening people with machetes and everything else while they steal them. Honestly, I tell you, what a situation we've got at the moment, which is terrible. And Steve, I've thought about messaging you before, says Eve, when you talked about living in Yorkshire. Although you didn't mention the place, I think you were talking about Hompton. Yes. I was walking through the village on Monday. The hall is now A new building as the original fell into disrepair. Oh, that's how much it was a long time ago. I mean, and also, I've lived in Twickenham for 6 months and Barnes for 2 years. I hear you mention the places, the shops, the venues I'm familiar with. So there you go. Please don't broadcast my message. Too late. You should put that at the beginning. You can't write it at the very end of something. Our stuff comes in on a need-to-know basis. But, yeah, I should imagine the hall probably has gone into... I mean, it was in fairly bad disrepair before. But very interesting. And Ian in Somerset, Steve, last night in A&E, after doing some DIY, was using a power, and all of a sudden we had a power surge. That wasn't very helpful, was it really? I don't use power tools. I have done it. I have done it, but not very often. Thank you for making me laugh, Steve. I've been unemployed for 10 years. I have an extraordinary ability to be able to make hundreds of job applications and not get one single job. Yeah. That's Harry for you. Never actually had a job in his life. He went into the forces, but it's not like a job. He was in a privileged position in the forces because he's Harry. But, you know, to put him down as sort of somebody who knows about all these, he doesn't. He really doesn't. What they've done is they've booked him like you'd book David Beckham. Sorry, Dave, how much would you charge for plugging this telephone? 150 grand? That's fine. That's how it works. That's how it works. It's bad news, bad news. Do you know, does anybody make hot cross buns? Probably not. You know why? They're so cheap. They're so cheap to buy. 2 for £2.50. That's M&S. 2 packs. So 4 luxury hot cross buns. So you get 8 hot cross buns for £2.50. Don't buy those horrid ones with different flavours in. Just proper hot cross buns. Otherwise, we can have all sorts of things changing, aren't we? We don't want things to change very much. I'm surprised they haven't done curry flavour or something like that. But no, just toast them and then put butter on there. And that's quite nice. Where have you been? Where have you been? Yeah. And so you shouldn't. You need a passport. We're trying to work out, actually. Somebody said to me, wait a minute, are you sure you've got this right? Prince Charles and Camilla have gone to Greece whilst we're in lockdown. And I said, yes. They go, well, how do they manage that? Because they're Prince Charles and Camilla. They don't work under the same system as you do. Nobody else is allowed to leave the country, but they are. How's that work? Much as I adore both of them, well, I adore her more than him, you know, we're not supposed to be leaving the country. Are they going to be fined 5,000 quid? I hope so. Not that it's going to make any difference. Steve, if you use a password manager app, you'll only ever have to remember one password. I've got about 670 different passwords. It's we have it here at work. But what I do, I'm quite clever. I put the password in and then a number. And every time they say you've got to change it, which is about every 3 months, 6 months, something like that, I'll just up the number. And so, in fact, are we doing emails today? Are we in already, or do we need to be in? Oh, we're in, are we already? Not with the person who faffed around with our studio the other day. You wait till I find out who it is. Who's it likely to be? Who's it likely to be? We might have to name... Don't look all coy and sheepish. We need to know who this is, because they've screwed up our thing in the air. We had so many troubles trying to rescue the studio from where it had gone to. Timbuktu. So, no, luckily we've got Andy on the case, and he'll be doing it later on today for us, which is good. Steve, says Simon, Ginger of Ginger and the Whingers is certainly having an impact on the monarchy, but not a charitable one. Yeah. But they're supposed to deal with it themselves. If you can't even control your own children, what hope? I don't think Charles has ever been able to cope with the kids at all, which is a great shame. I live in Brighouse, and it's great. Was it the sunken village you used to live in, says Jill? No. I like... Is Brighouse where Brighouse and Rastrick brass band come from? Is that where it comes from? I love a brass band. They don't always come from Yorkshire, do they, brass bands? Do they come from other places as well? I mean, I was in my school brass band when I was in Berkshire, and which I loved. But Brighouse and Rastrick, were they the ones that sang with... well, they didn't sing with them, obviously. They played with Terry Wogan when he did All Together for the Floral Dance. Did you remember the Floral Dance? Terry Wogan? I'm facing the wrong way again. It's hopeless, isn't it? The Cornwall Brass Band Association. Look at this, honestly. Oh, there's loads of them. Good Lord above, how many are there? Porthleven Town Band. I tell you, the worst band's Italy. Nobody can play in tune. I've seen them doing these things, but our brass bands are the best. Oh, I love it. I love it whenever they do a TV programme and the theme tune involves somebody playing the trumpet. It's invariably the same bloke. You know, he did Hetty Wainthropp Investigates and stuff like that. He's really good. I like that. I think that's a talent. That is a talent. So here they are. George Richardson, Joseph Vesey, Jamie Swain, Rhiann Dunn, George Richardson, William Attridge, William McMullen. Who are these people? These are the drunk students who've all been fined and found guilty. One banned from driving for 12 months. Stupid people. I mean, the e-scooter has a top speed of 10 to 15 miles an hour. You know, somebody said the risk they pose is significantly lower than that of a car. Yeah, right. Yeah, don't give us this baloney. Thank you very much indeed. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Richard Spur can't stand anything with dried fruit in it. Isn't that funny? Some people are like that. You the same, are you? Like I care. Don't look like I'm bothered. Face bothered? No. I like dried fruit in something, peel and things like that. So that means you don't like Christmas pudding, you don't like fruit cakes. We used to have something called, I can't remember, but it was like a fruit cake and you sliced it and put butter on it. I can't remember what it was called. Somebody will tell me. It's very well known. It begins with S, doesn't it? It's not Stollen. That's the Christmas one. It's a fruit serene. Serene. It sounds quite exotic, doesn't it? Serene.
At Virgin Active, there's something for everybody. Whether you like to work up a sweat in a strength and conditioning class, or tone your limbs in Pilates and then head to the spa, we can help you find your thing. From swimming to boxing to gentle jacuzzi bubbling. Whatever gets you moving, it all counts at Virgin Active. Join now and get your first month free. T's and C's apply. Offer ends October 31st.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. So Dame Sheila Hancock believes she only gets work because most of her contemporaries have died. She says her children tease her that her only recent roles have been dementia patients or people are about to pass away. She's 88, but bless her heart. We love Sheila, we love Sheila. Dame Esther Ranson says she owes her career to being overweight. Whilst at Oxford University, she's certainly not now. She said she used to clown around to ward off the bullies and discovered her talents as an entertainer. She's 80. Hope for everybody. Elton John, 74. And he says, having the best birthday ever, my 3 wonderful boys. That's his husband and their 2 boys as well, which is lovely. So they were all very happy. The cake looks a bit naff, I have to be honest. I've seen better cakes. Just the number 7 and number 4, it's got fruit on it. You know, they could have done that. You could have had some really super-duper cake here, but I'm not really sure that Elton, as a diabetic, should be eating cake anyway. So let's hope he didn't. Our wedding was sad. You know, there's a book out. It's called The Squire of Knotty Ash and His Lady, a biography of Sir Ken Dodd by Tony Nicholson with Anne, Lady Dodd. It's published now. She says, I still feel his presence every day. I talk to him every day. I think you would, actually, for Ken Dodd. I think you would. You know, she waited 40 years to marry him. They're battled to have children. She knows he'd have made a brilliant father. I know. But that was the tax evasion thing. Do you remember the tax evasion? That was a story and a half that went on. People used to do jokes about Ken Dodd and keeping his money under the bed and stuff like that. I think it probably applies to a lot of people. Steve, Doreen is a brand name for a malt loaf. Oh, right. Yeah, says Nige. Doreen is it's a malt loaf, is it? I don't really know what the difference is between a malt loaf. I just know that you used to slice it and then you'd put butter on it. It never kind of appealed to me in the slightest. Steve, spoiler alert, Real Housewives of Orange County, Vicky gets conned by Brooke. He lied about having cancer, says Hannah. Do you know, I had a feeling that he might have done, but I didn't want to sort of jump onto the same bandwagon as everybody else. And of course they all said the same. Poor old Vicky, never lucky in love. This is this American woman from, it's got that ghastly Tamra, who really is nasty. Steve, those BBC presenters, Charlie State and Naga, mocking the Union Jack flag. No, they weren't. They were just, it was a little gentle chiding about the size of it. I didn't kind of get the fact they got told off by the BBC. The BBC came around and went naughty, naughty, naughty. Honestly, it must be like working with a bunch of children, and that's in the management. Honestly, so they got told off. And it was just a little fun thing, you know. And I joke about the size of the producer's hairband. you know, and he doesn't then go, "Ooh, Steve." There must be such drips at the BBC. I mean, apart from the fact you can't have any opinion on anything, it's so Doreen is a brand name for malt loaf, which is sort of the Welsh cake kind of thing, I think, or is it Soreen? Soreen, Doreen. Doreen, that's mine. We're not talking about your nan. Sorry, he means Soreen. There it is, Soreen, the original malt loaf. Deliciously squidgy energy, low fat, source of fibre. I always thought it was ghastly. I hated it. I never liked it at all. If you went round to an elderly aunt's house or something like that, there'd be a plate of that stuff with butter on it. It was horrible. I didn't like anything like that. Mind you, it's managed to wake most of you up, isn't it? And Sidcup Julie says, I'm in the doghouse with the boyfriend. I shouted out, Diego! Twice in my sleep. I've been reading up on Diego Maradona. Best footballer ever. Yeah, I used to have a friend of mine. I fell out with him. He used to say to me, oh, Paul Gascoigne's one of our best footballers. I said, he's an idiot. Absolute idiot. What else we got here? The Lady with the Lamp. You know who the Lady with the Lamp is? Florence Nightingale. This is a letter from 1877. The nursing heroine, who was then 57, asks her friend Miss Hurt in this letter if she can find a home for Mr. Bismarck, because she kept cats. 60. And so she wrote this letter. It's coming up for auction. Coming up for auction. They were found inside a book in a library of the Hertz family home, Caston Hall, expected to fetch £1,300. Why do people sell stuff like that? I'd be clinging at the fact that Florence Nightingale wrote that. Apparently, in the end, Florence looked after 17 cats at one time, kept Mr. Bismarck, and he became one of her favourites, ate from china plates on a precise schedule with his diet, including rice pudding. Oh, people sell these things. They get them, you know, something that's so... It's like discovering a Leonardo da Vinci or something, and they go, oh, I think we'll sell that. And then you have a laugh, don't you? I love it. I absolutely love it. So it's Soreen. And Steve, I need to rebrand. After nearly a year on furlough, I've packed in the tanker, taken a job on a fridge truck. I shall never be short of work. You have to have a special licence, don't you, for that? You have a special licence for driving trucks. I quite fancy driving a bus, but you know, I'd be evil. I'd see people standing at the bus stop. They put their hand up, straight past. We had a driver who did that the other day. All the school children were standing there. You know, the ones who look like they haven't had a bath or anything else like that. And you wouldn't let that lady on? Absolutely not. She'd be off the bus immediately. She'd be going, I'm sorry, can I use my freedom pass? And he'd be going, yes, at 9 o'clock. Thank you. I need to, because I know she's going to lie. Oh, I need to go and get the coronavirus vaccine. No, dear, you did that a few weeks ago. You're now lying. Okay, we know who you are. I love it. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Everybody telling me it's Doreen. I know, but listen, we are well aware of these things. Why does somebody think that the people on the BBC are terribly, terribly well paid? They're probably not that well paid, but they weren't mocking the Union Jack. And it's, by the way, it's the Union flag. Okay, just so I tell you that now, just so you're aware of what it is. Turing's puzzling £50 note. We did this 2 days ago. Now they've come up with it and expressed it. They must have run out of ideas. And they've managed to sort of fill it out on, it's got all the things in here. Spy bosses, they say, would have a... So you can sort of crack the code on it. I went to the bank yesterday to get some £50 notes. And but they're not out yet. They're not out till June. So I've got to wait till June. But there was a queue in the bank the other day. When I got eventually got to the tills, the lady said, I'm ever so sorry, she said, it's so busy today. I said, well, you know why? She said, why? I said, because people get paid on the 25th. If you're paid monthly, 25th is mainly the time that people get paid. Love it. Which is fantastic. And apparently Lidl are selling sugar-free hot cross buns. Flavoured coffee. Really? Aldi are also selling cheese and chilli. Well, I don't think they should do that. It's a hot cross bun. You know, we don't like stuff like that, do we, at all? I love this one. This is so funny, this one here. And somebody else told me, Soreen. Thank you very much indeed. 0539. The boys busy this morning. We like it when the boys are busy. The only problem we have this morning is I can't talk to them properly. I have to do the talk, but they can't respond to me, which is a shame. Lots of Easter eggs, but you can do so much better than buying Easter eggs. You know, there are other... buy somebody something healthy. Oh, I'll tell you what I had the other day. I shouldn't have had it. Only had about 2. I got so thirsty when I got to Costco. I just went in to get a case of water, because it's cheaper there. And they do a mango... What do they call it? A mango... Not a fruit drink. They call it not puree, a mango fruit something. I don't know. What do they call those things? Smoothie. Smoothie. Thank you. A mango smoothie. And I bought it. And I suddenly remember the last time I didn't like it. I had a couple of slurps of it. I had to throw it away because it's mango and me don't get on. We get really quite affected. But I wanted them to do something else, like a milkshake would have been nice. I could have done a vanilla milkshake. Why can't Costco do milkshakes? Blimey. That would be really fun. I realise that there's probably better profit on sort of other things. Do you know, I've done so well this morning. I've read out every single one of my texts and emails. I know we do it all the time, but this morning I've been particularly good at reading every single one out. We never miss any. Producer said to me, miss one there, miss one there. Steve, M&S free from hot cross buns. So much nicer than ordinary ones. Free from hot cross... What's that mean? Free from hot cross buns. They've got loads of hot cross buns in M&S. They're cheap. 2 packs for £2.50. That's 8. 8 hot cross buns. You could feed a family for £2.50. You've got to toast them, though, but you've got to make sure you've got a big enough toaster to do them because they're quite big, aren't they? Oh, I could eat a hot cross bun right now with hot... And that's why it's called hot cross buns, isn't it? I've just realised. Duh. I just realised hot... cross buns because you toast them. Did you know that? Talking to myself, eh? You didn't know that at all. I just worked that out myself. I've just worked out they're called hot cross buns. Free from gluten-free, sugar-free, dairy-free, nut-free. What do you get? You just get a polythene bag. Nothing in it. Just get the polythene bag.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. 10 to 6 is the time. Steve, you've made my day, says Mary. I had no idea you could get sugar-free. Yes. Sugar-free, gluten-free, just about everything free nowadays, which is very nice. And Steve, yesterday I was live at St Albans Cathedral. This is Andy Peters. And he said that's the place the hot cross bun was invented by a monk. They were originally called Alban buns. Alban buns. So there you go. Actually, I saw Andy. When was he on my television? He was doing an evening thing. They were doing a food programme. Of course they were doing a food programme. How ridiculous. And Steve, talking about the BBC, before a programme was broadcast, it gave a warning. I haven't got the rest of that one, so I'll come back to it a bit later. M&S do a chili cheese hot cross bun. You see, I don't think they should. I think this is sacrilegious. I don't think they should change any of these things. And Steve, the M&S gluten-free hot cross buns are absolutely gorgeous. You wouldn't want to stop at one. They're so fattening. I can't do hot cross buns. I have had them before. They do little tiny ones, and they do apple, and they do all these other... But definitely not. Definitely not, because they are sort of absolutely fatal for us diabetics. Really not brilliant. So Andy, they send him out all over the place. Can you imagine a hot cross bun invented by a monk? I think it's quite nice. How spiritual. How spiritual. But very nice. Are we feeling better, says Daphne? No. Oh, surprisingly, I got a letter in the post yesterday saying we're going to be calling you on the 24th. But this was from another hospital. How many more hospitals am I? I think they must have got confused with my notes. It's all very odd. But anyway, hopefully we should get a letter in a couple of days saying you can come in and we'll try and sort things out for you. Because believe you me, this has gone on since December. This should have been cleared up ages ago. Ages ago. I don't like being ill. I like being sort of, I've got to get my eyes tested. I've got to get the eyes done as well. I knew there was something else. I've got so many different dates coming in on different things. I'm going to be spending most of my time finishing here, rushing off to the hospital, getting the eyes tested, which I've had before and I was fine, which is good. Very good. Thank you to Doris from North Cheam. Thank you very much indeed for your letter. Very much appreciated. She's a fan, which is nice. And we like the fans as well. So Nick Ferrari at 7 o'clock this morning. He'll be talking about that cartoon of the Prophet Muhammad at this school in Yorkshire. The worst thing is the teacher has been named online and they're worried now for his safety because things can go one of two ways. So they're hoping that it goes through the normal channels and they try and explain why he did it. It was something to do with as far as I remember, they were doing different people's reaction to religion and stuff like that. Maybe a little bit unwise, but there you go. There you go. Another one here. The freedom passes for pubs and football stadiums could be used by former COVID sufferers who now have immunity. And the boring old Amir Khan and his wife, he's not a love cheat now. Yeah, well, let's hope it's true, dear. Let's hope it's true. Certainly wasn't last time, was it? But never mind, I'm sure they have got a very interesting life. But apparently money doesn't affect him at all. He's not bothered by money. Good, give it away to charity. He won't, of course. Grieving families have joined calls for Boris Johnson to set a date for an inquiry into the mishandling of the COVID crisis. And it's the pubs thing that's going to upset people, isn't it? So I'm not particularly bothered about the pub thing. It's just that next week I'm going down to see my brother, so that'll be a first, because we can go and do that. That'll be quite nice. And it means I can empty the boot of the car. That'll be even nicer. I found some things the other day in Costco. They're lovely. They look like round balls. Well, they are round balls, but they're filled with cream. Not for me. I nearly brought them in here, but I thought, no point. Honestly, they've got enough to worry about with all the other different bits of food. The Batley Grammar School, they've got a local community leader speaking to a crowd of peaceful protesters. Let's hope it stays that way. And the staff member who showed children the images of the Prophet is suspended. I mean, how they ever really got through, I've got no idea at all. Also, jab checks at sport and theatres proposed. Oh, I can't wait for theatres to open again. That'd be nice, wouldn't it? And the EU's attacks on AstraZeneca call into question the company's decision not to profit from its vaccine, according to a member of the scientific team that delivered the breakthrough. Now you know. Plus, all hauliers entering England face a mass testing regime to combat the threat of a new COVID variant. Ministers are to scrap exemptions for all lorry drivers, border officials and other specialist workers entering the country and replace them with mandatory bespoke tests to prevent variants reaching the UK, particularly from France. I mean, there are penalties enforced. Whether they get put into place, I've got no idea. The producer, Curry, said he's hoping to go to the beach with his parents and the dog on a lead. That would be the best thing, wouldn't it? Dog on leads. Please, thank you very much indeed. But, we're also hoping for you to go to the beach with your parents, blowing up the lilo and just pushing you out. Bye, see ya. See you in France. I bet it's cold up there at the moment. I don't know why, because they've said that the weather for this Easter is not going to be great. And yet I was talking about, wearing a bikini. And apparently not so. Not so. Steve, Asda magazine says we should eat hot cross buns with cheddar cheese and tomato relish. No! It's a hot cross bun. Don't things like that. Ghastly. Steve, ladies love the formal nights on cruises, so we wear our glittery dresses. Yes. Jason says, after being on a long night shift, hot cross buns sounds amazing. They have to be with Lurpak. No other way. Have you noticed butter doesn't taste as good as it used to? Really doesn't. I like butter to taste like butter, but I wonder if I could actually perhaps I could have a hot cross bun today. I might go home and get a hot cross bun, a packet of them, but they've got to be the proper hot cross buns, and then stick them in the toaster. I've got a 4-gang toaster, it's four different slots in it, and I've got butter. I've got Lurpak butter as well. It sounds delicious, doesn't it? Pineapple on pizza, Steve. Worst toppings and best. Sorry, you're on the wrong station. This is LBC. It's not BBC. Okay? Your local BBC station will be covering that. Pizza toppings. They'll make it run all day, actually. In between probably playing Boney M as well. Eddie Izzard says he's an average, boring person. No, he's not. That's why he's Eddie Izzard. And Britain's outdoor swimming pools reopen. And the Reverend Kate Botley is first in line. First in line. Well done, Kate. I couldn't swim in somewhere open air. I absolutely could. There's things under the water. You imagine if you're there and something brushes up against... Oh, no, thank you. No, thank you. I get quite frightened. We've had to get very frightened by things like that. Pubs could be asking, according to the Times, punters for blood tests. I think they should check people whether they should be allowed in pubs. Some people shouldn't be allowed in pubs. And... Williamson enters a row over the cartoon of the Prophet. This is Gavin Williamson, has condemned parents' protests against children being shown a cartoon as completely unacceptable. Crowds gathered outside Batley Grammar School to complain about the image, which parents said had been taken from the French satirical magazine Charlie Hebdo. The non-selective school in West Yorkshire has apologised and suspended a teacher. And video film shows people gathered around the school gates amid shouts of "Get the head teacher." Although the police confirmed there had been no arrests or fines for breaches of the corona. Well, let's keep it that way, shall we? Let's keep it that way. That would be more intelligent than anything else. They have suspended a staff member pending an independent formal investigation. They've unequivocally apologised. And let's keep it like that. We don't need to sort of start getting our knickers in a twist over something. I understand where it is. They've apologised. They've done the right thing. They've suspended the teacher. And they will then have an inquiry. And then we take it on from there. Steve, can a supermarket please supply ready-rolled wholemeal pastry, says Marilyn. Oh, wholemeal pastry. I've never bought ready-made pastry. It's easier for doing little things, though, isn't it? You can sort of get puff pastry and it comes in strips, and then you just sort of put some sweetmeats in the middle and then deep fry. That sounds quite nice. So who knows? Steve, try the butter sold in Waitrose and Sainsbury's, black wrapper with Cornish sea salt. Is it? Oh, I'm not sure about sea salt. I'm not sure about salt full stop in butter. I'll tell you what I do like, though. I don't like the butter that you have to wait till it sort of goes a bit soft before you can use it. That's a right pain. So I use softened butter. I'm sure it's not any better, actually. Just one of those sort of things, isn't it? I always pick the wrong stuff. I always pick exactly the wrong stuff, but it doesn't matter. Brussels backing down on the blockades in the vaccine war with Britain. Don't ever go to Brussels. It's a horrible place. It's very boring and bland. I went there. We went there on the Eurostar happy days, but and we walked forever and a day to get there. And what do we end up with? Chips. A portion of chips. Apparently Brussels famous for chips. They were no better than our chips. And I didn't have chips yesterday, but I did have scampi. I had 2 portions of scampi, and delicious it was too. Thank you very much indeed. Steve says, Phil, it's payday. Woken up at 2 a.m, booked a week in October at a seaside cottage on the Mull of Galloway in southwest Scotland. Well, there you go. You've hit pay dirt. That's good news. Loads of people are doing it, but you're right to do it later in the year. And I think we might be a bit better off later in the year. This music means that, A, it's LBC, it's our own orchestra, in the studio with me, very crowded, and very nice too. And they've got the news coming up at 6 o'clock. We'll be back with you in 3 minutes, so you've got enough chance to get yourself a quick cup of tea.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Nice to have your company. 3.5 minutes past 6. Friday morning, weekend, yeah. Weekend, yeah. Weekend, same as last weekend, weekend before, and all these other weekends. Did you know that the Queen has got an exemption from having either Buckingham Palace or Balmoral and Sandringham from being searched? That police are not allowed to search. There is a special thing that's come in. It's a looted artefact law, and she's been granted immunity. Police have been barred from searching the Queen's private estates for stolen or looted artefacts. That's where Prince Andrew will be then, isn't it? He's been looted, we wish. But yeah, so it's a law that protects the world's cultural property. Did you know that? I had no idea. So if they turn up on the doorstep late at night at Sandringham and say, we'd like to come in and search, well, you can't. You can't. You're not allowed in. You're not allowed to search for anything. God knows what they've got behind the scenes. God knows. It's like museums. It's like museums. Did you know that there is more stuff in storage in museums than there is on display? I love things like that. I mean, I've been to some very odd museums in London, but that's the way it is. Marilyn wants to know how it is that Charles and Camilla are gallivanting around the Greek islands while we're all in lockdown. Don't ask me. I don't know. There is obviously some sort of different thing, isn't there? There's obviously something going on that we don't know about that means that they're exempt and they can go on holiday and do whatever they want. But like Harry and his Mickey Mouse executive role, 2 jobs, but they don't involve going anywhere, so we're not actually sure if he's doing anything. Steve, I've just taken a homemade frozen curry out of the freezer for my tea when I get home from work later. Hearing you going on about scampi has changed my mind. So, in fact, I'll be buying scampi on the way home. Yeah, pop the frozen curry back in the freezer. I love a curry, but I've never had a frozen... What? Goodness sake, honestly. Say, listen, if he wants a curry, he can have a curry. Very funny about the things. You have such power. I know, yeah. 1 minute, it's a case of we're all having curry, and then Steve Allen talks about having scampi, and it's a case of, no, wait a minute, I'm having scampi. Have scampi. In fact, actually, go and get some of those chips. Either get little chips, but they're not good for you. The big fat chips are better because they've got less surface fat on them. Get the triple cooked ones from Marks and Spencer. You probably find them on remainder prices at the moment. And you put those in the oil first because they take longer to cook. And then whilst you're waiting for them to cool down, after you've taken them out of the cooking pot, then you put in the scampi because that doesn't take so long to cook, and you could eat a whole packet by yourself. In fact, to be honest with you, you could eat 2. I ate 2 yesterday. Scampi, says NJ from Pontyclun, the cockroach of the seas. Oh, I love scampi. I love scampi. It was the only thing, if I go to a fish and chip shop now, the chances are I'll ask them for scampi. Although I went in a fish and chip shop the other day and they had all the things. I was looking at while I was waiting for the girl to serve my chips, which were very good actually, it has to be said. And I had a sausage and batter. And they had pineapple rings in batter. And I thought to myself, I wonder if I could get a pineapple ring. And I thought, I've never had a pineapple ring in batter. I don't think so. Well, I don't think I've ever had that, actually. Interesting. Steve says, Tony, I received an NHS letter, telephone appointment, on Monday, the 24th of May. I wonder if it's our second COVID injection. Could be. Could be. Depends when you got the first one. Steve, you've helped me get through the nights after I had a few heart operations. Lost my mum to COVID not long ago, and I shared a flat with her. The flat's very quiet without her. Yesterday started going through her things. Very hard. Can't sleep again, but you're there, so that's okay. Yes, we had to do the same. Actually, the funny thing was with that, well, it wasn't the funny thing, but my mother kept all her handbags. And in each handbag, we'd find the same things. A packet of peppermints, an emery board, and a penny to go to the toilet. If you were out. Doesn't happen nowadays. And then under her bed, she had a suitcase. And we opened the suitcase, and in it were all the birthday and Christmas cards we'd ever sent her since we were little. So since I was able to write, week last Tuesday, my mother had kept all the birthday cards and Christmas cards. That was her little storage from my dad, from me and my brother. Isn't that cute? I think that's really cute. Richard says, anybody who refuses to have the COVID vaccine are thick and stupid and a danger to public health. I don't know why you'd ever want to refuse it. Seriously. There was a woman got on the train the other day, mouthy, gobby thing, no mask. So I stared at it, gave her one of my Paddington Bear stares, like, what are you doing on here? Get off. Don't want you on the train. Ghastly. What do you think of scampi fries? Ghastly. I don't do things like that. Don't do. We're doing the Highgate tour tomorrow. This is the cemetery Sue is doing. It's all been staggered and controlled in accordance with COVID and is still open as they need the funds. Yes, includes both sides without a guide. I'm very much looking forward to it. Oh, you'll find it fascinating. Fascinating. God, I'm cold this morning. My hands are frozen. My tiny hand is frozen, which is not so good. Is that frozen scampi? No, fresh. Frozen scampi? What do you think you're listening to? Frozen scampi? Hello, do I sound like I operate out of a freezer? Absolutely not. Fresh all the way through. All the way through. It's the only way to do it. Drones drafted in for the war on beach litter. It's the amount of people who... I've done it. Not recently, obviously, but years and years ago when I was little. And you'd be on the beach and you'd have something to eat, and then you dig a little hole and you put your rubbish in there and then cover it over again. I know, it seems a bit ghastly, doesn't it, really? But it was the best that I could do when I was little. It was like going to the toilet on the beach. Did you do that? No, we went into the sea to do it. Every time a wave came in, you jumped up and down and went to the toilet. I can't have been the only one. There must be loads of people who did things like that. Really. What have we got here? This is... what are they talking about? I'm trying to find a story. But papers are full of holidays. I'm not sure whether or not you've all decided to risk... booking a holiday, but much later in the year. Don't book anything, too soon, because you might have to cancel it, and you don't want to do that. Definitely not. Rising stars shining in London. Fairy Tale of New York. Season my love. Honestly, there's so many items in the papers now. It's interesting here. A harsh and horny horde. They pillaged and traded across the world, but what drove the Vikings' wanderlust? Their practice of female infanticide, which left scores of male warriors without enough women to go round. I'm fascinated by the Vikings because I'm totally convinced that I'm not descended from a Viking, obviously, but I think if you went far enough back, I think I'd have come in from Scandinavia. I could see myself with one of those horned helmets on, making people row the boat. I quite fancy that idea. I think that appeals to me greatly. There you go. There you go. You can have meals delivered to your door now. Sweet and sour chicken with rice for 2. Lamb hot pot. Do you know, if only I could eat lamb. I always used to love lamb. It makes me sick as a dog now. Lasagna, boring. Comforting cottage pie. Now, I nearly stopped somebody the other day in Marks and Spencer. She was going to buy a cottage pie. And I said, because she picked up, I said, there's a lot of potato in it. And she went, oh, right. So she put it back on the shelf again. Because there is, in their cottage pie, no matter how gorgeous it is, there's a lot of potato. Chris, it was number 1. Thank you very much. Everybody did it. Everybody went to toilet in the sea, didn't they? You couldn't walk to the blooming toilets because you never knew where they were. But that's what we did. And you jumped up and down, pretending that you were just sort of jumping up and down with the waves. We weren't really. I love stuff like that, honestly, because we all did it. That was the first place that we had crisps. You know, a packet of crisps, which had the little bag in there and everything else. And we had crisps. We'd never had crisps before. I think after that, my mother started making them. She had a machine that you could slice potato very thin, and then she just deep fried them. Yeah, what? We made crisps. What? Just plain. I mean, you could put salt and vinegar on, but she just made crisps. My mother made everything. Made everything. She didn't. I told you the one time I went down to see her in Henley, and I said, let's go out for dinner, because I didn't want to think of her cooking all the time. So I took it. She'd never eaten takeaway Chinese. She'd never had a takeaway. We'd lived in Hong Kong, but she'd never had things. So we go to a takeaway. Well, not a takeaway. It was a restaurant in Henley. And I had what can only be described as the worst Chinese food I've ever eaten in my entire life. The crispy duck was about as dry as paint. It was the most awful thing. And of course, my mother hated it. Absolutely hated it. And you sort of laugh at it, really. You laugh at it, really, because I remember thinking, she'll be really won over by this. Do you dip the scampi in anything? Tartar sauce? No, absolutely not. I did have the other day, actually, and it was real mayonnaise. I don't do tartar sauce. I know people do, and they seem to like it. Neil says, old keepsake. Since my dad died, my brother and I have been clearing out his house. He kept everything. I found a suitcase full of the letters that my granddad wrote to my nan whilst in the Royal Signals when he went in at Normandy. One day I'll put them in order and read them. I've also got my dad's RAF regiment uniform and great coat. I can't part with it. We've still got my dad's uniform. Isn't it funny you can't part with a uniform? We've still got my father's uniform. I don't know whether we've got the great coat as well. They were big, those coats, weren't they? Very big and thick and amazing. Amazing. But I don't know whether we've still got that. We've definitely got the uniform. I wouldn't get rid of that. Isn't it funny? It's like, I've still got a lot of my parents' furniture, Neil. As you know, I wouldn't get rid of it. It's my parents' furniture. That's my link to the past. Steve, I love Aldi's rhubarb and custard hot cross buns. Beautiful. Thank you for a great week, says Kim in Rudolfo. What fish do they use to make scampi? It's tails, isn't it? They use tails. Scampi fish. Steve, what's the first thing you do when you're out of lockdown, do you think? I haven't been in lockdown. Why would I be in lockdown? Everything's open round our way. All the places I need. The chemist is open. The dry cleaners is open. And the supermarkets are open. Plus the coffee shops are open. What else do I need? The KFC is open. We don't have lockdown. We just take, decisions on whether we're going out or whether we're not going out. Steve, I normally get an 11-year-old Subway meal for her packed lunch for school on Friday, but she was so naughty last night. Do you think she deserves a treat, or should I make her lunch? No, make her lunch. Absolutely. It's got to be, listen, it's an 11-year-old. They have to be taught right from wrong, which is great. Steve, Vikings never had helmets with horns. Oh, right. Didn't they? I thought they did. I thought yes, they did. Vikings had horns, didn't they? Rowing their longboats. Definitely. And another one here, which says, I'm glad the police can't search the royal households. They'll never find the hot cross buns. I bet they don't buy them. I bet they make them. I bet the royal chefs make things. Wayne says, have you ever tried fried scampi, chips and chili sauce? Absolutely delicious. Wayne's the trolley dolly. I do like scampi. I'm quite big into scampi. In fish and chip shops, I'm good. Langoustine tails, apparently, says Richard Spur. He knows these things. He's a man of culture. He knows. Langoustine tails. Go on. Now you have to get people to explain to you what langoustine are. Do you know what langoustine are? Oh, you've had of course you have, yeah. Flappy. And somebody says there's no such thing as scampi fish. They're bits of lobster tails. You shut your face. They're scampi fish. I'm 56, says Jane. I've been offered my second vaccine ahead of my elderly parents and disabled sister. No idea how the system works. And Steve, it really depends on if you're eating whole tail or reformed scampi. Whole tail only. Marks and Spencer's, not reformed. They don't do that reformed scampi. Very hard to tell. Not for me, it's not. Not for me. Another one here says, all your talk of brass bands and Yorkshire villages reminds me of Downton Abbey. Can't wait for that to come back. That'll be brilliant, won't it? Absolutely brilliant. Another one here, talking about all those different flavours of the hot cross buns. No, please don't. Please don't. Please don't. Just eat the normal ones. Somebody says, the weekend's very exciting for me, says Matthew. I'm going to plant some beans. What, baked beans? How does that work? How does that work? It's quite a good idea, isn't it? Lots of people talking about how do you get the Highgate tour. Just go online. Go online, you will find it.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have you company. Welcome to Friday. So I was just talking, to Nick Ferrari, just bringing him up to date with everything. God, it's cold in here this morning. I don't know why. Steve, only Waitrose and M&S sell genuine scampi tails. All other outlets use this sort of mystery meat. No, this is, I'm very funny about things like that. I've stopped eating a lot of hams and beef and all these other things that you see, all this processed stuff in the supermarkets. I turn it over and it goes made from, and there's a name for, not basically, it's putting it all together again. It's reconstituted. And I'll only have it if it's proper. So I literally spend my entire time, they say, oh, look, that's a lovely packet of ham. Turn it over, made from, reformed. No, thank you. That's out straight away. Steve, Johnny in Watford says, do you know it's kids' last day at school for Easter, finishing at 12:30, back on the 20th? Nearly a month. We've had our flights abroad cancelled. Oh, dear. I thought that might be the case, actually. So working on activities to keep them off the computer tablets. I tell you what, I'll be glad when they're off again. I'll tell you for why. I'm sick to death around our way of buses that go, this is a school bus. OK, so you go, OK, fair enough. So we're not allowed on the school bus. That's only for the school kids. And they pack them on like there's no tomorrow. And then I was on a bus the other day, which was a non-school bus. And yet the driver let all the school kids on. So we're now an overcrowded bus. You know, some of them are good and they count how many people are on. You're supposed to be sitting in a seat. You're not supposed to be standing on buses. Or using your Freedom Pass at 8 o'clock in the morning. I never make a big scene about things. I'm very good, actually. John in Crewe says, what's the weather like where you are? It's okay, actually. Is it okay? What does it look like outside? Does it? Is the sun beaming through the windows? So it's cloudy. Cloudy. Oh, that means cloud, does it? Oh, okay. Because we don't have the talkback system here, which is lovely. So it's mechanically recovered. Mechanically recovered meat. That's what they do it when they do it with chicken. They literally spray them with jets of water to get every single bit of meat off, and then it goes into a thing and then they reform it. So I don't have anything like that. A bit funny, actually. I'm still worried about what's on this huge China ship with all these thousands and thousands of containers on, which actually makes you realise how big the ship is. You can't appreciate it. Hey, you have a look at a container when you see them, and then you look at how many thousands there are on this place. It's amazing. Dundee United's name is a bizarre insult in Nigeria. Did you know that? Apparently, folk in the African country use it when referring to one another as an idiot or a fool. The offensive phrase derives from an ill-fated tour the Scottish club made to Lagos in 1972. The Tangerines played very badly, and there were also off-field problems. So that's why. So you're a useless Dundee United. And that's not very complimentary. Anton Deck's Saturday Night Takeaway has been hit with Ofcom complaints after Kat Deely joked that she'd been filled in. I'm not even. I don't get half this stuff nowadays. Ant McPartland and Dec, both 45, reunited with their former presenting partner for their spoof sitcom Chums. But viewers of the TV show were left shocked after Ant complimented Kat on her wedding dress, to which she replied, "I'm very out of breath. Declan's filled me in." An Ofcom spokesman said, "We received 96 complaints in total." Who are these people? They sit at home waiting for a letter or something. Honestly. It really is madness, isn't it? People complain about Ant and Dec, the most inoffensive people. Everybody does double entendre. Everybody does it. Steve, I've just popped down to make a nice cuppa and my other half has used all the milk. I brought my own milk in. Look at this. Look at this little thing here. Have you seen such a... Is that cute? Is that cute? Little dinky. I don't even know what size this is supposed to be. 250 millilitres. I think that's the cutest ever. Cutest ever. Steve, they use monkfish as well as scampi. Not in my ones, they don't. Thank you very much indeed. Very pleased that you're back on the airwaves. Well, I've been back for over a week now. Almost 2 weeks. I'm listening to you from Dubai. Went to M&S and bought Marmite hot cross buns. They were brilliant. They're actually Marmite hot cross buns. I mean, couldn't you just buy Marmite and sort of wipe it onto hot cross buns? Do you know, actually, you've now given me a bit of a craving for Marmite. I just feel I might have to go and buy a loaf of bread. I've got the butter and then Marmite's quite good for you, isn't it? I used to think it was. It's got riboflavin in it, whatever that is. And I remember thinking, that'd be nice. I'll have some of that. I'm going to have Marmite today. I have got Marmite. I've got my own jar of Marmite, Steve Allen's Marmite. I might have some of that today, actually. That'd be quite... Yeah, Marmite on hot buttered toast. Oh, God, it gets better, doesn't it? Can I wait till I get home? No, why don't they do it in other shops? Why isn't there a sandwich shop open, a bit like Greg's, where they do toast and you can have fillet? You can either have jam or marmalade or Marmite. That I quite fancy. You go, but you don't want it too thick. Marmite is best spread thinly. Bit like my talent. Steve, Johnny from Liverpool says, I've become a little obsessed as to what your daily routine is, seeing as you work 6 days a week. People always worry, Johnny, about my routine. And I never tell people, as anybody regular to this programme will actually tell you. People will always say to you, don't ask Steve about his routine because you'd never understand it in a million years, especially by tomorrow morning when I shall wake up early, which I always do, and then I shall faff around, watch a bit of television, probably have some more Marmite on toast, and a cup of tea, and then I should go back to bed again and sleep through, which is very nice. I've only got to pick up ironing tomorrow, which is good. Steve, you ever tried cheese and Marmite? Quite nice, says Matt. Well, they've been doing it for about the last God knows how many hundreds of years, and they do it in Starbucks. They do a Marmite and cheese. It's not a panini, but it's one of those things that they put into their toaster thing, which is very good. Steve, you just got to my current gripe. Buses and school children. Why have school kids got their own buses and they can get on the commuter buses as well? I've got no idea, William. Luckily, I've been on a few buses where they sort of get there and the bus driver leans forward and goes, no, you're not getting on. But as I say, you end up with they're so noisy. Perhaps it's me being older, but school kids on the buses. But I mean, they have their own buses and then they're allowed to get on our buses, but we're not technically allowed to get on their buses. So I'll be quite glad when they break up for Easter. Beans on Marmite on toast is the best. Bovril on toast, says Keith. Here we go. We're all going to be going for this one, aren't we? Marmite. Apparently, there is a shortage of Marmite at the moment, says my Chris. He said, because there's no yeast about, because everybody's been sitting at home drinking the only size Marmite you can get are the medium size and the great big ones out of Costco. I've got 3 jars of Marmite at home with my name on it. I bought Steve Allen Marmite. You could have your name put on the label, which I was very excited about. And Denise, Chloe and Harry, you can get anything on toast at my shop in Kent. Marmite on toast. I'm definitely having it. Jennifer, you see, Jennifer doesn't like it. That's what they say about people. They say, you're either Marmite or you're not. I'm a bit Marmite. People love me. Some people don't love me. But I don't care.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Answer to your bus question, Steve. As a former bus driver, they're not allowed to refuse a journey home to a child. These aren't children going home, they're going to school. I'm not interested in the going home bit. It's ridiculous. So, and I have seen them refuse journeys home. You know, sometimes a kid will get on and go. The amount of children who leave their passes at home is quite phenomenal, actually, round our way. But that's what they seem to do. Strangely enough, you can still get Marmite-flavoured stuff, says Chris. I heard this from a food wholesaler. I've now changed everybody's thinking for breakfast today. And it's a case of we've all now abandoned the scampi and the curry. We've gone for Marmite on toast. Spread thin. You can taste it, can't you? You can. I can't understand why nobody would never like Marmite. I think quite nice, actually. Rock legend Roger Daltrey has applied for a licence to serve booze at his trout farm. He's 77. He's got a fishery called Lakedown. Several locals have objected, raising concern over the potential for noise nuisance. God, honestly, there's always who are the moaning Marys of this world? It used to be Outraged of Chigwell, wasn't it, or somewhere like that, or somebody else, Potter's Bar or something. I don't know. And they'd always complain, "Oh, I can't believe this is absolutely disgraceful. Have you a drinking licence? What for? What for? We don't want things like that. Have you tried Vegemite? No. Steve, after hearing you mention the Windmill Theatre, I managed to purchase the book. Can't wait to start reading it. You'll love it. It's great. It's great. It's amazing, actually, that you suddenly realise, Samantha, the impact that radio has on people's lives. It's not like television, is it? It's exactly the same as sort of people listening, and you hear, I've heard stuff on the radio before and thought, I must definitely chase that up, and I do. So it's good. I can't believe Greg's pasty shop doesn't sell meat and potato pasties. I think they probably think they're a bit common, aren't they? Don't they do meat and potato? Isn't that an average pasty with carrots in or something like that? That's what I thought. I don't know. But apparently you can ask them to heat it up now, which is very good. I think that's good news. Steve, how on earth can people not like Marmite? Recently started Marmite bread soldiers with boiled eggs. Actually, apparently feel it goes quite well. I don't do runny eggs, but I mean, I do understand. So you could do like soldiers with a bit of Marmite on, because I think Marmite and egg go quite well together. In fact, the more I think about it now, the more excited I am by the fact I don't have to wait to heat the oil up, which heats up very quickly, actually. What else have we got today? Boris Johnson causing this utter chaos over this jab for a pint malarkey that's going on at the moment. And I could see all sorts of problems. You could see fights breaking out, can't you? As people sort of definitely try and get into pubs and go, listen, I've had the blooming thing. And them going, well, where's your evidence? I don't have it. I mean, who's going to enforce this? Is it going to be the landlord behind the bar, of which you find not very many nowadays? It's generally the landlord sitting this side of the bar, having a bevy. I'm just looking forward to seeing family again and sort of catching up with people. How long it's going to last? How long is it going to last? Do we know? This sort of, you can go and visit people. Because in this, based on this one, I should better get to my godchildren next week. Definitely. I should better nip down there on the Saturday, if the car can find it. Well, can we get the cars washed next week? Are the car washes opening? Is that... Oh, sorry, I've asked you too many questions. Can't remember. If the car washes are open, then I should be very happy. My car is filthy beyond belief. Filthy beyond belief. It's different years ago. You could get sort of, Bob a Job people to come around, clean your car for a shilling. But it doesn't work now. So Ford are going to scrap the Mondeo. Used to be a hit among executives and families. Do you know, since its introduction in about 1993, they've sold 5 million of them. And... at the Labour Party conference in 1996, Tony Blair identified Mondeo Man as a centrist, hard-working voter who was a key target for the party. But, of course, since then it's shifted towards the SUVs. In fact, you can't move going around Essex with these huge 4x4s. They're all over the place. The American car giant is investing $16 billion in electrification. I don't like electric cars. I know they're going, oh, it's all very ecological and it's green and it's this and it's that. I just don't like the cars. I like to hear a car. I want to hear an engine. That's what I want to do. Police are looking to clamp down on professional punters who apparently fly drones over racecourses to beat the bookies. Officers fear they don't have legal powers to intervene because the drones fly from private land. So what they do is they capture the racing action several seconds before live footage is broadcast on television, giving drone operators an advantage for in-running bets during a race. Yeah, but it always changes at the last minute, doesn't it? They also pick up snippets about a race that armchair punters miss. Insiders believe the drones are being operated by professional gangs using hardware that costs up to £20,000. You can buy drones so cheaply now. I've got one which cost £100, still in the box. And it's got 2 cameras on it, one underneath, one at the front, and you watch it on your phone. You just click on the app into your phone, and so you could fly. I mean, to be honest with you, I don't know why I bought it. Not too sure. From the 29th of March, when most schools start to break up for the Easter holidays, outdoor gatherings, including in private gardens, of either 6 people, the rule of 6, or 2 households, will be allowed, making it easier for friends and families to meet outside. Whoopee! And they think car washes 12th of April at the earliest. Oh, good. I can't wait for my car wash to open by Kingston Bridge. It's the best one round my way. You whiz in and out in a matter of minutes. And sometimes, if I'm driving past it, is it empty? Is it? Yeah, go in. You quickly drive in. So it's as good as that. I can't wait for it to open again. Goodness gracious. Steve, Marmite smeared on beef or lamb before you roast it makes the meat taste gorgeous. I should imagine it does. Somebody's told me about that before. I'm not sure about smearing on lamb. So, oh, you can do it on... Oh, right. Producer says yes. So he's obviously eaten these sort of things. He knows about this, you know. If somebody's done that, he's actually done it probably on an entire cow. You know, smear it in Marmite. Not thickly though, do you? I mean, don't do just a thin coat. Oh, don't know why I bother actually. Seriously, I know nothing about cooking. I'll try and add my sixpenneth. There's a list of the top 20 celebrities who look fab at 40. I've noticed I'm not in here. And it's there's not too many men. You've got Daniel Craig, Idris Elba, Tom Hardy, Hugh Jackman. Oh, there's quite a few actually. Tom Cruise, he's very good, very good. Brad Pitt, David Beckham, Will Smith. Number 1 on the list is Jennifer Lopez, but I don't think she looks. You know, I mean. I don't know. Age is a state of mind, they say, or not, as the case may be. And so Tess Daly's in there. She's on the list. Victoria Beckham, for some strange reason, is in there. They had to put her in, didn't they? She'd have thrown a tantrum if they hadn't mentioned that she looked great at 40. The trouble is, she doesn't look great at 40, because isn't she heading towards 50? And I think she's... She obviously does. She does smile. We saw a smiling picture the other week. One of the boys printed a picture of her smiling. That'll never get out again. And good Lord above. There's a little puppy. Something about puppies that I love. This is a puppy who's fallen asleep, but he's fallen out of his basket, so he's sort of head first on the floor. He looks absolutely gorgeous. He's a little mongrel. He's called Milo. And loads of people are now sort of catching up with this little dog. They put him on the web. He just goes to... They're so cute. Why can't they stay as puppies? You know, because I just think puppies are so cute. So cute. And also cunning dog nappers. We've had a lot of problems with dog nappers. Are taking people's pets by posing as wardens and claiming the family pooch has bitten a neighbour. Be careful. Be very careful. Copeland Borough Council in Cumbria appealed for vigilance after a pet owner was approached by someone claiming to be part of the authority. Luckily, they were alert to the danger and called the council. I'd call the police. Get details of their car and everything else. You know, one of those things. Also, a family is grieving the death of their puppy after a farmer shot him for sheep worrying. We had this problem again a short while ago. The spaniel was killed when he went into a field of livestock in Fife. The owner's sister, Lorraine Daly Armstrong, posted he didn't attack any sheep. He was shot at twice, one straight in the head. Please don't walk your pets near fields off a leash. there is a huge danger that you could lose your life. We had somebody who went into a field to get their dog, and there were cows in the field, and this person was crushed to death by these cows. Be very, very careful. Also, please don't take them by the side of the Thames and take them off the lead. Another one here. This is a man who's a big fan of Doctor Who. Big fan of Doctor Who. In fact, so much so that Neil Coate has got a £200,000 collection. He's opened a museum at his home so other fans can see his Dalek, Cyberman, TARDIS and more for £7. He said it'll be my retirement money. I mean, but you think it's a genuine Dalek? I mean, can you buy genuine Daleks? Could you buy a Cyberman? See, I thought the Cybermen were very scary. I worked with two people who looked like the swamp creatures. They were very much like, they came out there with lots of stuff. I mean, but still, out of all of them, the most endearing ones, the Daleks. The Daleks were the only thing. I had one over here. It was a Dalek that was battery operated, and then he'd bang into the sideboard and then turn round. So he would just perpetually kept going, which was lovely. But to have a proper TARDIS, I've seen a TARDIS, and I opened it, had a look inside. There was nothing inside it. Absolute rubbish. Do you know what it stands for? Here we go. Let's test the... Oh, you can't tell me, can you? TARDIS. Time and relative dimension in space. Yeah, okay. Well, that's probably just one of them. And have you seen the new pots of Marmite peanut butter? Yes, but producer hates it. He really does. You didn't get on well with that at all, did you? Like, Bless his heart. Steve, am I the only person who gets annoyed at the lack of respect for people not wearing a face covering? And yes. No, everybody thinks like that. It was a stupid woman on the train yesterday. She gets on at Clapham Junction or wherever it was. No mask on at all. What are you sitting here for? Go somewhere else. Stay well away from us normal people. Thank you very much indeed. Also, another one here. Wait a minute. Apparently, give my little brother a call, Steve. He does mobile car washing. I'll tell him to give you a discount. I don't think you're allowed to do that. I don't think you're allowed mobile car washing at the moment. I shall wait. Don't worry. Listen, I can be patient. I'm very good at things like that. Also, Gareth Southgate. Oh, I'm late.
Racing to finish your HR admin and the pay run, spending an arm and leg on disjointed software, and now you're missing a football. Oh, you're paying for it. Find out why over 300,000 businesses have automated the difficult parts of employment with Employment Hero. Recruitment, HR, payroll and benefits in one easy-to-use platform, saving you time and money. If you're not using us, you're paying for it. Employment solved. Employment Hero. Search Employment Hero today.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, 8 minutes. No, it's not. Well, nearly 8 minutes to 7. Somebody says, where did you read about the Ford Mondeos being scrapped by Ford? Every single newspaper. I'm not going to run through them all for you. I'm not here for that. Steve, I used to drive a Marmite tanker, says tanker driver Phil. We were just looking at a picture. Somebody sent me in a picture of Marmite tanker. And the producer said, oh, you could go for a swim in it. You go, it's Marmite. You can barely get it to stay on the knife. But I'm definitely having it for breakfast. So, but the trouble is now the problem is thin bread, fat bread. See, and they are opposed, each of them. One says thin, one says fat. Difficult, very difficult. Steve, read the car wash. You can wash your car at a BP petrol station private opposite the Hoover building. It's on the A40. Thank you. And one says, a Dalek built, says Phil and Sue, in 1966 was sold a few years ago for 38 grand. Full-size Daleks can be bought from this planet Earth for 3,000, made from the original moulds. I don't know what I'd do with it, actually. I don't know what you'd do with it. And then somebody says here, and did you ever stop to think the woman who got on the train without a mask had a medical reason? No, I just thought maybe she had coronavirus and she was spreading it. That's what I thought, as indeed did everybody else. Ridiculous, honestly. Steve, I'm sure anyone on private land with a dog has to be trespassed first. No, I think you'll find there are signs up everywhere. If there's cattle on a field, cows especially, and a dog gets loose amongst them, I think you can be prosecuted, and I think they're entitled to shoot. If it's worrying their cows, that's what I thought. Friday night Prosecco in our Groovy Gang glasses tonight, Steve. Question is glasses. Freezer for an hour before we pour? Oh, yes. But actually, you can save that by just putting the bottle of Prosecco in the and leaving it there for about 24 hours. Steve, how about stirring in a tablespoon of Marmite into a chili or bolognese for a kick? Tastes lovely. Ooh. And I now fancy spaghetti bolognese with Marmite. I might actually become a Marmite aficionado before the day is out. But I'm definitely having Marmite on toast this morning. Definitely. I'm going to have 4 pieces of toast with butter and Marmite on. There you go. That'll sort me out till this afternoon. Nikki Graham, you know Nikki Graham because she was in Big Brother in 2006. She's had to check into a facility because she's got anorexia, and her mother says it's fueled by her loneliness and ill health, which is very sad, isn't it? So we wish her well. 2 people have raised money for treatment. She was studying and working at school as the pandemic hit, and then she fell as well, which broke her wrist, which made life hellish. She always used to make us laugh, Nikki, on Big Brother. As you know, she was the one who used to have the tantrums and all the rest out. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Good Lord, it's 5-2. I can't believe it. So in the pink, the burst of spring on the way. On the way. Oh, John, the reason I didn't read it all out is because it was boring, I'm afraid. A bit boring. So if it's boring, I make a decision. Luckily, I can do that, and I did it to you. I made a decision. Your text was boring, OK? Why do we have to read all your texts out? Somebody else saying, where did you read about the Ford Mondeo? My God, we've not found Ford Mondeo drivers, have we? Not at this time on a Friday morning. It was the executive car, wasn't it? So they said, but no, they're not going to do them anymore. Yeah. So. A lot of people talking about you must have Marmite and marmalade. I can't do marmalade. It's all sugar, isn't it? That's the trouble. The only marmalade I would ever do is Rose's lime marmalade. That's the only one I would ever do. The other ones, I've seen people make it thick cut marmalade, thin cut marmalade, blah, 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 blah. And I decided no, because I watched somebody make it, and the amount of sugar that went in there, I thought, oh, blimey, definitely not having that one. But Marmite and cheese goes very well together. Just literally get a panini, put the cheese in, spread the Marmite on it, and then stick it in your machine, if you're lucky enough to have a machine. And that's going to go down well. Families uniting in a demand for an inquiry into the government handling of the pandemic. I'm just looking forward to seeing people. I suddenly realised your life can change again, can't it? But I mean, nothing sort of too dramatic. Elton John at 74, he's still standing. He is still standing at 74. It's interesting to get an insight into his house. I think he's collected more stuff in his house. You know he has. If he goes out to buy CDs, he buys 4 different lots to go in each one of his houses. So wherever he goes in the world, he's got the CD to listen to. So there you go. Steve, and another one here. And so I love your show and you're gifted. But apparently you keep banging on about food, says Elizabeth. Sorry, Elizabeth, not for you, love. OK? Not for you. Sorry. Bye. Keep going on about food. Honestly, it's like sort of saying I turned on the news channel. They were talking about news all the time. Never mind, Elizabeth. Never mind. I'm sure you'll be fine by yourself. How about a Steve Allen singing tote bag? How about not a Steve Allen singing tote bag? I don't think that'd go down at all well, would it? 29 years of the Mondeo gone. Thank you. Lotto cash gone. How did she splash the cash? This is the girl. She hasn't got a jackpot to in. She's now on benefits. She's got 4 children. She's 33. She won the money at 16. She spent, out of her 1.8 million, 550,000 on homes for herself, her parents and grandparents. Must be very cheap where they are. 300,000 went on clothes, makeup and tattoos. 250,000 went on holidays, including Mexico and Euro Disney. 188,000 gifts to former boyfriends. 190,000 gifts and loans to family. 85,000 cars, including a Range Rover and a BMW, must be very cheap ones. 50,500 went on solicitors' fees, and 18,000 went on 3 boob jobs. And what's she got now? Nothing. So there you go. And as I say, she's now been banned from driving. She was caught with drugs in her system, as it were. Steve, Marmite and peanut butter. Yeah, well, we know that because you can buy it, can't you? It comes in a ready mixed jar. So you can get Marmite and peanut butter. Gotta go. It's Friday. Things to do, people to see, Marmite to open, and a loaf of bread to buy. So there's my day complete. Today on my Little Bit Extra podcast, Bobby Cole Norris has left Towie. Bit of a tantrum. One of their other Z-listers, hopefully, finished for good. He said he doesn't know when he's coming back, if ever. Niall Horan says he didn't like being in One Direction because the fans didn't let him go outside. Get over it, Niall. That's part of being a celebrity. And Harry landed work in America by getting a special visa for people with extraordinary abilities. We're so keen to find out what they are.